I'm going to be giving a long talk today called A Brief History of Time Travel. In part one, I'm going to try to provide some biographical or historical context for individuals who were connected with Project Pegasus, which was in fact the U.S. time-space exploration program at the time of its emergence in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Then I'm going to describe the 8 forms of time travel that the U.S. defense technical community had developed by 1970. I'll describe the form of the technology, explain what form of time travel it constitutes, and describe some of the functions that it was put to in the U.S. defense technical community and intelligence community, and then describe some of my personal experiences being exposed to each of those forms of time travel. That's part 2. Then I'm going to go into an area that is often asked is, you're making really a set of almost unbelievable claims. You're not only asserting that the U.S. government had achieved time travel of different forms by 1970, but was involving American school children in the research and development activities surrounding those time travel technologies. So I'm going to briefly articulate the reasons why they were working with children. There were actual programmatic reasons that they had to work with children and wanted to work with children. Then I'm going to ask you to try to go back and remember what you were doing in the early 1970s. And if you could put yourself in that time and place and imagine the fact that, well, the truth of the situation, which is that in the early 1970s, the U.S. government had discerned a number of the major events and major transformative social phenomena of our time, what we would consider our time in the 90s and 10s. So I'm going to share with you each future event or condition that I know the U.S. government secretly was aware of in the early 1970s, usually not having learned that as a result of time traveling in Project Pegasus, but most of my knowledge of future events was gained simply socially when I was sharing lunch and dinner or otherwise recreating with my father and other project principals on Project Pegasus. So I was not only one of the 140 American school children who went the farthest in Project Pegasus, but my late father, Raymond F. Bashaga, was a projects engineer for the Ralph M. Parsons Company, who was essentially the point man between Parsons and the CIA on the theory and practice of one of the forms of time travel that we were working with, which was Tesla teleportation. And as a result of spending many hours and then ultimately days and months and entire summers in New Mexico, I spent 4 summers in New Mexico, 3 of them being extra summers or hidden summers that I experienced as a result of time loops that were created by teleporting to New Mexico from New Jersey, spending time there, and then teleporting back to New Jersey on the afternoon of the day that we had originally left several months earlier. So in that context, I was able to, being a bright and observant child, I had been selected for the program because I had a high IQ and a high psychic ability, but I had a great memory, and that I'll describe some of the testing that revealed that. And I was pretty much absorbing everything that was happening. So I do remember the future events that were discussed in my presence, and I can only share those because my Truth campaign is dedicated to telling what I know, not embellishing or making things up. So I'll describe the future events that I'm certain the U.S. government knew about by no later than 1972 on our alpha timeline. And then the 5th and final section, before I open the floor up to as many questions as you'd like to ask, I'm going to articulate what I think are the choices that we're going to have to make. There are opportunities and constraints presented, for example, by the 2 leading forms of time travel that Project Pegasus developed and was working with us primarily, and those were teleportation and chronovision. Teleportation is a process whereby radiant energy is used to open up a vortal tunnel in the fabric of time-space that the teleportee jumps through to a distant point in the physical universe. And I'm going to discuss what I think are the opportunities and constraints of teleportation, and then I'm also going to address the opportunities and constraints of chronovision, which is a process whereby you propagate a hologram of a past or future event, and you can either use it as a form of technical remote viewing if you look at the hologram as it's lensing a non-local event into the laboratory, or when you stand in the hologram, a kind of a quantum paradox occurs, and because that non-local event in the past or future is being brought to you, you're being brought, according to the theory of relativity, to that past event, and you're essentially being immersed in that time and place. So more than being just a technical remote viewing technology, chronovision is indeed a form of time travel, and it was one of the two primary forms that Project Pegasus was working with. So I'm going to close out that and then just make some major points about where I think we are and where we need to go in terms of grappling with time travel as a society that is supposed to be governed via the consent of the governed. So part one, we're going to be looking at the people. These are by no means all of the people who worked on the project. There were many Defense Department administrators and physicists and engineers from defense contractors and so forth, many civilians in New Mexico who were aware of the project. In fact, when I went there in 2003, I just had to sort of scratch the surface, and I began bumping into people who knew quite well about the quantum leapers coming into the region during those years. But these are just some of the people of note. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of my dad because all of my family photographs are in a PODS unit in Portland, Oregon, about 500 boxes towards the back. And just imagine when I talk about my father that he looked a lot like me with white hair. I think, in fact, I may have been a clone of my dad. So I'm leading a truth campaign to reveal to the world that time travel has been achieved by the United States government, and the U.S. has already used time travel to reach and begin to colonize the planet Mars, which obviously are events that are fraught with all manner of political, social, diplomatic, environmental, economic, and security implications. The problem is that none of us was told. Well, some of us were told, but the vast majority of people of our planet, and even just of our country, were kept out of the loop because the technology was considered too disruptive to inform us of. The thrust of my historical brief here is that time travel was achieved by 1970. Some of the technologies had rudiments that even went back to antiquity. But the 8 forms of time travel I'm going to discuss today were, for the most part, fully operational by 1970. They were still working a little bit with chronovision to try to prevent the hologram from going on the blink when a human being would stand inside of it, hence the use of small cooperative children sourced from America's gifted and talented educational programs. But even chronovision had been achieved by 1970. I'm calling my truth campaign Project Pegasus. Our presence on the web is at projectpegasus.net, and on Facebook it's at the group site called Project Pegasus. I borrowed that from the federal project descriptor that the children in the project, including myself, were told was the name of the program, but I've never been able, beyond being that one seminar where we came into the learning lab at my elementary school one Monday morning, and there was a beautiful pastel chalk drawing worthy of Jean-Luc's phenomenal artwork on the board. And it was explained to us that there are Project Manhattans and Project Zeros and Project Red Lights and so forth, and all these arbitrary descriptors of federal research and development programs. The one that we were entering there in fall of 1969 as third graders was called Project Pegasus. I have no other verification besides that one seminar at Mount View Road Elementary School in Cedar Knolls, New Jersey in the fall of 1969 to know that the project was indeed called Project Pegasus. There are several other Project Pegasus that are out there that are searchable. There was a road project in Texas utilizing somewhat of an anachronistic technology, which was automobile transport. There was some kind of sidebar to the Iran-Contra scandal called Project Pegasus, no connection. I mean, certainly there were Republicans involved in both of those activities. But I think the ones that I was working with were somewhat more principled than the individuals who were involved in some kind of domestic assassination program that was a sidebar, or drug running as a sidebar to Iran-Contra. No connection, except perhaps through George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton. But let's not go there. Okay, so now the overarching purpose of my truth campaign is to advantage humanity with the life-advantaging benefits of teleportation and chronovision in the 21st century and beyond. And I believe that that's a quest that we, as the developers of this technology, the people of the United States, should lead. And in order to do that, the people of the United States are going to know what was done in their name with their tax dollars and with the minds of some of their brightest physicists and engineers. I was enrolled officially in Project Pegasus. Oh. Now you've been set up. This is my key picture from kindergarten. Some people say I look a little bit too much like a young George W. Bush there, and I have to take guilty for that. So, or Ron Howard at 5. But that's my picture at age 5 in 1966. That's my kindergarten portrait from Mount View Road Elementary in Cedar Knolls, New Jersey, a public grammar school where we were trained secretly to be involved in time travel at off-campus locations among different defense contractor locations in New Jersey, New Mexico, and Ohio. The first time that I can remember teleporting, clearly I was age 6, and I'm going to give the facts of that. But in my discussions with my late father before his death in 1990, I believe that I first teleported with him to New Mexico, to Santa Fe, New Mexico, as a 4-year-old, because I was being acclimated to the project technologies. And so this picture would have been taken a year after I first teleported, I think, but it certainly was taken a year before that I can say to a factual certainty that I teleported as a 6-year-old. I was involved in real time on my Alpha timeline in New Jersey in Project Pegasus from the fall of 1969 to the end of the summer of 1972. But when I went back and began researching my project experiences, initially in 1999, really right around the time that I met Alfred, and we became good friends and collaborators, really I was just writing things down, fragmentary memories were coming back. I began to research my project experiences in 2001 and 2 in earnest, and I ultimately reconstructed the timeline of what happened during those years. In the fall of 1969, I was placed in a learning lab that I later learned that 140 other bright kids around the country were put in similar labs. We were in 14 regiments of 10 children, each of which were identified by a color. Ours was Blue Team, and I was the captain of Blue Team, which meant that I got certain specialized training of what to do on behalf of the other kids if there was a project emergency or some unforeseen event of some kind. I was enrolled in fall of '69. This was right after the lunar landing in July of 1969. There was a great deal of optimism in the defense technical community. My own father had undergone the FBI security clearance to work on the lunar module project, but that had gone from Parsons to Grumman, and it was one of the great disappointments of his career that he was hoping to be able to brag to his grandchildren that he had helped work on the instrumentation for the lunar module, but he couldn't brag to them about the fact that he helped the U.S. government achieve time travel. So I think I'll dedicate today's discussion in Hawaii to my late dad. So in fall of '69, I placed in a learning lab where all manner of strange things occurred, basically. Initially, they began working with us extensively in developing our psychic ability. They were doing things like playing a card game with us, where the teacher would look at a standard playing card. She'd take a card from the deck and look at it and concentrate on it, holding it up to her forehead. And I remember getting the card right, 1 out of 52 chances, every round for like 90 minutes or 2 hours. So I was clearly not a trailing edge boomer, but a cutting edge indigo. Earlier, at age 3 and 4, I was manifesting such special abilities as going down into our cellar there in Mars Plains, New Jersey, at our house in Mars Plains, and listening to what my father was thinking and completing his thoughts. So I remember one time he was at his table saw, and I was listening to his own internal chatter about his marriage, which was a very solid one. My mother was a wonderful wife and mother. My dad was certainly a solid husband and father. But he was saying he had some kind of argument or something with my mom, and he was saying, I was listening to his mind turn, and I said, "Dad, you shouldn't say that." Or no, I said, "You shouldn't think that. Mom doesn't just view you as a meal ticket." So my dad was a very hard-boiled engineer. He had gotten a BS in electrical engineering from Lehigh University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and he had to kind of cope with, this is sort of like the Tom Hanks father figure in the movie. He had to kind of cope with the fact that his young son was manifesting some special abilities. In another incident, when I was about 3, I had been watching my next eldest brothers, Gregory and Christopher, build a building about 3 feet off the floor of our rec room there in Morris Plains. And I was 3, they were what, 6, well, Greg was 4, Chris must have been about 8. No, he would have been 7. They knocked it down and ran outdoors, and I have been watching them, wondering why here on Earth, when you build something, you have to start from the ground. Because in previous incarnations, we just suspended things in midair. And I had a flashback to being a little gray, sitting next to another little gray, watching an adult gray show us how to levitate things, just using the purity of our intent. I won't even say the strength of our minds, because in fact, we had been taught to levitate by simply manifesting absolute belief that something would stay where we put it. So after my brothers ran outside, I picked up my alphabet blocks. I know I was not yet in kindergarten here, so this must have been 1964, 65. My dad has a history in aerospace that goes back to the Ramjet project at Curtiss-Wright in 1952. He's worked on the B-70, which was the nuclear-equipped bomber. So he comes out of his carpentry shop there in the cellar and sees his 5th child, his number 3 son, as he used to call me, levitating his toys off the ground. And in fact, some of the objects were circulating around each other, as we've now seen in The Last Mimsy and The Matrix and other feature films that have shown gifted kids doing this. So I was a special kid. I'd like to think of myself as a cutting-edge indigo, and I'm also sort of conscious of that as I wage my truth campaign, because I do believe that there were cadre of souls or what have you that have come into the world in this generation, and I suspect I may have been one of the initial entries. Also, as a result of my relationship with my father, I know to an historical certainty that I was the first American child to teleport via Tesla teleportation. When I had a number of heart-to-heart discussions with my late dad in the late 80s before his death in 1990, I was asking him questions like, well, Dad, I remember going to New Mexico through the Tesla device at the Curtiss-Wright at a very young age. Was I, in fact, the first kid to teleport? The first American kid, maybe? And he said, well, the first group of teleportees utilizing this technology that had actually been based at Curtiss-Wright, but then they were happy that the Lenni Lenape Indians had lived there for hundreds of years, and they selected Santa Fe, as I mentioned yesterday, because they were very old inhabited regions of the country. He said, no, in fact, son, the first 3 teleportees were Navy enlisted volunteers who died because the Vortal tunnel that we opened up, these were the intentional teleportees. The first was somebody who, when they set up the Tesla device there at Curtiss-Wright, he walked through the field of radiant energy that was attuned between the 2 elliptical armatures of the device and found himself tumbling to Africa. So in fact, the first teleportee through the Tesla device that the defense technical community at least had tracked the use of the technology was an accidental teleportee to Africa. But then when they tried to standardize what it was doing, figure out how it was working as a teleportation device, after he returned to the United States from Africa, and his supervisor practically collapsed in the lab because he thought he'd been killed when he jumped through the field of radiant energy. So when they standardized and began intentionally running exercises, the first 3 individuals to jump through were adults, and they perished because the Vortal tunnel in time-space that had been opened up too long, and they ran out of oxygen because we were surviving just in the air that we pushed into the Vortal tunnel with our bodies, and we were only in there for several seconds. In fact, in later exercises where we were taking a Stargate device to the distant future, I was actually trained how to inflate my lungs and take little sips of air off the top of my lungs to persist for the 30 or 60 seconds that it would take to teleport utilizing that device. I was an alto saxophone player already, so I was pretty comfortable with that, of storing up my air and utilizing it economically. But I have kind of been troubled in adulthood with a kind of a respiratory syndrome where I can't can't release the air in my lungs very easily. Or it crops up every once in a while. So we were not wearing any specialized respiratory equipment. We were jumping through, as Jack Pruitt, one of the team leaders, said, an interstitial chasm in the fabric of time-space, unassisted by any kind of specialized respiratory equipment. Okay, so I then said, well, who was next? Did I follow the 3 Navy enlisted personnel with you? And he said, no. In fact, we were doing something kind of unethical the Defense Department was negotiating with the corrupt right-wing authoritarian governments in Latin America to take orphans, street urchins, off the streets of Rio and Santiago and Maracaibo and Mexico City and other Latin American capitals, bringing them up to the United States, usually to New Mexico, and involving them involuntarily in defense technical experimentation that might cause them to die or be wounded, to be injured. Usually they were not. They usually did not lose their life nor limb. And the kind of moral dispensation that the individuals in the Defense Department told themselves to excuse this kind of involuntary human subject experimentation involving indeed orphans from Latin America was that after they passed a certain threshold of testing, they were discharged from the program and given, in the United States, everything they would have been deprived of in their home countries. Parents, a house to live in, enough food to eat, and adequate clothing and education and health care. So they were ultimately dismissed from the projects and then adopted into American households as former orphans. So in fact, some individuals of Latin American heritage, my age, born roughly between 1957 and 61, who were adopted in the 1960s into households, for example, in New Mexico, are among my time-space compatriots. And I mention that because ultimately, as I lecture, I'm waiting for one of those individuals to step forward. For my own part, I took part in 8 different forms of time travel, several of which were new, dangerous, and experimental activities in applied quantum physics, then being researched and developed by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. So I also took part in exercises where I could have lost my life or limb and where other children were grievously wounded, and I'll describe some of those incidents, just to know that a price was paid, a steep human price was paid to give the United States a time travel capability. And I think that's another reason why it's immoral to conceal it and not use it to advantage humanity, because some human beings paid a huge price in bringing about its development. Project Pegasus was carried out under the aegis of DARPA. During our training, of course, in those years, DARPA was not the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, it was the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or ARPA. I remember sitting in a briefing where a group of us were sitting at an Army base in Morristown. It might have been the Morristown Army Arsenal, or the Picatinny Arsenal outside of Morristown. And the instructor, who was in an Army uniform, put the word ARPA on the board. And he explained to us that this was the most advanced agency in the U.S. Defense Department, working on the development of military technology to include weaponry and communication systems. It was the historical fulfillment of an effort, they told us at least, begun by General George Washington during the Revolutionary War, when he commissioned some scientists to build a more effective form of gunpowder for him. But by our time, DARPA, we know, is the U.S. Defense Agency or sub-agency of the Department of Defense that has brought us Star Wars weaponry and the internet that in turn the National Security Agency has used to place Facebook and other intelligence gathering software on. So DARPA is the principal research and development agency of the Department of Defense. The principal defense contractor involved in Project Pegasus, there were several. The principal one was the Ralph M. Parsons Company of New York, New York, later known as the Parsons Corporation of Pasadena, California. Here's the founder of Parsons, the eccentric Ralph M. Parsons, who had been a lieutenant to Stephen Bechtel during World War II when Bechtel was building Liberty ships for the U.S. Navy. Bechtel's other lieutenant was John Alexander McCone, who we'll be meeting in a minute, who would go on to a career as the director of Central Intelligence, ultimately with the CIA. Bechtel and his lieutenant Ralph M. Parsons went on to found the 2 largest process engineering companies in the world. And over the years, really since the end of World War II, the company that Stephen Bechtel founded and the company that my father's employer, Ralph M. Parsons, founded, have been vying with each other to be the largest process engineering company in the world. I think Parsons is now about an $8 billion company. I remember sitting in Ralph M. Parsons' office when Parsons was still on Wall Street in New York City, and he was a very eccentric man, a lifelong bachelor with a very a cackling laugh and a very unusual sense of humor, but really a brilliant individual. He started Parsons in his garage, I guess like Apple Computer and Hewlett-Packard were, started in garages, and built it into literally one of the largest companies in the world, and at many times the largest engineering firm in the world. For example, you question whether Parsons was actually the defense contractor most responsible for permitting the United States to achieve time travel. Well, they built an entire city called Yanbu in Saudi Arabia. And I don't just mean a site plan for an engineering project. They built an entire city the size of Pasadena from the desert sands of Saudi Arabia with about $8 billion from the Saudis. Because of these Saudi connections, or Middle Eastern, I should say, after Project Pegasus after Parsons had achieved time travel for the U.S. government under Project Pegasus, and as shown on the Parsons Corporation website in its official biography of Ralph M. Parsons, even up to a couple of years ago when I began mentioning this in my lectures, in 1972, around the time that I was dismissed from the project just as a pro forma matter, Ralph M. bought the world's largest private yacht from the Iranian arms merchant, the billionaire Adnan Khashoggi, and rechristened the ship Pegasus II, even though Parsons had never owned anything named Pegasus, and the ship bore a Persian name when it was under the ownership of Mr. Khashoggi. So here we had literally a clue to Project Pegasus dangling out in cyberspace, and Parsons put it there. So if you think that the time travel secrets aren't just hovering there right near the surface of Pasadena, California, like they were in Albuquerque and Santa Fe and Los Alamos, New Mexico. In fact, they were until a few years ago. Then they sanitized the official biography of Mr. Parsons to conceal that he named his ship for the project that made him a billionaire, because clearly he was richly rewarded for allowing DARPA or helping DARPA achieve time travel. I'm often asked whether he had any connection to John Northcote Parsons, the so-called Jack Parsons, the founder of the Jet Propulsion Lab, also in Pasadena. He of the untoward friendship with L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology and Aleister Crowley of Satanism and so forth. To my knowledge, there was no connection, either personal nor family. He's just another person named Parsons who was doing work for the government in Pasadena. If I find a connection, operational, organizational, or family, I'll announce it, but I think he was from a different part of the Parsons family. There were certainly no creepy people hovering around the project except one pedophile whose career I put an end to in the summer of 1967. But generally, there wasn't a heavy involvement in Satanism or the occult or these other issues that can get conflated with the name Parsons because of the career of Jack Parsons, not Ralph M. Parsons. I also like to distinguish at this part early in my lecture here, I'm just going over sort of the biography, the sort of cultural history of the participants, that Project Pegasus was not a time travel project per se. It was an intelligence gathering program of the Central Intelligence Agency. For example, in the early 2010s, when I went in search of my father's background with the intelligence community, I was working through an historian in Texas, who shall remain nameless because he asked for confidentiality, who got me to CIA and the Office of Naval Intelligence. And the word that came back from CIA about my request for them to reveal my dad's personnel file with them is it is not our policy to release information to the family members of living and deceased CIA personnel. So again, just like they wanted me to stop researching and writing and talking about the project, or they couldn't, quote unquote, guarantee my survival, which meant they would kill me, my dad, they were clearly telling me, look, we can't tell you this, but your dad was CIA. I kind of knew that because one time we were walking into the La Placita restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque with some of the project engineers who were also presumably Parsons CIA. And one of the engineers said, La Placita, Andy, that's C-I-T-A. And you know what CIA means. And my father actually shushed them as we were entering the restaurant as a group of project personnel. So the principal agency involved in promulgating this team to achieve time travel was the CIA. And as we'll find later, another reason I'm speaking out is because the CIA has used time travel to capture the American presidency, and we need to relinquish its grip on the US presidency. The nexus between the CIA and the presidency is the quantum access capability that Project Pegasus gave the CIA. So I bring up the CIA early in my lecture here because its involvement wasn't just profound, it was primary. Project Pegasus was to perform remote sensing in time of past and future events to aid the US government in formulating contingency plans for future events. Like, let's say, 9/11. Like, maybe if we're going to have the World Trade Centers fall down, maybe engage in some contingency planning and have Bruce Springsteen write that song, My City in Ruins. Okay, so the contingency planning, I believe, has gotten very elaborate, and 9/11 was really the major Murphy that the executive branch ran into, because they were slipping up all over the place, revealing that they had prior knowledge of the event in the way that that reporter for the BBC was reporting the collapse of Building 7 before it happened, which is either psychic journalism or state journalism informed by quantum access. I'll let you determine which. Okay. Project Pegasus was providing data that was being drafted by the CIA into forward intelligence reports. Now, an intelligence report derived by time travel might say something like, we've just determined that all dinosaurs were highly intelligent. Okay, it might include some esoteric fact about the future, or we're absolutely certain that the entire Soviet leadership are actually crypto-Christians and capitalists. Okay, but it also has included literal statements of future events derived via quantum access. These reports containing information about future events have been circulating among US government officials who possess a need-to-know only level of clearance ever since. So a major idea here is, look, our executive branch is being administered by people who have knowledge of the future. How could I hold that back from the American people? It would be morally wrong to do so. It's morally wrong that this has occurred, and in a society where we're supposed to be governed in a representative democracy under a constitutional republic, how is it that we could have a class of insiders with knowledge of the future, even with passing data of the future, who certain persons of interest are going to be? You know, that this vice chancellor at Stanford, Condoleezza Rice, is going to become Secretary of State, knowing that 10, 15, 20 years before it happens. How can we have any semblance of representative government in the United States if the mere fact that our governmental insiders are relying on forward intelligence is kept back from the American people? It's wrong. It has to change. Among the top US intelligence officials that I met when I was a child serving on Project Pegasus was John Alexander McComb, that other lieutenant of Stephen Bechtel during the war, who joined the Office of Strategic Services during the war, became one of the first most distinguished CIA agents, and ultimately reached the position of Director of Central Intelligence from 1960 to 64, which encompassed the assassination of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. John McCone was an exceptionally intelligent human being. I remember him sitting at a table in one of the restaurants in Old Town Albuquerque, and he was trying to explain to my father and a few other project engineers what this thing in the future called the internet was. And it was such a strange device that I remember the discussion. He said, well, you sit at this rudimentary electronic keyboard, like the ones that are now emerging on some of our electric typewriters, and you sit in front of a CRT, or he said VDT, video display terminal, not unlike a modern television set. And through that system, you can communicate with anybody, anywhere else in the world who's on the communication network. This gentleman is this is almost a direct quote. This gentleman is going to be the reduction to practice of Vannevar Bush's primary fundamental. Vannevar Bush, who was an early Defense Department Imagineer, had actually conceived of the idea of the internet as a defense technology. It would allow anybody in the world who was hooked into the system to communicate over wires or ultimately wireless. So hence the origin of the internet at DARPA. So John McCone, who I remember all the project engineers, including my father, were calling Alex. His middle name, I found, was Alexander. They were telling Alex, oh, I just don't get it. I really can't get my mind around this thing called the internet. Just some kind of weird, spooky technology, huh? Okay. So my dad gets up from the table. He was sitting across from John McCone and said, yeah, I'm still disturbed about this .com thing. And John McCone said, what do you mean, Ray? It's just an address. It's a postal address on the communications network. And my dad turned to him with all the certainty in the world and said, how do we know that? Maybe it means the commies have taken over by then. So that's really one of my favorite anecdotes from those years, because it shows that these Defense Department administrators and physicists and engineers like my dad, they by no means had total grasp of the future. They only knew about the future what entered their work with the time travel technologies I'm going to be describing for you, and whatever they read in the intelligence reports or that they heard in shop talk. So that was the first time I ever heard of the internet, and that was about 1971 in Albuquerque. There's no question, now this comes up a lot, and I think it's a fundamental question. In fact, I'm humbled by the focus on Nikola Tesla, because now that my Truth campaign has gone international, individuals from the most obscure cities anywhere in the world are always asking me about the debt that the U.S. time-space program owed Nikola Tesla. It's almost like the collective memory of humanity will not surrender the debt of gratitude owed to Tesla. Tesla is sort of like the Jesus Christ or the Christopher Columbus, ultimately, of time travel. And people from the most obscure villages around the world that have internet access are constantly asking me about Tesla. In fact, according to my father, Robert Beckwith, who was a consulting engineer from General Electric, and Jack Pruitt, who was one of the team leaders of Project Pegasus, who would go on to become the research director of Project Montauk, according to Nichols and Moon, stated emphatically to me multiple times when I was a child on the project that not just did they owe a debt of gratitude to Tesla, but most of what they were doing on the project resulted from the works of Nikola Tesla that the War Department seized when they grabbed those lab manuals upon his death in January of 1943 and spirited them away to Los Alamos, because that's where the world's leading nuclear physicists were then gathering to build the atomic bomb under Project Manhattan. I was literally sitting across from eating my lunch at a Mexican restaurant in Albuquerque, Old Town Albuquerque, in probably about the fall of 1970, maybe into 1971. It's always hard to date specifically these memories. I've tried to arrange them in some semblance of order. But my late father, Ray, was sitting across from me, and he asked me whether I knew who Tesla was. And I said, yes, Dad. He was in one of the learning components in the learning lab. You know, we were doing this photo reading with this curriculum called Galileo that covered everything in science and society from the time of the High Renaissance, the time of Galileo, which was 1450 AD. And they were cramming that into the back of our unconscious with this photo reading technology, so that when we were time traveling, we would know everything from Aristarchus of Samos to Zbigniew-Brzezinski. And although Zbig wasn't yet in the canon of Western civilization, fortunately, at that point. And I said, yeah, Dad, there was a component in Galileo about Tesla. My dad said, he was Czechoslovakian, wasn't he, Andrew? And I said, I think he was Serbian, Dad. He spoke Serbo-Croatian. He goes, oh, that's right. Well, anyway, son, he actually stuck his finger up in the air in the same way that Bob Beckwith would when he was talking about Tesla. He said, son, most of what we're doing in the project results from the works of Nikola Tesla. So here is the John von Neumann of time travel. It was Tesla, not von Neumann, not von Braun. Certainly Enrico Fermi played a large role that has been emphasized. But Tesla really was the progenitor of time travel. He was working on physical teleportation, and by physical or vortal teleportation, I don't mean the quantum teleportation that's appearing in today's science news stories where they talk about what was going on in Star Trek, where you disintegrate something and reintegrate it at its point of at its destination. Tesla teleportation involves opening time-space up so you pass through it uninjured, or at least usually uninjured. Tesla's experiments at Colorado Springs and later on teleportation, my father and Raymond Kubik of Parsons once told me in around 1971, were repeated by my father at the Thomas A. Edison Research Labs in West Orange, New Jersey during the 1956 to 64 timeframe when he was employed there and the labs were there. These weren't the historical labs resulting from Edison in West Orange. This was a think tank begun in 1950, and they were inviting different distinguished physicists and engineers to work there. For example, J.B. Johnson, the discoverer of white noise, signal to ground noise, so-called Johnson noise, had a desk 2 desks over from my father at the Edison Labs. Forrest C. Nix, the famous solid-state physicist from the University of Pittsburgh, was also in his immediate environs there at the Edison Labs. So my father once explained to me how he was doing things like magnetizing cylindrical coils and doing things like dropping a penny through it. And finding to his amazement that sometimes the penny was coming out of the cylinder too fast, too slow, or not at all. After I appeared on Coast to Coast AM in November of '09, I received an email from somebody who said, you know, it was interesting you talking about your dad working at the Edison labs, putting pennies through teleports, because when I was growing up in New Jersey, right around where you were growing up and doing these time travel things, in 1956, I found a 1958 penny. So I think as a result of appearing on national radio, I actually found not a witness, but an experiencer who maybe found one of the 1958 pennies that my dad dropped at some time after it was minted in 1958 or in 1958, so that somebody found it in the street in 1956. True story, and the person was entirely sincere. And for the devotees of conspiracy theory who just said, wow, those are the Black Friars. So the whole Vatican Bank scandal involving Roberto Calvi and Blackfriars Bridge in London, where Calvi was found hanged, was within the murky culture of the Benedictines. They, in fact, were my Sunday school teachers at Notre Dame of Mount Carmel Catholic Church, where I was being raised as a Catholic school kid. Well, I was going to Sunday school. I was enrolled in a public elementary school. But I took First Communion at a local Benedictine parish, and all of the children who were in my immediate group at Mount View Road Elementary were Catholic kids, primarily of Italian and German ancestry, probably because Hitler and Himmler had been studying the occult going back to the founding, or their joining of the Thule Society in 1919. And those Nazi occult bureau records entered the CIA when the CIA invited Reinhard Gehlen, the Nazi intelligence chief from East Bavaria, into the OSS and then the CIA. So basically we're dealing with, in the derivation of time travel, we're dealing with the Catholic Church, the US, particularly the Benedictines, the CIA, the Navy, the CIA, and DARPA. But there was a Catholic fingerprint on the project, not just because we children were getting our religious education at a Benedictine parish in Sunday school, but because Ernetti was of the Order of St. Benedict. Working with Father Pierre Maria Gemelli, also a Benedictine, whose name is sometimes cited, for example, in Wikipedia, as Augustino Gemelli, which was probably his civilian name, and also later with the distinguished Italian physicist Enrico Fermi, Ernetti and Gemelli and Fermi had developed two-dimensional chronovision by 1952, namely a flat-screen device like a TV, in which Ernetti claimed to his death in 1994, they had captured and you could see images of the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth. In 1972, at the Sandia National Labs in New Mexico, I saw about a 20-minute black and white documentary film, a 16-millimeter film, of a hologram in which the crucifixion of Jesus was captured. And I don't believe that it was a dramatization, and I do believe that it followed the account in the New Testament so closely that it's my position that I believe that Jesus was an historical figure and not some kind of concretion of previous mythological substrates. But in any case, Ernetti and Gemelli were extremely respected Catholic prelates. In fact, the largest Catholic hospital in Rome, the second largest hospital in Rome, the one that Pope John Paul II indeed died at after convalescing there for a number of months, was Gemelli Hospital. And Ernetti was never morally compromised prior to his death in 1994, nor did he ever refute his claim that they had captured images of the crucifixion. Imagine the import of that to Christian adherents, or how do you handle a discovery like that in a nation like America, where under the First Amendment freedom of religion clause, you have both the establishment clause, that government should not establish a religion, and the free exercise clause, that the government should not abridge the free exercise of religion. What do you do with a state research finding showing Jesus' crucifixion? And according to my father, and I say this not to proselytize, but my father even claimed that they had images of the resurrection of Jesus 3 days later. I wasn't shown that, so I only know what I was shown, but I did see the crucifixion. So I don't think we can really fault the government officials, even maybe the think tanks that were probably feeding into this decision of what to do with this information, because how do you release such information to a country like ours that is religiously tolerant, in which religious toleration by the government and by individuals is literally enshrined in our national charter. And the government itself is holding images of the crucifixion of a major religious figure. They were stuck. What I'm trying to do, as long as I have a voice to speak, is unstick the logjam of government inaction that resulted when our government developed chronovision and was able to capture scenes of past events as auspicious as the assassination of the avatar or your personal savior, if that's your belief, of Jesus of Nazareth. Because I saw the images, and I'm telling you, being raised in Catholicism, going to Sunday school, it was right out of the New Testament. You know, the women coming in praying, the Roman centurion grabbing the end of his spear and reaching up to shove Jesus in the side, you know, the spear of Longinus. The crown of thorns, which was huge, and blood, rivulets of blood were streaming down Jesus' face. He was bearded, his mouth was agape, he was in intense suffering. And so much of what was on the screen fit what I had been inculcated with as a Catholic Sunday school kid. So anyway, I just cite that example because it was very sensitive information. How do you reveal that you have time travel if it means showing stuff like the crucifixion of Jesus? It's going to be a game changer, definitely, culturally, if you do. In any case, chronovision, according to Ernetti, this distinguished Catholic priest, was fully operational, at least in the flat screen version, by 1952. Another major figure who was the federal science administrator for DARPA's Project Pegasus was Dr. Harold M. Agnew, educated at the University of Chicago under Enrico Fermi. Agnew was the only human being present. Well, he's not only one of the Manhattan Project physicists, he was the only Manhattan Project physicist personally present at all three critical stages of the Manhattan Project. As the prized physics pupil of Enrico Fermi at Chicago, he was literally participating in the experiment involving nuclear fission when the atomic pile went critical in the squash courts at Chicago. You may remember they were manipulating bars of graphite to keep the uranium stable and then removing to see if they would go critical. Well, Agnew was one of the graduate students manipulating the graphite levers to control the CP1, the critical pile 1 at Chicago. He was also present at Los Alamos and Alamogordo when the atomic bomb was built and tested at Trinity site. And he followed the plane that dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, the Enola Gay, in a chase plane called the Great Artiste to calibrate the magnitude of the blast. So Agnew wasn't just one of the Manhattan Project physicists. He was the main guy. He was the one who was present in all three critical stages. I met Harold Agnew sometime between my 6th and 7th birthday, sometime between September of 1967 and 68, and this is how it happened. I was playing at our home in Morris Plains, New Jersey on a Saturday morning, and actually that wouldn't have been a Saturday because we met Agnew, but sometimes my dad would take me up to Curtis Wright on weekends, particularly Saturday. But anyway, it was sometime between September 67 and 68. Is that right? I hope it's not Harold Agnew. Keeps tabs on me. He's now about 90 and living in a suburb of San Diego. He was born in 1920, so he's going to be 91 this year. Very nice man. All of the individuals I worked with in Project Pegasus were just fine Americans. They were trying to achieve survival and peace in the nuclear age by achieving time travel. So my dad said to my mother, "Hun, I'm taking Andy to the hardware store." There was a local hardware store in Florham Park, New Jersey. As Joan may remember, that big hardware store out in Florham Park. You can smell the grass seed there when you entered the open garden area there. And we'll be back in a couple hours. Well, he didn't take me to Florham Park or the hardware store. He took me to the old Curtis Wright Aeronautical Company facility in Wood Ridge, New Jersey. Curtis Wright was the principal plane manufacturing R&D center during World War II. There was an air museum there with 8 or 10 absolutely exquisite vintage airplanes built by Glenn Curtiss primarily, who later founded Curtis Wright with one of the Wright brothers. And we went through a security desk into the engineering building, through the engineering building into Building 68. All of these large brick R&D buildings at Curtis Wright had numbers. The building that we entered was building 68. And there in a room about twice the size of a high school chemistry lab were two gray, that is to say battleship gray booms that were elliptical objects freely standing on their base, which was the Tesla teleport unit that we were there to jump through. Now, I apologize for not having schematics or renderings. I'm still working on getting these time travel devices actually drawn by a draftsman. These two elliptical objects were about 8 feet high and about 10 feet apart on the ground. And my dad had the technician sitting at a keyboard controlling the left boom. The right boom was plugged into the wall. He said, yes, you can turn it on. And the technician turned it on. By the way, my dad wasn't pulling rank on people, but he was actually, well, he had been a private first class during World War II as a combat medic and ambulance driver in France and Germany when Laura's great-grandfather was leading the Allied war effort as Supreme Allied Commander. He had just been a private during the war, but in the defense technical community, my dad was what was called a major in the 2nd Reserve. We actually had a cadre of shadow political and military leaders who had standing orders to report to a certain location in the event, for example, of a Soviet takeover of the lower 48. So my dad was a major in the Army. In fact, he was a major with false credentials. The name on his credentials was Henry Przybski, who was a Polish-American neighbor and friend of his from his hometown of Summit Hill, New Jersey, who was killed during the war. So one time when we were getting into, not to Curtis Wright, but into Camp Kilmer, an Army base in New Brunswick, New Jersey, I said, Dad, you're not a major. I thought you were a private. And then he explained about the 2nd Reserve, and I said, and who's Henry Przybski? And he said, oh, that was a good friend of mine from Summit Hill who died during the war. So I'm looking for the Henry Przybski files under the U.S. Army Defense Technical System. So anyway, my dad had the technician turn the device on, and it basically broadcast a shimmering curtain of bluish-white radiant energy. From about 10 feet away, it looked sort of like water gently falling in a public sculpture like you find in Austin, Texas, where you have these beautiful public fountains where the water is detained for a while and shimmers in the sunlight. But when my dad had us walk up to about a foot away from the shimmering curtain of radiant energy being a form of energy that Nikola Tesla discovered that is latent and pervasive throughout the entire physical universe, and that has among its capabilities the capacity to bend the fabric of time-space. Up close, what I saw was a snow pattern, like raster on a black and white TV set, and then across the raster from these little green-blue ports along the interior of the armatures of the device, the booms, I saw these little squiggles of blue light going in opposite directions at 3-inch intervals across the field of radiant energy. So this was an electromagnetic device that when we jumped through that curtain of radiant energy was going to open up time-space in the same way that a child opens up a cylinder of air when they blow a bubble. It was pushing time-space around us and moving it past us, or alternatively, we were moving through it. So my dad said, son, what's going to happen is I'm going to hold your hand on the count of 3. We're going to jump through this curtain of energy, and we're going to go through kind of like a tunnel. You don't have to do anything, but after a few seconds, we're going to find ourselves on a hillside somewhere else in the country. So we did a couple of dry runs, and then on the count of 3, holding my father's hand, in a way that you might have seen depicted in the TV show Fringe after they stole a lot of my story elements for their early broadcasts, where Walter Bishop, not Raymond Bishago, holds his son Peter's hand, not his brother Andrew's hand. Okay? Anyway, some of my stuff's been ripped off by Fringe, but that's fine. It has to enter the collective unconscious at some point. But so my dad said, just hold my hand, the count of 3, we'll jump through the curtain of energy. Well, we did so. He also said the tunnel may compartmentalize into different rooms or portions, so if we get lost, just stay where you find yourself elsewhere in the country. So holding my dad's hand, we jumped through the curtain of radiant energy, and I found myself in a vortal tunnel in time-space, which I would during about maybe 40 round trips between New Jersey and New Mexico over the next 4 to 5 years until 72. The vortal tunnel was about 20 feet in diameter. It looked like white, bluish, bluish-white energy that was moving at a great rate of speed. But when I turned my head to the left and right, I could actually see my dad's hair moving around electrostatically. And he later laughed as he described how terrified I looked. But I was pretty much overwhelmed because they were bringing the universe past us at a great rate of speed. So when I looked to my left or right, I could see all these holographic images of events occurring in a kind of like a random chaos of jumble of events. We were slicing through alternate timelines, but to a known destination. And when we arrived, I later found we were in Santa Fe, New Mexico, a distance of 2,005 miles. Oddly, the year of publication of Exopolitics, 2005, there's a synchronicity I didn't even think about. That's right. 2,005 miles from Woodridge, New Jersey to Santa Fe, New Mexico. They were using the Santa Fe State Capitol grounds as the collection area for the teleportees jumping, quantum leaping, if you will, into New Mexico from different time labs like this around the country. Different rooms they called teleports, where the teleporter was, and the armatures of the teleporter was tuning radiant energy in so we could jump through it. They were doing that because obviously the state capitol complex is a place where kids are going to get lost. So if you see a kid, or even an adult for that matter, suddenly popping into view and running around the building, you're going to think, oh, there's some kid on a field trip, don't have to worry about that child. They were also, as I mentioned, they were using Santa Fe because Santa Fe had been the territorial capital of what became the state of New Mexico 400 years before Project Pegasus began teleporting people there. Also, I later found from my father that they didn't want us, even when we were going to the Los Alamos National Labs, they didn't want people teleporting anywhere into Los Alamos, the laboratory, or the town, because as my dad said, somebody at the labs might see something. And we now know that the Klaus Fuchs spy ring had infiltrated the Los Alamos National Labs on behalf of the KGB. And so think of the Cold War irony of this. Here, the Los Alamos National Labs had been central in developing teleportation-based time travel. But even when they were still experimenting with it, they were teleporting into New Mexico, into Santa Fe, rather than Los Alamos, to conceal it from the nth person in the labs who might be a Soviet spy or collaborator of some kind. So my dad literally explained it, that we can't, because one time we actually, a number of times, but one time in particular, he was given some military plans at Curtiss-Wright, and we teleported to Santa Fe. I said, why don't we just teleport to Los Alamos? And he said, we can't. And he said, we can't. And I said, why not? And he said, because somebody at the labs may see something. Okay, so I interpret that to mean, Soviet personnel at the labs. Because as my father said, my dad was a Polish American, clearly an anti-communist, because of course Poland had been invaded and essentially placed under Soviet domination. He also explained to me that the thrust of the project was, as he put it in his provincial Eastern Pennsylvania way, to stay 2 steps ahead of the Ruskies. So clearly that was a major emphasis, was staying ahead on the time travel front from the Soviet communists. From Santa Fe, we took a car and drove up to the Los Alamos National Labs. In those years, 1967, 68, Harold Agnew was, you go in the main floor and over on the right, he was the director of the weapons division, the W division of the labs. And we got to his office before he did. And he came in, and my dad handed him the prospectus that he was there to deliver, which was the prospectus to involve civilians, including adults and children, ultimately to include myself, in the time-space exploration, research and development activities that were then underway. And, I can remember that era, how confident and friendly everybody was. He said, so Ray, how was your trip? My dad looked up and said, oh, fine, and fast. And Harold looked up sheepishly from the prospectus and said, oh, did you take the teleporter? And my dad, being a proponent of the notion that teleportation should be used for civilian transport, obviously including children, looked over at me and said, yes, and so did my young son, Andrew. And then Harold looked over at me and saw one of the kids that Project Talent sourced who would be cute enough to have direct contact with extraterrestrials, and looked up at me and said, how old? And my father and I said simultaneously 6, meaning that that meeting had to occur between September of 1967 and 68. May have been the first time, maybe the second time that I teleported with Dad, but it was at least the time that we could first date. And my dad said, kind of goading Harold, said, "Have you tried it yet?" And Harold said, "No, but I want to." And I think that creates the rebuttable presumption that teleportation was then a new toy inside the defense community. Because if it had been around any longer, certainly Harold Agnew, who was then the director of the weapons division, he was the head of the nuclear bomb makers. In 1970, he would become the director of the Los Alamos National Labs, directing a multi-billion-dollar annual budget. Clearly, if it had been around much longer than a few months or years, he would have already tried it. But he said, "No, but I want to try it. I want to teleport and see what it's like." So I think that that's an important historical anecdote because it demonstrates that teleportation was a new technical proficiency around the time that I first teleported with my dear old dad between 1967 and 68. That's why I date my involvement in Project Pegasus from 1968, even though officially I would enter it in an administrative and practical context in 1969. I called Harold Agnew in 2000. He was then 80, and he engaged in what we call a tacit admission in the law. When I said, you know, I'm recovering these memories of teleporting on a federal defense project that you were on. I think you may have been the director. And he said, "No, you're mixed up. The teleportation project wasn't at LANL. Keep checking. It was at one of the other major labs in New Mexico." Well, that's an admission that the program existed. He was right. It was officially at Sandia. And I've corroborated that because when my father and I met the late great physicist, not Enrico Fermi, I'm blanking on his name. We met one of the other Manhattan Project physicists in the hallway there at LANL, and my dad informed this individual that Emilio Segre, it's a difficult name, Emilio Segre, C-E-G-R-E, or R-E-U. We met Emilio Segre in the hall at LANL, and my dad explained that we were there in New Mexico on a teleportation project based at Sandia. So Sandia, the so-called junk science producer for the U.S. Defense Department, in fact was the primary lab where Project Pegasus was sited. Agnew was pretty much just consulting the project as an administrator. I remember there was a discussion, for example, of the budget that my father would be spending, in expensing the business expenses of the project personnel who were coming into New Mexico to work on the project. And there was a discussion of a paper trail. He urged my father basically not to keep any financial records or records per se. Records were being kept, however, of the teleportees, our entry into New Mexico and our exit from New Mexico via teleportation. And they were being kept behind the counter at the La Hacienda restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque, where Connie worked. So my dad's personal network in New Mexico was kind of loaned to the CIA, and in a sense, kind of part of it. Okay. So Agnew, major figure, acknowledged the existence of the project when I contacted him in 2000, and then in all subsequent interviews, all the way to his 2009 discussion with the science journalist Ralph Steiner, denied everything and said that I was telling a tall story. Well, back when he was initially senile in 2000 at age 80, Harold, bless his heart, was telling the truth. We had extensive contact with Harold on the project. Every time we used to pass each other, he used to stick me in the belly button with his finger. I didn't forget that very easily as a 6-year-old initially. I also remember that he would tousle my hair and that he was known for being so cheap that he wouldn't even pick up his own lunch tab at lunch. And there had been some joking about that at the end of one of the lunches in Albuquerque, and it was I who said, "Yeah, you're like Jack Benny, you're so cheap." And one of the other project engineers said, "Yeah, Harold, you're the Jack Benny of the atomic research community." So Harold Agnew was not a stranger. He was my father's friend and our colleague, and he was telling the truth, bless his heart, when I first contacted him. Clearly at age 85 and 90, perhaps he was just forgetting or being defensive about what he had worked on, which included primarily bomb making, but also time travel. I mentioned Dr. Enrico Fermi working with Ernetti and Gemelli. Well, he had also been Harold's mentor at the University of Chicago. So Fermi influenced Agnew in the area of teleportation, which Agnew was directing when Project Pegasus was fully fledged. And in the 40s and 50s, he had that background working in chronovision with Ernetti and Gemelli. So this would be the hidden figure in time travel that speculatively has been attributed to Einstein, John von Neumann, and others. So clearly, I believe that an intense investigation of Fermi's files may yield evidence of his knowledge of the advent of time travel. Another individual he worked with extensively, this is a much later picture of him. When we worked with him, he was a 39-year-old former congressman from suburban Chicago and former Navy fighter pilot from Chicago named Donald Henry Rumsfeld. Donald Rumsfeld secretly served as the defense attaché to Project Pegasus, unofficially and secretly, when he was officially serving on President Nixon's board of wage and price stabilization. How many meetings do you need to stabilize wages and prices? Right? After the accountants come up with a chart, you sit around and drink coffee and tea and chit-chat. I mean, so Rumsfeld clearly was often leaving those meetings because I had many contacts with him as a child on Project Pegasus, all of them taking place, by the way, in New Mexico. Not a large man, about 5'9", very 125% in the room, so to speak. Don Rumsfeld had a very voluble personality. He was known as kind of a super patriot. I remember one cocktail party at one of the big hotels in downtown Albuquerque where he was regaling a number of the project engineers, including my dad, about how as a fighter pilot in World War II, he would line up enemy combatants on the ground and just go bam, 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 and shoot them down. I also remember that long before Jack Palance did a one-arm push-up on the Academy Award broadcast, Rumsfeld would often entertain his colleagues by doing a one-arm push-up. So if he insists that I didn't work with him, I'm going to remind him of how proficient he was at one-arm push-ups. He was essentially the point man between the Defense Department and project personnel in the evolving time-space program. He was essentially the man from the DoD. He was the keeper of the secrets. Well, I don't think it's coincidental or accidental that shortly thereafter, in fact a year after I left Project Pegasus, Donald Rumsfeld became, for the first time, Secretary of Defense under President Gerald R. Ford, and then many years later, Secretary of Defense under President George W. Bush. In fact, he was the second death during 9/11 when the World Trade Centers were knocked down and the Pentagon attacked, and that plane came down in Pennsylvania. And that's disconcerting because, as I'll describe later, Project Pegasus had retrieved moving film-like images of the World Trade Center event, that component of 9/11, in the early 1970s in a project that Rumsfeld served as the defense attaché for. In addition, my testimony establishes that 9/11 was openly discussed of in the project circles because it was this future domestic Pearl Harbor of a very serious nature. At least that was the conventional explanation, that it was the first major attack against the United States on our soil since the Revolutionary War from outside the United States. Now, I want to put this in historical context. Rumsfeld's the defense attaché. We had the footage. I saw the footage myself, my father, in the company of my father one day, and the project had that information. Did that mean that he was conscious of that event on that 9/11, or that they let it happen because they knew it was going to happen? Well, possibly, but the bottom line is we can really apply Rumsfeld's old standard of epistemology here. We know what we know what we don't know, but we don't know what we don't know. So in fact, we don't know what Rumsfeld knew on September 11th of 2001, but I know what he connected to, which was the defense technical project that retrieved moving images from the future of 9/11 30 years before it happened. And I'd like to thank Alfred for all the courageous journalism you've done, not just supporting my account of Project Pegasus, but specifically this complicating factor that ties Rumsfeld to Project Pegasus and Project Pegasus to prior knowledge of the events of 9/11. It has to be paid attention to. It has to be addressed by the 9/11 research community because it's fraught with potential implications. I was present, I had a major contact with Rumsfeld in spring of 1971 when I was invited to a talk that he gave, as he described it, a meet and greet, that was held in an underground briefing room, a kind of an amphitheater, at the Cerrillos Cultural Center in Cerrillos, New Mexico. If you travel to Cerrillos and Madrid, out south, do you know that area? You used to live there? Southeast of Santa Fe, right? You go out and then down to Cerrillos. On Highway 14, which is Cerrillos Road that comes down from the state capitol grounds and then goes out southeast, you can make that right into the town of Cerrillos, like to the post office, or you can go around the bend to Madrid, and then you have like the Mine Shaft Tavern is right there. Right as you make that left turn, after avoiding that sharp right turn to go to the town of Cerrillos, there's a retaining wall with a jumble of adobe buildings. That's the Cerrillos Cultural Center, and it was built by the WPA during the Great Depression. And it was there that they had the Stargate that we used to jump to 2045, and it's there that they had the chronovisor in New Mexico that they were using to send me to the Lincoln assassination site. And it was there that I attended this briefing in spring of '71 that Secretary Rumsfeld gave. I have a verbatim account of what he said. It's going to be in my book. It's word for word. I've done the memory work. You may recall the anecdote that when I was counting back in the learning lab, the teacher would give me a number and I'd tell her what the number was, and then she'd give me the second number and I'd tell her what the two numbers were. Well, we did that to 84 places. So did I have the memory to remember what Don Rumsfeld said in a special briefing in 1971? I have everything. And the significant point that he made is, and this is a direct quote, "We believe that the significance of teleportation is primarily military. It will allow us to put troops precisely where they're needed on the battlefield." And he held up his fingers like that. "It'll allow us to put the troops precisely where they're needed on the battlefield." And I always thought that Don Rumsfeld sounded like Henry Fonda to some extent. Or Tennessee Tuxedo, but that's Al Gore. I'm sorry. And he was basically saying that because they had done studies during World War II, establishing that the majority of our casualties did not occur in the front lines, nor in the rear areas, but as we were moving troops up to the front lines, and they were falling in the water and drowning, they were being shot from behind by friendly fire and artillery and shells and stuff. They were being picked off by snipers, not realizing they were up to the front line yet, but they were still vulnerable. That the great thing about Tesla's teleportation is it would allow us to put troops precisely where they were needed. So if suddenly there was an Arab-Israeli cataclysm of some kind at the Dome of the Rock, we would storm the Dome of the Rock with 2,000 paratroopers from Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. This was literally what they were thinking was the best thing that we could achieve with teleportation. So here we have Nikola Tesla's teleportation being captured by the War Department at the time of his death. And here in 1971, now 28 years later, we have one of the cardinals of the American Kremlin, Donald Rumsfeld, one of the career defense apparatchiks in our nation's history. In fact, I think in the lapsed time, Donald Rumsfeld has spent more time as defense secretary than any other person, believing that we should keep teleportation secret as a military application and hold it back from the civilian economy. I think that that was a disastrous decision. I mean, I know why they did it. They were trying to save the lives of troops during active combat. The problem is none of us have been teleporting ever since. We've been flying from London to Sydney and staying on the plane for 24 hours until we get blood clots and birth defects among our pregnant women and miscarriages and pulmonary thrombosis and that huge fatigue you get when you're flying. We could have been moving between London and Sydney and every other major world city since 1970 in seconds. We could have alleviated all that burden of air pollutants and particulates in the global atmosphere. What I find so disturbing when I started to piece together where my participation in this project kind of fit in the historical flow is that when I was sitting in a seminar as a kid on Project Pegasus, suggesting that one of the benefits of teleportation would be that it would help alleviate the greenhouse effect, Al Gore was sitting in Roger Revella's class as an undergraduate at Harvard, being inspired for the first time to care about global warming. I mean, the technology was already available at the time that some of our most idealistic minds began worrying about climate change. So beyond just discussing climate change, we have to advance solutions in the 21st century. or our goose is cooked primarily as a result of the threat that Project Pegasus and the CIA in general had identified in the early 70s, which is if we get enough global melting from global warming, if global warming goes critical, for example, as a result of all those greenhouse gases continuing to build up in the atmosphere from fuel-intensive, energy-intensive forms of transport by plane, train, and automobile, we will basically have a quelling of the Gulf Stream, the heat exchange between the warm equatorial waters and the northern Arctic waters will fail. And then when that happens, there'll be enough dilution to prevent the salt in the oceans from exchanging hot temperatures from the equator to the north, and we will have a massive ice age, as described by Art Bell and Whitley Strieber in their book, The Coming Global Superstorm, which was made into a film entitled, I think, was it The Day After Tomorrow? Was that the climate change one? Okay. So the CIA was already worried about this in the early 70s. When I performed my investigation over the last 10 years, I found out that it still is. Basically, the Andrew Marshall contingency plan drafted for the Pentagon, that we have to worry about coastal flooding and ultimately potentially ice age conditions from global warming, was stated to me by Ernest Garcia, the Army Security Attaché to Project Pegasus, when I interviewed him around 2004, is still the #1 national security threat to the continental United States. Well, why then is the Defense Department, the agency that was responsible for securing our well-being, not engaging in a program of disclosing and spreading teleportation via technology transfer to every city on the planet? Because when we do that, we can completely scrap our planes, our trains, and our automobiles. Imagine the insanity of flying between distant world cities via plane when we could have been doing it in jump rooms 40 years ago. Imagine driving from your home to your local grocery store with 4,000 pounds of metal strapped around your waist. I mean, we claim to be an intelligent species, but we're not acting very intelligently. But we can act intelligently by pressuring our government to declassify and deploy teleportation, and that's a major thrust of my Truth campaign. Has Rumsfeld stood in my way? No, but like Governor Richardson, he certainly hasn't stepped forward. He hasn't evinced the highest standard of public service by saying, look, I did a lot of interesting things during my career working for the Department of Defense, and one of them was helping it achieve time travel. Let's take some of these time travel technologies and use them to advantage everybody on the planet. I mean, Don Rumsfeld would win the Nobel Peace Prize if he made that announcement with Bill Richardson and myself in Santa Fe one day. And that's what I've asked of Bill Richardson through intermediaries, and he still has not responded. So we have a problem here, and that is our current elected and appointed leadership is asleep at the switch, and we may have a mass disaster if they don't allow humanity to live and work under the most advanced technologies that human genius, the genius of somebody like Nikola Tesla, gave us 100 years ago, 110 years ago. Oh, here's Bill Richardson. He was the individual right after he completed his course of studies at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy in Boston, taking role when we first began teleporting to Santa Fe in the summer of 1970. Like a number of these project insiders, he went on to an illustrious career, presumably or putatively in elected office, although I believe that he's been basically with CIA during his entire career. As the congressman from the 3rd District, where all of the atomic labs in New Mexico are located, Lanel and Sandia for starters, as energy secretary under President Clinton, as UN representative, and as ultimately governor of New Mexico. So Bill Richardson, who began in time travel as a recent college grad at age 24, 25, I think Bill was born in 45, so he's about 25 in the summer of 70 when I first met him, and he took role when we began teleporting in earnest as a group of children in summer of 70. He would take us inside one of the buildings there in Santa Fe, I think it's the building that now houses the Attorney General of New Mexico, sit us in a chair and ask us our first name, our last name, have us spell our last name, and provide our birth date, month, day, and year. So I said, Andrew, and they said, Andrew what? And I said, Andrew Bashago. I said, how do you spell that, Andy? And I said, B-A-S-I-A-G-O. And he said, well, that's kind of unusual. Wouldn't that be pronounced Basiago? And I said, no, it's Polish, it's slurred, it's Bashago. And he said, your birth date, Andrew? And I said, 9/18/61. And he was just about ready to dismiss me. He'd written it all down, he'd taken roll, and I was accounting for it. I hadn't been lost in time, teleporting there to Santa Fe. And I looked up at him, and again, in one of my Huck Finn moments that I'm proud of, I said, "What's your name?" And he looked up at me as this 25-year-old who was destined to become governor of the state that we were sitting in, and he said, "Bill," and then looked down again, sort of scribbling. And I leaned forward like I was in front of the Senate, Armed Services Committee. I said, "Bill what?" And he said, "Richardson, Bill Richardson." "Oh, and what's your birthday?" He said, "Blah, blah, blah, 1945, if you have to know. But I think I'm done with you, Andrew. Thank you very much." Right? Like the Bill Sanchez character in the movie, in a seersucker suit and a pork pie hat, and one of his constituents is greeting him and saying, "Oh, Governor, so happy to meet you after all these years. I've voted for you every time you've run for anything." And he said, "Oh, thank you. It's always good to meet my constituents." He sees me, and then he gives the high sign to his aide, and he comes across the antique cars to me and literally grabs me by the lapel and kind of brings me down into this grassy culvert next to these antique cars on display. And I say something like, "Well, Governor, glad to see you after all these years. You've certainly put a lot of weight on your resume since we were," I'm always putting my foot in my mouth, and since we were colleagues together on Project Pegasus. And to his credit, he said, he's got a great sense of humor, he said, "Not just on my resume." And he said, "But listen, Andy, look, I know all about the program, you were in it, and if I was in your situation, been completely cut off from it after you were in it, knowing that serious technologies were involved." In fact, one of his colleagues had said to him when he was a 25-year-old on the project within earshot of me, his colleague said, "I can't believe they're doing this with human beings. There have to be side effects." And Bill Richardson, walking along him as the ultimate politician, said, "Well, whatever they are, they can't be good." Okay. So he knew the situation I was in, which is I was tracking back to figure out what the hell had happened to me and what the significance of it was, what the consequences were. And he said, "But you have to understand something. I support your investigation, but this was while I was still investigating. This was June of 2003, before I had even done a public address, which happened in 2004 in Portland. I hadn't been on radio talking about my experiences. I had just tipped off the CIA that I was actively investigating. And we were put into place there. It was an arranged meeting through my historian friend from Texas. And he said, "But you have to understand something. I'm the governor of a state. And I'm a governor of a state called New Mexico, which has a city called Roswell. And I think the analogy here is to the extraterrestrial situation. If I was to suddenly convene a press conference in Santa Fe with you or anybody establishing that gray extraterrestrials crashed in Roswell in 1947 and their bodies were recovered, my career in government would be toast. That would not be a credible event as a public servant. I would not survive the giggle factor of such a press conference." So he says, "Well, I don't think it's as extreme in terms of from the point of view of the public. You have to understand that while I may try to help you from time to time, you cannot publicly identify me as somebody who served in Project Pegasus." So at least to his credit, he met with me, but then again, he did take the gutless position. In any case, I'm still hopeful that Bill will see the light and embrace my truth campaign, because my campaign is founded on truth, the truth derived from personal experience. A chief project scientist on Project Pegasus, Dr. Sterling Colgate, who was then, this is a much later picture, a recent picture of Sterling. He was then the president of the New Mexico Institute of Science and Technology, which is also known as New Mexico Tech. Back in the project days in the late 60s and early 70s, there was a building adjacent to where the research library at New Mexico Tech now stands. It was C-shaped and maybe about the size of an insurance company agency office in Albuquerque, just a small kind of New Mexico building, C-shaped. And you would walk through the zero-scaped courtyard there and go into the lobby and get access at a security desk with an armed and badged guard for the federal government to be granted access to the left side of the building. It was on that left side of the building where advanced graduate students of New Mexico Tech in physics under Dr. Colgate, who had initially been the chair of physics at New Mexico Tech and then president of New Mexico Tech, were processing images from the future. Colgate developed the plasma confinement chamber and plasma confinement technology, by which I was sent to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania from 1972 to November 19th of 1863 for the express purpose of seeing Abraham Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. Now, that's quite a claim. I'm also claiming that my father stated that Colgate was a scion of the Colgate-Palmolive fortune, a family member of the Colgates, and that pardon me, Colgate was secretly funding Project Pegasus on behalf of the U.S. Defense Technical Community. Well, let's just focus on New Mexico Tech, Sterling Colgate, and plasma confinement before, as you'll see in my discussion of the technologies, I take you to East Hanover, New Jersey, where he and my father used plasma confinement to send me to Gettysburg. Let's just go to now briefly to the Socorro, New Mexico campus of New Mexico Tech. Before I visited that establishment in September of 2004 with my friend Dixie from Vancouver, Washington, I said I had been in time travel activities with a physicist from New Mexico Tech named Sterling Colgate, and that he was administering the time travel technology based on plasma confinement. And that I had also seen how he was administering the photo analysis of images from the future on that secured left side of that C-shaped building. That was an Aerojet Corporation facility on the New Mexico Tech campus. During my September 2004 trip to New Mexico, I established that he had been the chair of physics there. He had been the president of New Mexico Tech. His name was Colgate. And then I went into the special collections there at the research library, and Joy Thompson, who was the head research librarian, who was then dying of cancer from playing in nuclear tailings as a young child growing up in Los Alamos, and was ready to shoot the moon and help any independent researcher coming through New Mexico. Joy, who I could also dedicate this talk to, took me into the special collections, took out the Sterling Colgate clip file, and there was the article from February of 1972 announcing that that night Dr. Sterling Colgate, president of New Mexico Tech, would give a talk on plasma confinement. Okay, so I just cite that as one anecdote, one form of factual corroboration of my memories. I have dozens, indeed I now have hundreds of such anecdotes. How could somebody who grew up in New Jersey, and then California, and then moved to the Northwest, and then moved back to California, and then moved to England to go to graduate school, and then came back to California, and then moved to Washington, and then moved to Hawaii, which I'm doing during this trip, how could I somehow get hold of that specific concatenation of facts any other way than having experienced it? How could alien abduction, advanced psychic performance, deja vu, synchronicity, a good guess, LSD administration by the CIA under Project Naomi or whatever, Project MK Ultra, how could any other means have put that specific stem of facts in my mind? It had to have been by meeting Colgate and working with him. So in my research disc from that trip, I've got the JPEGs of that, literally from the New Mexico Institute of Science and Technology Research Library. So they haven't been hiding their time travel secrets very well. If a civilian lawyer, a civilian who happens to be a lawyer as well from Washington State, waltzes into their research library and they give me Sterling Colgate's clip file, and one of the time travel technologies isn't cited in a public newspaper article. I mean, that, as Alfred knows, under the laws of evidence, in both at the federal and all the state levels, newspaper articles are either ancient documents if they're over 20 years old, or they're self-authenticating because they're a publication and hence come into evidence as they overcome the threshold problem of hearsay or chain of custody of the evidence or whatever. So here we have admissible evidence that Sterling Colgate was working on plasma confinement in the early 70s, as I had alleged before I went to New Mexico Tech in the present to investigate my experiences. So he's a major fish. Not only have I sought him out, I've literally been at his kitchen table talking to his wife. And she said, oh, well, yeah, Sterling did a lot of classified things from the government, but you're not going to hear about any of them from Sterling, you know. And this disturbed individual, I'll just call him Kevin, who has been retracing some of my experiences, this stalker, has also been stalking Sterling Colgate. In fact, I basically turned my stalker, and now he's on Sterling Colgate's page. So you have to do these things when you're researching your experience in U.S. time travel. I would be remiss not to discuss Ed Dames again. If there is one person on this planet besides myself who can break the time travel cover-up and the Mars visitation cover-up by the United States, it is Major Ed Dames. Ed worked with me in the Montauk chair in New Mexico during one of my hidden summers in New Mexico. Basically, when I went back and reestablished my timeline, I think I drifted from this point. I basically spent the summer of 70 teleporting back and forth to New Mexico, back to New Jersey with the other kids. Then, in the beginning of the summer of 71, I teleported there with my father. We spent the entire summer there and then teleported back to the beginning of the summer and lived a different summer of 71. Then as we progressed into, I was doing the physical thing here, away from the microphone, unfortunately. But then as we progressed into the fall of 71, we then jumped forward in time and pre-experienced the summer of 73, and then jumped back to the fall of 71. And that's when my mother received a call from me from New Mexico that I was down in the rec room when she received. Okay? In fact, somebody said recently on Facebook, wait a minute, Andy, if you'd gone up in the kitchen where your mom had the phone, you would be able to talk to yourself on the phone in real time. And I said, yeah, I didn't think of that. Neat, you know. But no, so I was actually in the rec room when the call arrived 3 weeks after we teleported back to New Mexico, which was a call that I had placed 3 weeks after we arrived via teleportation in summer of 73. Now this remains a mysterious incident. It may have been a spiritual incident rather than a technical one, because somebody pointed out something quite valid. And I don't view it as a threat to validity because I lived it. I mean, my dad actually yelled at me for placing a call from the rental house or summer sublet in White Rock. I wasn't supposed to be getting on the phone when I was quantum displaced in New Mexico. I placed that call in the summer of 73 to my parents' phone, which was 201-539-4948 in our home in Morris Plains. It's now the 973 area code. I tried to call it to see if my mother would answer, but I got an answering machine, so she wasn't there, unfortunately. So anyway, I placed that call from summer of 73 in New Mexico. My mom received it in fall of 71, but there's a problem. We moved from that house in November of 72, and that number would have been reassigned or just archived in the New Jersey Bell telephone system. So how did my 1973 phone call reach my mother in fall of 71? So that she could answer it 3 weeks after we returned to New Jersey, after I placed it 3 weeks after arriving via teleportation in New Mexico. The explanation that I've derived, I think, may go to the heart of what they were doing when they were using teleportation between timelines. We jumped from 1971 to 73. But wait a minute, I lived 1973 in a whole new original way when we moved in November of 72 to Southern California. I spent the summer of 73 basically jumping in and out of swimming pools and going to Zuma Beach all day. So I didn't live in 1973 in New Mexico during the second time, but I lived that summer of 73 in New Mexico after we jumped there from 71 and then jumped back. I think the explanation is that we weren't jumping from 1971 to 73. We were jumping from our alpha timeline to alpha prime. In other words, it was a 1973 that was kind of like an emanation of the original timeline, but not the 1973 that we were ultimately causally connected to on our alpha timeline. Because that's like calling into a next room at that point, right? Rather than across time. Because that phone call shouldn't have been placeable. It was basically like one of those phantom phone calls, like where people have a loved one who get killed accidentally, in an accident, and they get a phone call, an hour after they were supposed to have perished in a train wreck or something. But that happened, and there's still no explanation for it, unless it literally yields a new understanding, which is that when we jumped from fall of 71 to the beginning of summer of 73, it wasn't the summer of 73 as we later understood it. It was like an emanation of the penumbra of 71. It was like attached to it in a way that an ordinary timeline isn't. So that's the best I can do. But she answered. In fact, she didn't believe that I had called, and she said, "Don't fool your mother like this. I know that you're right here in the house." But then she thought about it. When my dad came home from work, she said, "Ray, something very strange happened in the house today." He said, "What, hon?" And he said, "I got a call from Andy." I said, "So? Well, maybe he was out at a neighbor's house or something." She said, "No, he was in the house." said, so? Maybe he ran next door to the Harrises or the Connors and just played a prank on you, huh? And no, my mom said, no, Ray, he was down in the rec room. I took the phone and went down there and looked at him. He was sitting there in the rec room and I was talking to him on the phone. And my dad said, maybe he was using another phone, honey. My mom said, no, Ray, we only have one phone. And he and I were on it, but he wasn't on a phone. And Dad said, oh, maybe it was one of those psychic things. So, of course, he didn't tell her that I was being involved in every form of time travel, from psychic, from clairvoyance to physical to teleportation, back and forth between New Jersey and New Mexico. So people without a need to know were being deceived. My mother was being deceived. I was trained to deceive my mother. I do feel bad about that. There were times when she almost got to the truth of what was happening. When I first tried to tell her, and this may be actually why I'm having these respiratory difficulties, when I first tried to tell her, I had been threatened by this strange-looking kid as I was walking home from school, that if I ever told anybody about what we were doing in Project Pegasus, they would kill my mother, they would kill my whole family. So after my mother was doing her ironing one day, I tried to tell her, but my voice was actually completely constricted. Because think of the consequences I was 8 at that time, to an 8-year-old. You're thinking if you tell your mother something, she might be killed for you telling her. So it literally had almost like this instinctive lock on my vocal cords, unlike anything I've had before or since. And it prevented me from telling my mom that my dad and I were involved in time travel. So in one of those 3 hidden summers, it was 71, 73, or 72, Ed Dames was working with me in the Montauk chair in one of the underground labs in New Mexico. And this may be one of the reasons for his concealment. He was giving me a small metabolite of mescaline to space me out in the Montauk chair to see if that would effectuate a deeper understanding of the subjective moments in the future that I was quantum accessing via the Montauk chair. I'll describe a little bit later what the Montauk chair is, but Ed worked with me directly. He was a young sort of postdoc, about 25, 26 years old, blonde hair, a white jacket. I remember he used to wear cowboy boots and drive a motorcycle. But I remember I asked him whether his name was Danes, and he said, well, I think I had some Danish ancestors back there in my family tree, but it's actually Dames with an M. And he would take me through these exercises in the Montauk chair and then debrief me, just as the ladies from DARPA had back in New Jersey. During some of those debriefings, after I'd been sent to subjective moments in my own future, he told me, well, what did you see? And I said, President John F. Kerry. Now, I announced that as a fait accompli before Bush defeated Kerry in 2004. Or actually, Kerry defeated Bush and then was prevented from taking his office in a coup d'etat by the Bush administration. But, let me have some liquor here. But Ed said, did you say President John F. Kerry? And I said, yeah. You didn't say President John F. Kennedy. Said, no, President John F. Kerry. I now believe that wasn't me seeing John F. Kerry as president, but seeing him during a presidential campaign whistle stop in Portland, Oregon, that I attended with some of my friends from Portland. Because in the Montauk chair, you're only accessing your own subjective experience. President John F. Kerry isn't in my subjective experience because he was denied taking the office that he had won. But I did see him when he was, double digits ahead of Bush in Portland with Howard Dean and a few other Democrats. And so that's what I must have seen, was that episode in the future, because that's the only time I've seen John F. Kerry. Ed also taught the Mars training course that I attended at the College of the Siskiyous in Weed, California. I don't know if they selected that place name for its hallucinogenic implications. In Weed, I think it's because they had selected Mount Shasta as where they were going to put the Houston, Texas of time-space, which was a brilliant idea. It's a beautiful part of the world. But he taught our Mars training course, which took place in the last 2 weeks in August and the first week in September of 1980. And just not to telegraph my address on Thursday, but too much, but in that training program, that training class, which was basically just a set of factual lectures that Ed gave, this is a direct quote. He said, of the 97,000 people we have thus far put on Mars, only 7,000 have survived after 5 years. So Ed is not just a deep Defense Department insider who's been buffaloing everybody for decades on the Art Bell Show and now Coast to Coast with the kill shot from the sun and first-degree murder cases that he's working on as a psychic with SciTech. He is one of the architects of what I call the high-side disinformation ploy, which is not to say that remote viewing or technical remote viewing aren't legitimate enterprises in and of themselves. They're an important part of the emergence of time travel, and that, much was done by the U.S. military and intelligence community in just using human psychic ability to view things at a distance. The problem is that that's all they talk about. They never address time travel technology. You don't even need a human psychic if you have chronovision. I mean, if you have to determine whether the Soviet president has cancer, you're going to use chronovision to look inside his oncologist's office, not a psychic. I mean, a psychic is fuzzy logic compared to an electro-optical device that can tune in that place in time and space. Okay, so the high-side disinformation ploy is not to assert that remote viewing is not legitimate in and of itself. It's to constantly emphasize it as all that was done. If, for example, you take a great work about the remote viewing program, like Jim Schnabel's seminal work back in 1989, when all of the remote viewers like Joe Magano, and they were, legitimate figures in psychic research, Ingo Swann, when all those people came forward, they were basically asserting tacitly that the only form of quantum access that the U.S. military and intelligence community had ever involved itself in was remote viewing. But in fact, as you'll see today, by 1970, there were multiple forms of time travel that had emerged that we weren't being told about while they were overemphasizing remote viewing. So I'm not criticizing these individuals. I admire their work. They've made a profound contribution to the noetic sciences, but we now have to widen the discussion to include the fact that as of 1970, there were machines to engage in technical remote viewing. You may recall, those of you who are devotees of the field of remote viewing, you may recall that it was Major Dames on the old Art Bell Show who described technical remote viewing as a form of using the matrix and plotting basically a conventional remote viewing space that you then start filling in, usually with a guide working with the psychic, with the remote viewer. Well, technical remote viewing is chronovision. It's using technology, right? That's just a form of advanced remote viewing he was talking about, and he was calling it technical remote viewing. I assert that technical remote viewing is the chronovision technology that the Defense Department, Parsons, GE, Bell Labs evolved from the early work of Ernetti, Gemelli, and Fermi. So, unlike some of the project participants who haven't been disinformationists, Ed has really got to come clean with us and say, look, Andy's telling the truth. We achieved time travel in 1970, and by 1980, we had already gotten 97,000 people on Mars via one of those technologies. That's the minimum requirement that I'm going to hold him to. Okay, so what were the technologies themselves? We see that there's been this historical cover-up. The first is remote viewing. I was involved in remote viewing experiments for the U.S. Navy. In one of them, frequently a team leader was leading us through the remote viewing, and there was often a lieutenant commander from the U.S. Navy who was then gathering the results. In one of those exercises, they held up the ensign commissioning photograph of Lieutenant John McCain, and they told us that, here's John, take a good look at him. Here's a building that we think he's being kept in somewhere in the world, where bad people are keeping him. They didn't give us any information about the fact that he was a naval aviator being held as a POW in Vietnam. And it must have been, from street view, a line drawing of the Hanoi Hilton, the POW compound that Senator McCain was being held in. And they said, we know you kids are very psychic. Frequently you'll tell your parents about a news event that occurs later, or read your parents' minds and converse with them about it. Between now and next Tuesday at 10 in the morning, we want you to go home and dream about where John is. And we want you to know, is he in this building? And if so, where is he in the building? So I went home and I had about 3 or 4 lucid dreams in the early morning hours in that next week. And I saw John McCain, young Lieutenant McCain, being frog marched through hallways, being suspended from his elbows in a dark room on a hook, and being left to passed into unconsciousness from the god-awful pain. And I saw him being taken in an earthen hallway that his captors had dug under the building. Okay, so this is let's say the Hanoi Hilton from plan view, and when we met again the next week, I and one of the girls in the program were explaining that his captors had dug an earthen hallway from the front to the back of the compound under the concrete pedestal or pediment in the foundation of the building, and had shoved him into this cage where he couldn't stand up and there were thin bars. So not knowing what we were saying, we were literally revealing to the Office of Naval Intelligence that the son of the commander of the Pacific Fleet, John McCain Sr., was being kept in a small cage under the Hanoi Hilton. Why would that make sense? Well, he was obviously a high priority POW to be protected from U.S. airstrikes by the North Vietnamese because his father was the commander of the Pacific Fleet. He was the ultimate bargaining chip, the ultimate compromised POW, even for propaganda value. And obviously, we would have tried to either liberate or kill our POWs by bombing them. And in fact, we ultimately did begin bombing around our POW or their POW compounds to try to liberate our captive aviators and soldiers. I've made several attempts to speak with Senator McCain, most recently when he came through Oregon on his presidential run, and he has refused my inquiries. I really just want to talk to him and say, do you know that your dad was even using child psychics in New Jersey to find you? How does that reformulate your personal map, your reality? Because he did go through hell over there. I mean, he basically is permanently physically disabled from having things done to him, like being suspended by his elbows and having his shoulder joints pop out of position and so forth. I really just want to connect with him because when I looked at his picture as a kid growing up in New Jersey, I think he was born of an Irish father, if I'm not mistaken, and an Italian mom. And I really identified with him as a kid growing up in a predominantly Irish and Italian Catholic neighborhood in New Jersey. I kind of saw him as one of the kids from the neighborhood. And so I tried to reach out to him and say, I think we found you. Were you in fact put in this tiger cage in an earthen hallway underneath the building? Because that's what I and one of the other child remote viewers for the Navy told the Office of Naval Intelligence in the fall of 1969. But I've yet been able to reach him personally. I think what I'll probably do is write a letter and just see if he responds to it. Maybe if I'm elected president, he'll come by the White House and we can talk about it. Have a cup of coffee, as Hubert Humphrey used to say. Okay. So, hold on. Now, that's about all we did. We just did a couple of basically rudimentary naval intelligence functions as remote viewers. What I can offer to the remote viewing field is that it did not begin at Stanford Research Institute in 1972. They were utilizing children's, not just the adults that have now come forward. And we began remote viewing for the Office of Naval Intelligence in fall of 1969. What the disinformation does almost all the time is it always states that the former Soviet Union was ahead and we were always 2 or 3 years behind. In fact, as in all of these areas of time travel technology yielding quantum access to past and future events, we were several steps ahead of the KGB in remote viewing and even had children looking for high priority POWs by fall of '69. The second methodology, the most rudimentary form of time travel, is an ancient occult practice. It produces astral time travel, which I define as psychic travel in non-ordinary realms of existence. So in the same way that remote viewing allows you to astrally travel in ordinary realms of existence, if you spin somebody, not just a child, but anybody who can be trained in this, basically if you lay somebody flat on their back on a tabletop-like device and you spin them clockwise at 33 rotations per minute, again, that'll excite the conspiracy theorists because that's what the highest stage of Freemasonry is, 33rd degree. It was also the speed of many of our conventional records when the record industry evolved after World War II. But if you spin somebody at 33 rotations as they're looking up at a spiral image on the ceiling, and you train them to basically relax the active mind and just let their eyes blur out looking at the spiral, what happens is the person falls into immediate unconsciousness, very brief unconsciousness, and then you have a kind of like a kind of a feathery kind of falling sensation, almost like you're falling into a bed of pillows, and then you pop out of your body and you go up and up and up and up and up and up. Okay, so this was done for us to then be later debriefed about what we saw when we were out of body. They wanted us to develop the ability to just be standing there and just spring out of our bodies and go somewhere. After one of those exercises where I went OBE after I was spun, which I took to pretty easily. I think I had propensities to being dissociative. Now, on my mother's lineage, we were descendants of Prussians who had survived and in fact distinguished themselves in combat during the 30 Years' War. Well, in the 30 Years' War, something like 1/3 of the European population died. Imagine what the die-off rate was in Central Europe, where most of the battle was, like in Germany and Czechoslovakia and Poland and so forth. There was probably a die-off of like 90% of the population. Well, one thing we know from the bloodlines, for example, the survivors of the potato famine in Ireland, the survivors of that 30 Years' War between 1618 and 1648, their lineage, is that the same individuals who have high psychic potential also freely dissociate. Okay, so for example, if you think how you're going to survive a famine or a war, you're going to be the intuitive person who knows where the bread is if you've been starving for 3 weeks, right? Or what not to say to that person, that soldier who could kill you if you say the wrong thing. And you're also going to be able to dissociate and, for example, not notice your hunger pains, right? I mean, in the 30 Years' War, German peasants were following the battle just to barbecue the animals that were dying during the conflict. So there are specific European bloodlines that the CIA knew about, that Hitler and Himmler had been studying when they joined the Thule Society, from the time they joined the Thule Society in 1919, that entered the CIA through the Reinhard Gehlen / Operation Paperclip network. So I was one of those individuals because I had that Prussian German on my mother's side and also some Florentine Italian on my mother's side. So my matrilineal DNA wasn't Illuminati, but it was, it was psychic. It was what the Italians call having a strega, which isn't witchcraft, it's psychic ability. Okay, so they were studying a group of Italian and German kids in this component of the program. So after one of those OBEs, I'm going out of body and I reach basically a physical limit to the hologram that I was moving through astrally. It looked like I was a little fly inside of a movie projector, like a video, like a holodeck. I reached a literal physical limit. Even though I think Jean-Luc's works actually take us through portals that pierce that physical limit and take us into metaphysical realms of experience directly, in these OBEs, I actually reached a terminus that I couldn't get beyond, and then I went back down and into my body. I was then debriefed by a health teacher from a local middle school who had been an Army nurse during the war. They were using Army veterans and National Guard enlisted regularly through the school system in these support positions. And she said, okay, Andy, what did you see this time? I think What Did You See, in fact, became the title of Ed Dame's, Tell Me What You Saw, became the title of Ed's autobiography, which is appropriate. So this individual, Stephanie Bindis, said, okay, Andy, tell me what you saw. And I described reaching the limits to this hologram that we find ourselves in. And she said, yes, we think that's the physical limit to the hologram that we find ourselves in. Other people are reporting it. We're calling it the Matrix. So this is 10 years, 15 years before the Wachowski brothers do the Matrix trilogy. I think it demonstrates that a lot of these ideas and discoveries from the secret classified defense realm are being distributed through the mass media. In the same way, for example, the first episode of Stargate Atlantis was called Project Pegasus. So I take umbrage with that because I was in the real one. Okay, so anyway, she said we're calling it the Matrix. It was later confirmed for me by Dr. Eldon Bird, who at one point was one of the top scientists working for the US Navy. He passed away in 2002. But he was helping me during my early effort to figure out what had happened. And Eldon said, well, that makes sense because, in fact, we're living in a machine that generates a hologram. It may be a sanctified essence. It may be a very beautiful universe that's created in that machine. But at least it was a finding made by the defense technical community in the early 70s that the cosmos we inhabit is a simulation. I don't mean to threaten anybody's existential sense of reality or religious belief or physics, but that's what they said. I don't know if it's true. I mean, perhaps the universe is just one big idea that goes on forever, but the Navy had concluded that we're actually living in a super chronovisor, a multi-dimensional hologram with multiple timelines that is ultimately being generated by a physical infrastructure. Carl Sagan was lying to us. There aren't billions and billions of stars in the cosmos. There are billions and billions of simulated stars that we experience when we look at the part of the hologram that is programmed star. I hate to say it, it sounds very technicist, because I do think the world and the cosmos is a sanctified essence, but it's still being produced by a device. That was their finding. Now, people have asked me, does that mean that the timelines going through the quantum hologram are finite? Well, not necessarily. If water keeps on falling into a finite basin infinitely, is that a finite or an infinite experience? The basin, the viaduct can be finite, but if the water keeps on being replenished, it's infinite, right? So I think that's in fact what's going on. An infinite series of event scenarios called timelines is constantly coursing through a device that the great Imagineer developed to propagate this universe. So if that helps you on your way to arriving at your own conclusions about quantum physics, that's what I can provide from the project. Maybe they were being deceived. Maybe they reached the wrong conclusion. Maybe when we were going out of body, there was just some physical limit to how far we could go. But anyway, that's what they said. In the U.S. defense technical community secretly, by 1970, was the so-called Montauk chair. When I was a child in Project Pegasus, it was simply called the chair. The chair was present in the learning lab where I was receiving specialized instruction to be involved in Project Pegasus. As I mentioned, the Mount View Road Elementary School, a public grammar school in suburban Cedar Knolls, New Jersey, very close to my family's residence in Morris Plains, New Jersey. And we were sequestered there in an old art studio of the elementary school. And a technician would come in and set up this chair. Let me describe it. Again, I'm going to have a draftsman do high quality drawings or schematics of these devices. I have not yet commissioned those. But I think it's readily describable. The Montauk chair was a chair. It was like a dental chair in the sense that it was semi-recumbent, kind of like you would be sitting in a space capsule where you're allowed to sort of rest halfway back, but not completely on your back. Above your head was an umbrella like a photographer's umbrella. Behind your solar plexus, attached to the back of the chair, was a device that my father later explained was a magnetic transducer. He was obviously an electrical engineer, so he also called it a solenoid. But it was a magnetic transducer that generated some kind of electromagnetic or gravitic field into your solar plexus chakra, which may very well be the one that controls your position in time-space. And at our feet was a fishhook-like metal extension arm that had a brown tube on it that I believe was a cathode ray tube. Hence, it was emitting some kind of energy at our heads. Headsets would be placed on our ears, a cotton mask over our eyes with colored light diodes placed over the cotton mask. And when the device was, we weren't buckled in or anything, we were just reclining on this chair. And there was also a computer processing unit underneath the chair. That was the first time I ever heard the acronym CPU for computer processing unit. Dr. David Lewis Anderson, one of my good friends and esteemed colleagues in the time travel research field, who in fact will be announcing at the Pythagoras conference that we've had discussions about the fact that we're both going to call for the development of a time-space agency inside the U.S. government, at least inside a branch of the U.S. government, to work on the declassification and the deployment of these technologies. But you may recall that Dr. Anderson, who, unlike myself, has signed contemporary security oaths where, like my father, a lot of these engineers have agreed basically to be assassinated if they violate their secrecy and loyalty oaths. So, for example, when I asked David to appear in Santa Fe with me to call on Bill Richardson and Donald Rumsfeld to reveal what they know about our... David appeared on the old Art Bell show and stated something that I found, I literally fell out of my chair when I heard it. I was listening, just working on a document at my computer. And he stated the God's honest truth, which was that in 2002, the Montauk Chair went national and involved thousands of American schoolchildren. He stated that in 2002, but I may have misspoken, that in 1970, the Montauk Chair went national and involved thousands of American schoolchildren. I thought, well, wait a minute. That's the right year, because we first started to be trained in the Learning Lab in fall of 1969, and it was in that spring of that first year that the man would come to the Learning Lab and set up the Montauk Chair. The Montauk Chair achieved a form of time travel that I think could best be described as psycho-spiritual. Because what happened is, when they turned the device on, presumably the magnetic transducer on the back of the Montauk Chair was hitting your solar plexus with something. Probably some kind of magnetic effect. I don't know, I'm not a physicist. But I do know what happened, which is I would hear a syncopated chaos of, or cacophony of syncopated sound and light tones. In other words, the lights would start flashing in a mathematically consistent way, not just chaotic flashing, but almost like a light show where lights are being used to responsively to like a work of classical music or something. So in an ordered way, the lights would start flashing in different colors. And when they did, we would hear through our headsets a sound that sounded something like this. Please don't laugh, but it's it sounded like this. It was kind of a syncopated sound of computerized tones, as if you had programmed some work of jazz with a computer synthesizer. I couldn't do that because of my throat, but basically a set of like sort of syncopated musical tones. After about 30 seconds or 60 seconds of that combination of light and sound, at least I can tell you what I experienced, which is I would lift out of my body and start moving through different dimensions of the quantum plenum, almost like somebody riding a luge. In other words, feet first, primarily on my back. And I would see something on the horizon that looked like maybe nondescript buildings that had been painted in with black ink or something. And that object would get closer and closer, faster and faster, and then I would collide with it, and I would find myself in a subjective moment of my own future. In other words, the Montauk Chair allows you to pre-experience episodes of your own personal experience. The benefit of that was that when we were debriefed, we could be questioned about what we had experienced in the future. So the debriefer from DARPA would say something like, okay, you were in a room. Was the television set on? Yes. Well, who was on television? The President of the United States. Oh, really? What was the President of the United States saying? The President of the United States was giving the State of the Union address. Oh, really? Who was the President of the United States? Barack Obama. Okay, we said, who? Barack Obama. So they were using our subjective experience of reality in the future as prompted by this magnetic transducer to go on sort of fishing expeditions in the future and gather information about the future in a collateral way. This chair is called the Montauk Chair because even though we were using it in Project Pegasus by spring of '70, Preston Nichols and Peter Moon have published a series of books establishing, or at least claiming, that by the early 1980s, it was essentially the thrust of the U.S. time-space program. It was not. It was only one. The Montauk Chair was only one of 8 time travel devices in the U.S. time travel arsenal. Now, the information that I derived from the future, let me just say that one time I asked the young man, the postdoc, who would come into the lab and set up or knock down a device, how could we be time traveling to the future in this particular device if it's not going anywhere? And his answer was, we don't know. All we know is that the magnetic transduction from the device either prompts your conception of the future based on your future being programmed in your brain from birth, or alternatively, the explanation is environmental, not personal. That is to say that it triggers time waves that are out there in the future that contain packets of information that ultimately over time become your experience of events in the future. So we would go on these rides, these Montauk, these astral projections prompted by the chair. And just to show you how accurate it was, let me give you the context here. I'm growing up in New Jersey. I have one aunt or uncle west of Philadelphia, namely my Uncle Ed is living in Santa Barbara. I have only been west of Philadelphia via teleportation. I have no family member, no aunt or uncle, parent, sibling, any ancestor that had ever practiced law that I've been able to find. I had clearly never been to the Pacific Northwest and really didn't distinguish Seattle from San Antonio. And coming back to the learning lab from where the Montauk chairs were one afternoon after one of the rides for the future, young David, who was one of my contemporaries in the program, said to me, we're walking along kind of like little boys and maybe like a cartoon in the New Yorker by William Hamilton. And he said to me, so who were you this time? And I said, I was a lawyer in Seattle. So that's pretty good because, as I said, I had never been to the Northwest. Her ethnicity, which was Italian American, just a physical description of her, and a statement of the friendship that I have, as family members with that brother and sister-in-law, which is very close. And that was 8 years before my brother met my sister-in-law at Loyola Marymount University as college students. Since then, I've had moments of astonishing deja vu, like this conference, at least a couple moments where I've got some chills here at this conference, because I was pre-experiencing these little packets of these little episodes of my subjective future. And when I have them, it manifests as a deja vu experience because I pre-experienced these moments. So I just would like to thank Joan for inviting me to speak here and confirm for her that this is one of those cosmic moments that I accessed as a child in Project Pegasus, because I recognize the event, and many of you beautiful people have come here under the good graces of Joan and John Lick. So in that way, they were gathering information, and to the extent that what I saw of my own future lent data points like my sister-in-law's identity, like my professional identity and location at midlife as a lawyer from Washington, practicing in Washington, John F. Kerry being a political person of interest. It makes perfect sense that they spun off the Montauk chair and developed Project Montauk to push the potentialities of the Montauk chair. One of its benefits, obviously, was that the time traveler's body didn't go anywhere, and that it would certainly eliminate the danger and the liability of sending somebody in time-space. But it was certainly more enhanced than just sitting a psychic across the table and asking them what they saw inside the Kremlin. So the Montauk chair exists. Project Montauk also, I would say probably, the Montauk chair exists because I traveled to the future in it in Project Pegasus. Another interesting data point in the books about the Montauk Project by Nichols and Moon is they identify a man by the name of Jack Pruitt as the research director for Project Montauk, which, since I know that my timeline is reliable, Montauk followed Pegasus. Jack Pruitt was a team leader on Project Pegasus that I first met in summer of 1967 after kindergarten and last met with in Santa Fe during my June 2003 trip to New Mexico. Jack Pruitt is quietly and even covertly one of the heroes of the rollout as well, because he was risking his life, and his son Glenn presumably was. Glenn has now died at a very advanced weight. He may have been one of the teleportees whose metabolic system was affected by the experience, by the energy fields. But Jack signed the same security oaths that my father signed, and I believe that when he met with me in June of 2003 in Santa Fe, he may very well have been risking his life. So I'd like to salute Jack Pruitt for covertly meeting with me and informing me that there was an initial finding that the child teleportees, some of them were breaking down metabolically and getting very heavy. So that I should, for example, he advised me to pursue caloric restriction. And I really haven't been counting calories, but I've gone pretty low glycemic, just cutting my carbs just to avoid getting too heavy. I'm a little bit overweight now, but I think now that I'm moving here to Hawaii, I can drop some more weight. But that has been a problem. Now, some of the time-space pioneers for the U.S. government have battled substantial weight problems, which can often not be very pretty. So Jack, I think, is to be saluted for just even talking to me. That was a courageous act on his part. And he was not deceiving me. He was collaborating, helping me sort out what happened, which I think is definitely a blessing from Jack. Again, one of the things I found in life, but not in my investigation, is it totally pays off to never pigeonhole other people and never presume any negativity from them. Because people that you pigeonholed as a kook or the maintainer of a cult or your enemy in your field or in any area of human life, in my time travel, in my truth campaign, they become my allies. So I could have pigeonholed Jack as, oh, he's one of those assholes from the project who won't talk to me. He's just going to blow me off like Richardson did, like Rumsfeld did. The man met with me at the risk of his own life and his son's life. So you can't pigeonhole, because you always have to allow humanity and the universe to help you. And often it comes through the graces of people that, just in our own egotism, we presume are either neutral or hostile to us. And Jack ended up being one of the heroes of my investigation. As did Courtney Hunt of the CIA. I mean, I could have pigeonholed Courtney as the cigarette-smoking man from the CIA, which he surely was, but he spent 20 years covertly slipping information to me, and he wasn't supposed to be doing that. So he's also one of the heroes of my truth campaign. Okay, so that was the Montauk chair. It's basically a magnetic transducer. My question to everybody here is, don't you think that if somebody's stuck in some kind of mental problem like depression, they should have access to the therapeutic benefits of a device like this? Let's say their marriage has just ended, they've lost a loved one, a child perhaps. Imagine the therapeutic benefit if you could sit in the Montauk chair for an hour and visit your life 10 years in the future and find that you had remarried if you had lost your spouse, or you had more children, or adopted if you had lost a baby, or you were working in some creative field if you had lost your job. This kind of use of quantum access as a healing modality has been kept back from everybody, and that's another reason that I'm speaking out. I think it would have tremendous psychiatric benefits, maybe even just to do it on a limited access basis. Maybe everybody would get 3 hours a year in the chair, but you couldn't map your own future, because then that would help you too much on the stock market or whatever. Maybe you could have a license from the Department of Moving People, where you could have 3 hours in the Montauk. Okay, the fourth chronovisor device that was fully operational by 1970 was the Tesla teleporter. I mentioned how the nodes were Curtiss-Wright Aeronautical in Woodridge, and then the Santa Fe State Capitol ground. From Santa Fe, we would be taken ultimately during that day, week, month, or summer, back to the Sandia National Labs, where there was not only an identical device, there was an identical room down to the linoleum floor tile and the Dixie cup and the number 2, freshly sharpened number 2 Eberhard Faber pencil on the windowsill. And I always used to ask them, why do you have that pencil and that Dixie cup on the windowsill? And they would never tell me. Maybe it was because it was in the room at Curtiss-Wright when the technician walked through the energy field and spontaneously teleported to Africa. I wondered whether that was like a long-standing joke to me, that my friend Dixie would become the investor in my book project and help me write the book, because she's been my major ally in the way that Alfred and Laura have been. But Dixie has sustained me during my writing of the passages for my book in 2005, somewhat financially, and she was my co-adventurer during the second fact-finding trip when we found the toy that I had left at the old school site in Lamy. So I think that might have been a bit of a sight gag there from my dad or other people on the project. Remember, Andy, when you have that number 2 pencil in your hand, your friend Dixie's going to be over your right shoulder, as she has been. So I'd like to dedicate this talk also to Dixie. The teleport was not dependent on ley lines and other natural formations. I'm often asked, well, did they select that spot because you had to put that device there to open up that natural stargate or that ley line? That never came up when I was on the project. And we were educated in the structure, the function, the provenance of these devices, and that idea never came up. What did come up is that you had to turn the teleporter on by plugging it into the wall. They were thinking, as Rumsfeld said during the meeting, of continuing to keep it secret as a military technology. One of the limits of that was that you can't teleport people into areas where there is water. For example, the U.S. Navy SEALs and the Marines frequently invade or arrive at locations where water is present, either the ocean or rivers or bodies of water in fields and that type of thing. It was Rumsfeld's position and the position of the Defense Department that it should remain sequestered for its military potential. But we found in a really heartrending incident in 1971 that if there was water present when you arrived, you could be physically harmed in a very serious way. In 1971, we were jumping into Santa Fe. It was actually an old abandoned junior high school site with kids from different teleports around the country. And the goal was to get there and run to the Bataan Memorial Building in Santa Fe before anybody else. It was almost like a race. And this was where they were rehearsing dropping us in, training us to be dropped in as child spies. For example, I was sent to a Parsons Projects location in Saudi Arabia during that time frame. So they were training us for espionage as child teleportees. And I ran past a public fountain in this public area, whether it was a junior high school or some kind of public buildings. And there in the fountain were the red Ked sneakers and the feet of one of the boys who had teleported in from one of the other project locations. And as I moved past the fountain, public fountain, I saw that he was writhing on the ground and he was already being pinned to the ground by one of the male team leaders, shouting in pain, my feet, what am I going to do without any feet? I'm only 9 years old. So I have one lead that person, that unfortunate young man may in fact have been in my team. Because there was one of the project kids from my team I did notice was walking as if he had been furnished with prosthetic feet before we left the program. I don't know if he was that individual. I didn't recognize him when he was injured. Presumably he survived because what happened was that the specific gravity of the water caused his feet right below the midpoint of the ankles to arrive later. So when he arrived essentially on top of the water, and his body slid off the top of his feet, just like when you cut a tree down. And he tumbled out of the fountain without his feet attached. And then the female team leaders reached that location. They all had walkie-talkies near these areas where we were always teleporting into. And one of them grabbed me by the shoulder and running me out of the area screamed in my ear, "You didn't see this, Andy. It didn't happen. You didn't see this." I was then taken to a psychiatrist or doctor's office in Santa Fe, asked to drop my drawers, and given a huge injection in the left butt cheek with a sedative because they were telling me, we're going to have to calm you down, Andy. All I know, I was spaced out for the rest of the day. My father arrived. He took me to one of the restaurants that we would frequent in Albuquerque from Santa Fe, and there was a discussion among the adults on the project connected to my father about the mishap that had happened up at the state capitol grounds. Actually, it had to have been in the state capitol grounds because I now remember one of the project engineers said to my dad, I understand one of the kids lost his feet up at the state capitol grounds today, Ray? My dad didn't even want to hear it. He was looking up at the baseball game. And then he finally yelled, yeah, so shut up about it. I mean, my dad was really disturbed that this child had been injured unnecessarily because it had to have resulted from inadvertence or actual malfeasance inside the project because they should have made sure that the area that we were teleporting into didn't have any standing bodies of water. So my dad, being a good guy and an honest guy and a compassionate man, was very disturbed that this incident had happened. And I asked him what was going to happen to the child involved. And he said, well, he'll be pensioned and furloughed out of the project. And you children have all been insured. Your families have been insured for $1 million for the loss of your life and $100,000 for each limb. So he'll be outfitted with prosthetic feet and then be pensioned at $200,000, which those were $1971, but that's not a huge amount of money for losing your feet at age 9. And that informs the outrage that I feel. I mean, I time traveled for Richard Nixon. I didn't even get this shirt. So here this poor child lost his feet for life, at least the connectivity. And that is it's a travesty. It's a sacrilege that he wasn't paid more and that it even happened. It was clearly a mistake. But I am speaking out also because children that age paid very heavy, great prices so that we could develop these time travel technologies. Why not do the right thing and use them as best as we can to help everybody? I mean, if you're going to lose your feet, you might as well lose it in something that ultimately is used to benefit humanity, not to wage wars. And so another mishap happened directly to me, which is we jumped through the device in 1971, but when we got to the state capitol grounds in Santa Fe, we noticed a lot of things had changed. Walkways were in different locations. There was different treescape. Some of the buildings had been painted differently. And we ultimately realized that we had jumped accidentally to 1991. I also heard around this time that the girl had gone, oh, well, I don't want to get into that technology, but there was another project injury that I'll describe. So my anger and my sense of injustice was fomenting here because I thought, this kid has lost his feet. I did ask my dad, could that happen to me? And he says, yes, theoretically it could, but it doesn't. And I said, how do you know that, Dad? I mean, I could be injured or killed, right, doing these things? And he said, well, we know they don't. And I said, how do you know that? And he said, well, we've looked in the chronovisor, and we saw that you not only reach your 90s, but you're still working in your 90s. So I said, I am? And he said, yeah, we saw you in a courtroom giving an argument, and we determined you were 93 years old. And so I better, try to reach that. just to fulfill a fait accompli, as it were. So my dad did explain that I was going to be long-lived and that I was going to get through the project uninjured. I was injured in the project. I developed open sores all over my chest, shoulders, and back the year after I was dismissed from the project in 1972 that have now filled with keloid scars. So I always say to my skeptics, doubting Thomas, put his hands in Jesus' side when Jesus came back. If you want to touch my keloid scars and see that, probe my project injuries, have at it. Because I was medically injured, I have the scars to prove it. So I feel that I've earned my props establishing my claims when in fact I was physically injured during the project. Not severely, but, beg your pardon? How did it happen? After I left the project, open sores developed that were filled by, the keloid scarring process, where the dermis comes up and fills in the epidermis. I think it was probably from either the stress of being in the project and some combination of stress and the intense light from the advanced chronovisor probe that I'm going to describe next. That's my best guess. In terms of adult teleportees, I learned from Courtney Hunt that the adults who were teleporting were developing a heart valve defect. And in fact, my own father, who was regularly teleporting between New Jersey and New Mexico, he had a heart attack in 1977 and his first quadruple bypass in 1978. And his cardiac surgeon came out into the waiting room and said, did your dad ever have an infection involving the heart valves? And we said, well, he had scarlet fever when he was a child in Pennsylvania during the Depression. And he said, no, this is something much more unusual. His mitral valve is actually fused in like a butterfly flap, and is not closing properly. So my dad actually had to have a St. Jude's cuff, developed at Danny Thomas's hospital, I believe in St. Louis, Missouri, actually installed in his heart that you could hear clicking with his heartbeat, because his heart valve was fused in a kind of a butterfly formation that was not natural. So I believe my dad was actually one of the adult teleportees who did develop heart valve complications. I guess the reason for that is by midlife your tissues are more rigid, so that when we were teleporting, the vibratory effect was shoving the tissue together, where with a child there would be more flexibility in those kinds of cardiac tissues. I've had my heart examined and it's fine, so I don't believe that I suffer from that, but my dear old dad did. Okay, teleportation. Tesla works on it in 1899. It's in his papers at his death. There was something, I want to just briefly mention teleportation in the Philadelphia experiment. I have a paper on my website called The Real Philadelphia Experiment and the Philadelphia Experiment Cover Story. Something like the Philadelphia experiment happened during World War II, but all of the major facts have been changed to conceal what really happened. For example, it wasn't into invisibility of the Eldridge. It was undertaken to achieve Tesla teleportation of a ship called the Martha's Vineyard. It didn't take place in Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. It took place in Long Island Sound. It didn't involve the ship going back to Norfolk, Virginia. It went back to Newport News, Virginia. And in the Eldridge was not the redoubtable Cameron brothers, but two of the Manhattan Project scientists, J. Robert Oppenheimer and Edward Teller. My source for this is the late Dr. Robert Beckwith, one of the consulting engineers on Project Pegasus. He would regularly talk about the real Philadelphia experiment when I was a child on the project, and then later in the 2010s, he was interviewed twice by myself, once by Alexander Bruce, and once by Ken Thomas of Steam Shovel Press, and his story about the real Philadelphia experiment held up. So that event happened, but he said, for example, well, when they wrote the cover story, when the Office of Naval Intelligence wrote the cover story, they included the element of various sailors being fused in the hull of the ship and everything. Actually, what he said happened is that one sailor was falling through time-space so that when the ship was brought back, not to Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, but to Long Island Sound, he was impaled through the midsection by a column of the splash cowling protecting the captain's mast, the center part of the ship there. His explanation was that O&I changed all the facts, and this is also my interpretation, to de-link three critical connections. The connection between Nikola Tesla, teleportation, and the Los Alamos physicists. So if you've had the enjoyment of wading through Al Bielik's material, the material of the Cameron brothers, some of the Montauk literature, the conventional telling of the Philadelphia experiment, yes, an experiment happened. But the real Philadelphia experiment didn't take place in Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. It was the attempt to focus in on the signing of the U.S. Constitution in Philadelphia via Chronovision, which I'll describe next. And so we have to be careful because the U.S. Time Space Program was one of the most sensitive intelligence programs ever undertaken by the United States government. And there was an effort to both manipulate people into telling shaggy dog stories of what happened to them time traveling, and also to manipulate the actual accounts of things like the Philadelphia experiment. So in fact, it was an initial experiment with Tesla teleportation, but they didn't account for the fact that the whole ship was metal. Magnetic metal cannot teleport because it causes massive electrostatic discharge. Even one of the boys in the project, again, young David, one of my colleagues, left a nickel in his pocket when we teleported from Sandia back to the tarmac at Curtis Wright, and it actually got super agitated and hot and shot out of his pocket when we hit the tarmac at Curtis Wright. So we could have been killed like that by being shot like by a bullet. Okay, so I think the reason there was that energy array that we saw in Joan's presentation, that was the massive electrostatic discharge that was occurring when they tried to teleport the ship that they were using. So there was an initial flirtation with applied teleportation during the war. It resulted in a disastrous mishap in which there were fatalities, and they shelved the idea of using teleportation for what they wanted to do, which was use it so that when they detected a Nazi mine, the ship could actually teleport out of the way. According to Bob Beckwith, this experiment was tried after the Nazi Navy began chaining mines to the bottom of the Atlantic. Okay, so something like Philadelphia happened, but more teleportation than radar invisibility. And as a participant, I find it pretty easy to debug some of these cover stories because they're so improbable in the elements that are combined. For example, Al Bielik was a very, very nice man, and we have mutual friends. I talked to him on the phone in 2005 before his death. He was really just a tried and true good person. Very helpful. In fact, he called me spontaneous, and the first thing they said on the phone was, "So they got you kind of young, huh?" And so Al was a great guy. But in his account, I have to be true to the historical record. He conflates teleportation and reincarnation. Two entirely different processes. One to physically move while you're in body, and the other what happens when you die. They're not connected. The only connection between teleportation and reincarnation, as manifest in his story about the Cameron brothers, he being one of them, is that one time when we were teleporting to Santa Fe, my thoughts were colored by the life review of an old man who was dying in southern Colorado. And at the lunch table, I was telling my dad, "Dad, I lived up here in southern Colorado. I was an old man. When I was dying, I was hanging out on the porch," and I described this guy's whole life. And I said, in fact, his house is right up there on Highway 160 after we eat lunch in Pagosa Springs, and we go up 160. I know what the house is. So to his credit, even though my dad, again, was a Nixon Republican and a pretty hard-boiled engineer, not exactly somebody who would go day tripping into different dimensions of our experiences. Nonetheless, we went out on this excursion up there, and we spoke with this man's widow, and we determined that I couldn't have been him in a previous life because he had just died. And then when we were driving back to Santa Fe, I said to my dad, "Dad, it looks like I got his memories like when he was dying when we were teleporting into Santa Fe." And my dad went, "Yep." So there can be an overlay between physical displacement via teleportation and spiritual phenomena like somebody's life review when they're dying. But there's no one-to-one correlation between teleportation and reincarnation. So I just have the opportunity to debug some of those urban legends that have emerged both spontaneously and intentionally during the latter half of the 20th century regarding time travel. I'm a legend. I'm providing the actual programmatic timeline, the basic major facts about the program that actually emerged during those years. The fifth time travel technology that Project Pegasus was working with, the second major one besides the teleporter, was the chronovisor of Vernetti and Gemelli. They were different places in New Jersey and New Mexico. The first one I encountered was a rather rudimentary one at the old General Manufacturing Company facility in Convent Station, New Jersey. General Manufacturing had been the map-making subsidiary of Standard Oil, or ESSO, which is Standard Oil of New Jersey. And during World War II, it became the map-making function for the Allied war effort that Laura's great-grandfather so nobly advanced. And by the 1970s, that company that had been mapping places like Britain and France and Germany and Poland and Russia and so forth, Italy during the war, was now mapping the past and future. I remember entering the General Manufacturing Company facility. There was this huge 20-foot by 20-foot shellac map of England and the west coast of Europe. This would obviously be for the planning of the invasion to retake Europe from the Nazis. And over on the left side was one of the chronovisor devices. And they explained to us how this company had been mapping first, cities for your free maps at the ESSO service stations, then parts of the world during World War II, and now it was mapping the past and future. The chronovisor was over on the left, so let me just describe what a chronovisor looks like. It looks like it's basically this node of polished bismuth crystals. Bismuth is a trans-chronological element. According to my researcher friend Brett Stillings, who was in my Mars training course in 1980 and later I was on Mars with, Brett believes that there's been a cover-up of the periodic table, and that if you start at bismuth, which is element 83, and add 32, you get, of course, the element 115 that Robert Lazar claimed was behind the gravitic propulsion of the ET craft. Well, Brett takes it all to element 307. He actually believes he can demonstrate mathematically and scientifically that there are 307 elements in the universe. I'm not a chemist, I'm not a physicist, I don't know whether I can reality test that, but I do know to a personal and historical certainty that bismuth was the element they were using in the crystal array in the ceiling of the chronovisor. Now what were they doing? According to my father, they were driving an electromagnetic signal through this 8-sided or octagonal array of bismuth crystals, and it was generating a field of light, a hologram that was so dense that it had a lensing effect whereby non-local events streamed into the laboratory. So if you stood outside this hologram, you could see what was going on there in this kind of beautiful form of cubical cinema. But if you were immersed in the hologram when it was turned on, you literally went there because now that event was brought around you. So my first exposure to chronovision occurred, it was actually the flat screen chronovision of Vernetti and Gemelli. Forgot about this. We were taken to what my father later described as a national security watch post in Flemington, New Jersey in the fall of 1970, after we had been teleporting to Santa Fe and back for the summer of 70. So in fall of 70, they took us to a hologram display at a Newark, New Jersey art museum. We, of course, had lectures on teleportation and also chronovision that summer. We're taken to this national security watch post in Flemington, New Jersey, where technicians were operating these big, bulky machines in which inside the machines, they were propagating a hologram of a past event. They were filming it with 16 millimeter black and white film stock, taking the film out, determining what time and place they had just filmed, and then dropping those canisters of past scenes of past events into collection baskets, like the ones that you have at libraries that collect microfilm, those plastic postal box-like things. So that you'd see a technician take the film out and put it in the canister and write Holland, 1820, Paris, 1930, Northern China, 2000 BC, Central Arizona, 2 million BC, and so forth. They were just basically filming the past. They were wearing white lab coats. I remember asking them during the field trip there whether they could cheat and invest in stocks they learned about in the future. Presently that would be advantageous to invest in now after growing in the future. And they explained how all of the people involved, all of the adults involved in Pegasus had sworn oaths not to privateer on the information that they were getting via quantum access. I believe that my father was being paid in oil and natural gas stocks from Texas and Oklahoma. I think that was his fringe benefits. Because at my mother's death in 2003, we found that lockbox, and it was stuffed with like 200 different defunct Texas and Oklahoma stocks. And one of my sister-in-laws went through it and found out that they were all basically, junk stocks at that point. But during that, they told us that they couldn't privateer. So you couldn't, go to 1990 and then decide to wait a little bit and buy Microsoft in 1980 and that type of thing. Okay, so in the chronovisor room there at the National Security Watch Post in Flemington, we were leaving, and one of the technicians pointed to an 8-inch circular display on one of these bulky machines and said, boys, to me and David again, said, boys, do you know what this is? And thinking that I was smarter than I actually was, I said something like, oh, that must be an historical reenactment of the signing of the Declaration of Independence in Philadelphia, like on public television or something, in Philly or in New Jersey. And he said, nope, it's not the signing of the U.S. Constitution, because who's that? And he put one forefinger on the man standing on the right, which is George Washington, presiding over the signing of the U.S. Constitution on September 17th of 1787. What we were looking at was not this auspicious moment in human history from this angle, but from the other side of the room. So as I looked at this screen, Washington was on the left, looking towards the center of the group. Benjamin Franklin was a huge individual with a big domed head, very distinctively identifiable as Franklin. Washington was much harder for me to make out visually. But Franklin was sitting there on this sofa about two leaps or bounds from Washington standing on the dais. And then the rest of the attendees or the signers were just men smaller than Franklin who were just sitting in ordinary straight-back chairs in a couple rows to Washington's left. Okay, so this famous historical rendering, I don't know who it was painted by, but this was from the opposite side of the event, and Franklin wasn't sitting there. He was sitting over on the other side of the room. So we were seeing this scene as if it had been filmed through that center window in the background. And he said, well, who's this? And I said, oh, that's George Washington. Oh, that must be a reenactment of the signing of the U.S. Constitution. And as we were being pulled away by our team leader, Elaine Gallagher, who was our main educator back at the Learning Lab, the special educator from the Hanover Township School District who had been assigned to the project, who was taking us through all the speed learning and all that stuff, all the psychic game playing. She said, boys, we have to go. I mean, the field trip's over. And this technician actually swung on his chair and said, boys, that isn't a reenactment of the signing of the U.S. Constitution. That is the signing of the U.S. Constitution. So as an American lawyer, I really feel privileged to have seen the signing of the U.S. Constitution in childhood. And that's why I'm so adamant that every school child in America and the rest of the world should have the same opportunity to go to museums and libraries and look in at auspicious moments in human history like this. So the first narrative thread in the story of my experiences, we went over Monday, and that involved time travel. And you may recall that in 1967-68, I took my first quantum leap from New Jersey to New Mexico with my late father, Raymond F. Bashago of the Ralph M. Parsons Company today of Pasadena, California. We're going to be finding some very interesting Pasadena connections in this presentation. That's why I started out with that. So in that context, we were going forward and backward in time to enable the U.S. government to engage in better contingency planning for future events. So we went forward in time, and I think the event that symbolizes that process was that we took the Stargate at Cerrillos, the Cerrillos Cultural Center in Cerrillos, New Mexico, to the year 2045, where I arrived in front of an intelligence community office building somewhere in the Southwest in the year 2045 to retrieve microfilm summaries of events occurring between 1972 and 2045 so that we could take them back and provide the U.S. government, if not the history of the future, a history of the future. I also described how we were going backward in time, and I think that's symbolized by the jump via plasma confinement to Gettysburg on November 19th of 1863, where I failed my mission in the sense that I didn't get the opportunity to see Abraham Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address, which was going to be a fearsome prospect in any event, but I did end up appearing in the first photograph of a time traveler from the future. I have some kind of positive karma regarding photography, and maybe I can discuss that after my presentation. It's just very strange, but we're going to be looking at a lot of photographs tonight, so I mentioned that. So that narrative thread personally led to the first prong of my truth campaign, and that is essentially what the American people, and indeed the people of the world, deserve to know and need to know, which is that by 1967-68, the U.S. government had achieved teleportation and other forms of time travel, and by 1970 was even training American school children as chrononauts and involving them in 8 forms of time travel. Well, actually 7 forms of time travel, because the jump rooms that would later be used to take personnel to Mars were just under development. I didn't jump in the jump rooms as a child, but I did see them after they were developed, where, for example, they were jumping these rooms from the East Coast to New Mexico, and they would open up and, let's say, a book or something would be in it. So they're using it essentially for express mail purposes around that time. The second narrative thread in my experiences involves life on Mars, both Martian life and Earthling life. And that thread also begins around 1967-68, around the time that I first teleported to New Mexico with my late father. And we pick up that thread when my father comes home from work at Parsons in New York City, inebriated, and shares excerpts from my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, with our entire family. So to read The Discovery of Life on Mars, you can see the Annals of Mars at our Mars website, www.projectmars.net, online. We have a PDF there of the paper. And then if you become interested in this topic as a result of this discussion, I did a 7-hour interview with Jessica Schaub of Vancouver, BC, and that's posted on YouTube. It's called A Conversation with Andrew D. Bashago, and that's gotten about 1 million hits to date. So we're going to have to move that over to the paying YouTube option rather than the charitable one. But no, so that has essentially a breakout. I do believe in the digital age that the art of storytelling, not just fictional storytelling, but factual lectures, is going to flourish, because we now have basically unlimited bandwidth and unlimited memory storage, and somebody can narrate something for hours. In fact, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour time travel marathon on radio once we determine who the host is going to be. I'm going to probably select a young broadcaster, maybe Rob Simone, to see if he can survive the 24 hours with me. So I want to get that in the Guinness Book of World Records, the longest radio interview about time travel. The longest in duration of time. So this second narrative thread regarding life on Mars has led to the second prong of my truth campaign, which is that, again, what the people of this earth, and certainly the United States, as some of the developers of this information, deserve to know, and that is that Mars has an indigenous ecology and civilization that includes several types of humanoids and many types of animals, and that the U.S. government has been establishing a human presence on Mars by teleporting Americans there via jump room since before 1980. 1980 being the year that I was trained to go up there myself. So in this discussion, let me just outline the presentation. Basically, in the first part, I'm going to give the foreshadowings of going up to Mars, the 7 times in 40 years that the CIA communicated to me in some way about my later destiny involving presenting to the public the fact that Mars is inhabited. Then I have a second section I call Forays, where I'm going to talk about my Mars training in 1980 and my experiences visiting Mars in 1981 and 83. I'm then, in a third part, I'm going to go into my findings, which are some of the best forms of evidence of life on Mars from both my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, and then the 139 research monographs that we've now posted in the Annals of Mars at www.projectmars.net. The Discovery of Life on Mars was first published on 12/12/08 under the auspices of our esteemed colleague Alfred Lambermont Weber at his website, www.exopolitics.com. And it's the first work to prove that Mars is an inhabited planet. I have in my files now more forms of evidence that Mars is inhabited than I can write up. I've got at least 100 solid finds that I did not include in this presentation that you're going to see today. They're sitting on actually on this PC here, in my documents, and I just haven't had the time to write them up into the kind of research monographs that you can find in the Annals of Mars at projectmars.net. So at this point, proof of life on Mars has become an embarrassment of riches for those of us who are working strenuously to make the case that Mars is inhabited. I can't bring people to the jump rooms that are operated to put people up there, nor can I rely on David Wilcock's claim that there are now 500 to 600,000 Americans up there, not only because I am not David Wilcock, but because we simply can't prove that. That's still going on in the classified research realm. So what we're trying to do is establish the case for life on Mars as a kind of a wedge to show that, wait a minute, the official discourse is that we haven't put humans up there, that Mars is uninhabited, that it's going to be a matter of somehow scrapping the space shuttle program and launching a Mars mission with the Russians, and that there's nothing of interest in the Mars data that the NASA rovers Spirit and Opportunity are sending back. So we're showing that there's life forms on Mars, and it basically takes down the entire NASA JPL PSYOP that's being run against the people of our planet. And then in the fourth part, I'm going to go into some of my favorite findings. I think some of the findings that the organization that Alfred and I founded, the Mars Anomaly Research Society, I think are historically significant, not just because they're some of the first forms of photography that's been made public that show life forms on Mars, but because some of them represent larger truths about the indigenous ecology and civilization of Mars. So I have 5 favorites that I'm going to be showing you toward the end. And then I'm going to, in the part 5, I'm going to just conclude with some final thoughts. So in the first part, foreshadowings, if again we could return to 1967, 68, I'm 6, 7 years old. My dad was certainly a solid citizen and an integrated human being. He was not an alcoholic, but he did occasionally imbibe, as many of us do. And he came home from work at the Ralph M. Parsons Company somewhat inebriated. He'd been drinking with some of his colleagues. And he gathered my family of 7 around in the living room, and he said, listen to what this guy has to write about life on Mars. It's hysterical. And what he began doing is reading a document that, as I've been able to reconstruct what was in the document, somebody had taken my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, which is, 41 pages single-spaced, and had excised the most fanciful and farcical descriptions in the paper, and not many at that, into a set of paragraphs almost like maybe a syndicated column by Art Buchwald or somebody would read, or a Mike Royko, giving a kind of a delusional or farcical sort of impression of somebody thinking that they knew what was on Mars. Now, I wrote the paper, if you see, in terms of the naming of some of the life forms and also some of the descriptions that you can find in the photographs. In places, I wrote the paper so that grade school children could identify with the process of discovering life on another planet. So that wasn't really my attitude or my tone in the paper. That was actually a device to make this kind of dense academic prose available to children. But sometime after my paper was time traveled from sometime after 2008 when we published it, when I wrote it, researched it originally, wrote it in Arial type font, which wasn't available in 1967, 68. Bill Gates was only 13 at that time, right? And Microsoft didn't exist. Certainly MS Word didn't exist. But somebody had taken the paper after it was time traveled back to that time period, or before then, and had gone in and not bowdlerized or sanitized the document. They'd just taken out the silliest stuff to somehow apparently give my father the wrong impression about what would be in this written work. So at this point, that has no explanation except the evidence of what he was causing him to find so much mirth in the reading of those passages. And then my mother asked him to basically, conclude his performance, none of which included the breadth and scope of what's in my paper. And I did something at that point that I've never done before or since. I had this sort of cosmic urgency to grab the file, grab the document out of his hand, which I did. I ran to my father, I snatched this manila file folder out of his hands and opened it up. What it was one of those fold-out manila file folders, and on the right side there were 3 pages that had been stapled inside. There was a CIA letterhead, and on this CIA memorandum, I only had a chance to read the caption in the memo before my father said, "Hey, what are you doing? You're never supposed to do that to somebody." Snatched it back out of my hands. And I know what it read, because at that point, I had just entered the learning lab and was beginning to photo read, so I quickly read, and it said, Andrew Basiago, The Discovery of Life on Mars, 2008. So that allows me to link up the silly content from my paper that had been sort of summarized in this 3-page report. This was clearly one of the CIA internal reports containing future intelligence that I described on Monday. And yet it showed an awareness on the part of the CIA of my paper's existence 40 years before it was researched, written, and published in 2008. And Alfred and I have gone over these. It was almost as if one significant event we can sort of put in the time frame on a yearly basis. Because it was in 1969 when I was 8 years old. My father was giving me a crew cut up in this study on the upper level of the house. You may recall in those years, if you weren't yet going to a barber, your dad basically had one of those home hair cutting kits, and you sat there, at least for the boys, and had a crew cut as if you were being inducted into the Marine Corps or something. So he was giving me one of those crew cuts, maybe leaving a little bit up at the top. And he put the shaver down and he went over to a manila envelope that was sitting over on a chair with the red wax seal that had been broken, one of those little tie strings. He untied the tie string and he pulled out a single piece of paper. What was on the paper, not in this form, but in mimeograph, sort of more of a crude form, was this image here, which is my image from my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars. This is a humanoid being that's found on Tsiolkovsky Ridge, which is west of the home plate plateau, as in the west valley of the Columbia Basin of the Gusev crater of Mars, as found in NASA image PIA 10214 or 10214. So here you see the head of the humanoid, his V-shaped back of his torso, his right armpit there, and right arm. He's wearing some kind of pants that are cinched up a little bit above the waist, as we would understand it. And then he's kneeling here in the dirt on our side of this rock here. And a lot of analysis of this image had suggested that this was just a break in the rock. It's not. It's a little guy. It's a humanoid there, and he's actually either just leaning over the rock or lifting a child over the rock, and there are other beings in a confined area behind the rock, as if there are children playing. So my dad showed me the image, the first image to show a humanoid being on another planet that has been published on Earth. Of course, NASA photographed it, they put it on the internet, but then I used a technique that I derived to go into their image and capture a tiny detail and then magnify it. One of the reasons that these images are blurry is not because I'm delusional, because we have some crystal clear images of a number of the life forms, but because NASA is using an aperture setting that's in feet rather than inches. So I think that's rather unjust as taxpayers, that our government is using a 2-inch parameter to photograph our license plates or whatever's in our hand, you know, when we're reading something on the surface of Earth, but they're not using a similar parameter to go and capture life forms on Mars. I think they should use the best available technology and bring these images, the original photographs, into sharper focus. So you get substantial blurriness or overpixelation when you then take an original photograph that's been photographed, let's say, at 10 by 10 cross sections, because just like a piece of fabric, when you stretch it out, there's space between the fabric and you get air, you get blank space. So I've been doing my best to try to manipulate color and light, and some of the, as Alfred described, some of the methods actually of data distortion that NASA's been using on its own photographs, to try to bring these into view. But trust me when I say that I've spent thousands of hours with these images, and they do show to a dispositive certainty that Mars is an inhabited planet. So my dad showed me this piece of paper with this basic image on it, not with the turquoise border, but just lifted out of the paper, I believe, or from some other source. I wondered if they're actually sending internet content back from the future. I mean, imagine if they have a protocol where they vacuum up every Wikipedia page and value-added content like that, and they're actually sending the internet flow back to 1968 in real time. I wouldn't discount it. It's possible, because they were opening up portals in time-space and putting people through them when I was a little boy in the project, so presumably they can do that with digital information at this point. So my dad showed me this image and he said, "Look at this." And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "A Martian." And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah, a Martian on Mars." And I said, "Wow, that's neat, Dan." And he said, "Guess who finds it?" And I said, "Who?" And he goes, "You do." And I said, "I do?" And he goes, "Yeah, you do." And I go, "How?" And he goes, "Oh, NASA puts a rover up onto the surface of Mars and sends back this image, and you go into the image, and sends back images, and you go into one of the images and find this being and publish it. It's the first photograph of another being on another planet ever published on Earth." And I said, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah." So then he completed my haircut. Fortunately, my hair grew back, and then I lost half of it.
Anthony, before you change the image,
Sure.
It looks like a face. The two bulges look like eyes, and then it comes down with a nose with two nostrils and the dark parts of the mouth underneath.
Well, I don't share that interpretation. What we have here is a humanoid here from behind.
I see that too, yeah.
But Jermaine, to your point, there's a scallop or seashell-shaped rock here with an image that we would analogize to the face of the sun when the sun is personified as a human face, you know, the face of a man. And then there's also the face of sort of a gray ET alien type face on a rock over here, but I've narrowed the perspective here just to focus on the humanoid being on Tsiolkovsky Ridge. I think that this may become the iconic image of life on Mars in the way that the face on Mars at Cydonia is the iconic image for the existence of evidence of ancient life on Mars. Both exist. Mars is an ancient inhabited planet, and it has creatures to this day. Somebody pointed out, I think it was Hugh, Hugh, you pointed out last night at dinner that the scientific thing to do now is for NASA to go back and photograph the same locations, because one of the characteristics of life forms is that they are mobile rather than sessile. Most animals are not sessile, they're mobile, they move. And if this little creature isn't there, then we can conclude that was a living being standing there rather than a statue. Could he be a statue? Yes, because it's a still photograph. We don't know, there's no evidence of movement, but there is evidence that it's not statuary in the sense that it's a very random pose, and we do have evidence of posed or classically positioned statues on Mars. So if that in fact is the artistic pattern or tradition on Mars, then I think this is a little random for a statue, you know, somebody leaning over a rock that way. But then again, it could be sort of modern art on Mars. But at least it's what William Blake called the human form divine. I don't have in my archives images of the first Martians that I met, actually interacted with. And that was in 1970 at Curtiss Wright. Not at the teleport, but at a much larger structure. It was actually a hangar there rather than one of the buildings. So I've used two individuals that I believe that the Martian phenotype has been dropped into mainstream media for years. So I'm using Uncle Fester, Jackie Coogan as Uncle Fester on the Addams Family TV show, and then Mike Myers as Dr. Evil? Dr. Evil on the Austin Powers film, just to demonstrate that we take it for granted that, the bald, ugly white guy look has been dropped into our mass media for several generations now. And one has to wonder possibly whether that is to acclimate us to the somewhat homely appearance of the Martians on Mars that are our genetic relatives. So I'm just using Jackie Coogan and Mike Myers here in these roles as stand-ins for the 3 Martian astronauts that I encountered at a hangar at Curtiss Wright in Woodridge, New Jersey in the summer of 1970. They're the only Martians that I've met on Earth. I'm not in communication with any Martian faction, so just doing my own independent research. But what happened was, my dad said to my mom again, "Hon, I'm taking Andy to the hardware store that in Florham Park." That was his cover line for taking me over to Curtiss Wright. And we got into his blue Volkswagen Bug, and he said, "We're going up to," once the doors were closed, of course I had 4 older siblings, so we're pretty close in age, playing around in the front yard. And he said, "We're going up to Curtiss Wright." And I said, "Are we going to New Mexico again?" Via teleportation. Because for me, that's what Curtiss Wright meant. It meant jumping through a portal tunnel in time-space, unfortunately. And he said, no, son, there are some Martians up at Curtiss Wright, and they want to meet you, which was a very startling thing for my dad to say. And throughout the rest of the 15 minutes to Curtiss Wright, I kept on saying, what do you mean Martians, Dad? I had seen that image a year previously, but I still wasn't connecting that we were now going to go meet Martians. And he said, he got exasperated with me. He said, "Human beings like us, son, except they're from Mars. They're human beings from Mars." Okay, I think that's telling. So we went up to the hangar, and we went over to the left inside this big, spacious hangar, and there was a kind of a loading dock that we were walking across to get to this office over on the left. Right past the loading dock, the stage-like area, there was a silver teardrop-shaped conventional space ship, not a lenticular craft, not a round vehicle, as Brett Stillings calls flying saucers, but a little teardrop-shaped device that looked like a small automobile with no wheels. And it was just hovering beyond the stage, just put, 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 put. And I noticed it as we walked across the stage. And then we walked into a meeting, and it was sort of one of these NASA mission control rooms, like the rooms that the space shuttle astronauts have their last cup of coffee in the styrofoam cup before getting into the space shuttle for that form of space travel. And there were a couple of aerospace types like my dad, with the white shirts, the thin ties, the pen holders, and just kind of a uniform of the aerospace technical class in those years. And there were a couple of them sitting around with 3 Martian astronauts who, when I entered, they began smiling and sort of studying me. And again, they were bald and kind of roughly hewn. And they were Martians. Of course, Aryan, which we associate with the Caucasian race on Earth, does not mean Nordic, as the Nazi fascists falsely purported. Aryan means Martian, and it links to the Martian genetic legacy of a vast group of people on Earth. Not only the Aryans that the American congressman and fringe scientist Ignatius L. Donnelly described in his book Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, as being the Celtic, the Germanic, the Slavic, the Greek, the Italic, the Persian, and the Indian, Indic-European or Caucasian race. But really, everybody on the planet, because not only do we have the Martian genes entering every group on Earth that Europeans have reproduced with, which would include the African American population and the entire Latin American population, because genetic science has shown that the entire Latin American population are descendants or have Spanish or otherwise Iberian patrilineal DNA, Portuguese, for example, and indigenous or Mayan matrilineal DNA. So we've got any Martian genes that would have been in the Indic-European blood groups, have now entered the entire Latin American population. And then you have other major areas of the world where Europeans have intermarried, like, for example, the Dutch in Indonesia. We've even found, we found Hebrew blood, the genes from Moses' brother Aaron, in the Lemba population of southern Africa. And in fact, if you consider the fact that before Atlantis fell, which is the civilization before 9500 BC, it was, as Alfred has so articulately described in some of his writings, the great maritime civilization that encircled the whole earth and that built the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx and had a presence on Mars. What we can safely conclude is that before the catastrophe in 9500 BC, when the high Egyptian civilization that created that global pyramidal society was regularly going up to Mars, we know there was cultural diffusion back to that civilization from Mars. For example, the Martian animal that consists of a human scorpion hybrid appears as the goddess Serket in the Egyptian pantheon. So my point here is that who are the Martians? Well, in terms of this typology, the Martians are our genetic relatives on Mars and us, not any particular strata of the human genome, but the entire human genome. And that's one reason that Laura and I spoke about the fact that we have secrecy in terms of the genetic selection potentially that's guiding the Mars colony. Because if one of its purposes is to establish a way to protect the human genome, let's make sure that all of the diverse genotype of the entire human race on Earth gets into that survival colony. Because if we do lose Earth, let's have all potential genotypes, or at least maximal genetic diversity up on Mars. But so don't believe anybody saying that there's a particular group of human beings on Earth who have Martian DNA, because we all do, both from antiquity and then the more recent reproduction through particular bloodlines. Okay, so enough about Aryans. Yes?
I'm just curious if you know what the women look like. Do they have hair?
They have the same, there's the same general differentiation regarding height and a more thin, demure body type. And obviously secondary sexual characteristics like breasts and bellies indicating pregnancy that we'll look at one Martian in these photos. The problem is that particular Martian phenotype, or that individual, is not only pregnant, but is more of the gray ET type and has multiple appendages above her waist. So in answer to your question, I've never seen a female of that typology that's more closely genetically related to us. Ken?
I caught in one of your radio interviews, I can't remember which one now, you commented in connection with that meeting, as they were walking back to the ship to depart. Right. You said they had some sort of a gate, or something.
Yeah. I'm just about there in the interview. Let me go into that.
Awesome.
So imagine, they get up, they've been sort of smiling at me. I think what happened was they said, the son of one of our project engineers ends up blowing the whistle on life on Mars. So they were aware that I had some kind of cultural destiny as the human who would let the Martian cat out of the bag in terms of life on Mars. So once they heard that, they had actually said, well, bring him over before we leave. But they were leaving. They were literally saying goodbye. Because shortly after my father and I arrived in that room there, they got up and walked past us down the steps to their ship. In other words, past the stage towards the ship. One taller than my father, about 6'2", and bald, kind of reminded me of Telly Savalas, the actor, walked past, and then the one that I mentioned who was shorter and had a fringe of brown hair and was a little bit more professorial looking, kind of looked like Larry of the Three Stooges. And then the one who again was a little bit taller. My dad was 6 feet tall. And the third one looked a little bit more handsome, sort of like a Patrick Stewart from Star Trek, but bald and kind of a ruggedly handsome face. Turned to my father, and in perfect, unaccented American English, these must have been not just Martian astronauts, but diplomats, in perfect English. His voice a little high-pitched and nasal, while walking to his silver teardrop-shaped space plane, turned to my father, and this is almost a verbatim transcript of what I've been able to work with memory to get back and what he said. He said, "Well, Ray, it was a pleasure visiting your beautiful planet again, and a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for introducing us to your son, Andrew. I hope that we can meet with you next time that we come to Earth." Now, again, Alfred's doing such groundbreaking reporting in exopolitics. What this was a technical liaison mission between Martian astronauts and U.S. air technical personnel. My dad had worked on the ramjet, the B-70, which was going to be the atomic-equipped strategic bomber. And so here we have the two air technical classes of two planets meeting in New Jersey in 1970. And my father, who wasn't that gifted as a diplomat, he was an engineer and a mathematician, said, yes, that would be wonderful. Have a safe journey home. And they then got into their ship. I don't remember whether it was the bottom or the top. I think they got in the bottom and pulled themselves up. But their tiny little space plane, maybe about the size of a compact car, wasn't that big at all. Putted it out of the hangar and out onto the tarmac there at Curtis Wright. And one of the aerospace engineers next to me said, now watch this, Andy. And the Martian craft went in a big circle and then accelerated on the straightaway and went from about 40 to what must have been 4,000 to 40,000 miles per hour in the flash of an eye. It just went and took off. It was astonishing. So I've described who they were. They were our genetic relatives on Mars who were already in liaison with at least our air technical personnel by 1970. I do also remember a few of the unusual things that my father said on the way home and later in terms of what he knew about the Martians. These are our relatives on Mars. He told me that it took 24 hours for them to get home. Now, if Mars is 1,000,000 miles away, that would be 40,000 miles per hour. So I'm going to have to check the figure. Of course, Mars is on an irregular orbit with Earth. So sometimes it's the planet nearest to us, and then it sort of drifts farther away. So we don't know precisely where Mars was when they returned to their planet. But they were going, obviously, at many times supersonic speed, which means that their human population was far in advance of our development of things like the Aurora in the 1990s in terms of achieving 4,000 to 7,000 miles per hour, because that craft left the tarmac at an astonishing rate. It was literally a blur in my eyes. The other thing that sort of astonishes me that my dad said, he said, I was given the opportunity to examine their arithmetic, their mathematics. And he said, I couldn't make sense of it. And I said, why, Dad? And he said, because in their math, 2 + 2 = 5. And I made a mental note of that. It didn't make any sense then, but it makes sense now. I'll explain why. And the other thing he mentioned is that when they were taken into the woods around Curtis Wright there in Wood Ridge, New Jersey, surrounded by deciduous forest of New Jersey, there was an incident in which they found several leaves of different tree species clumped together on the floor of the woods. And my dad said that they stood there for a half hour and in their native language, not in English, analyzed the leaves for 30 minutes as if they were actually studying what this cluster of leaves meant about the ecology of Earth. So I thought, after I published my paper, I thought back on some of these early experiences with my father having contact with the Martians and then briefly myself. And I thought, well, the Martians took refuge underground because of the solar system catastrophe, because they lost their ionosphere and hence their protection on the surface from solar radiation, which causes far more than a sunburn. You'll develop skin cancer and blisters over time on the surface. And some of their atmospheres, they still have 10% oxygen by volume. By the way, Ken, what I was describing is as they were walking towards their ship away from me, they were muscular, but the muscular allocation was different than a modern human being on Earth.
What's the gravitational ratio? I mean, is it slightly lighter up there?
It's lighter, but not what the 40% volume of Mars compared to Earth would seemingly lead to.
Because presumably, if someone was living there a long time, even our own people, and they came back, there would be some muscular atrophy, or?
No, this wasn't, my legs got very rubbery in my second trip up there and screaming with pain from hypoxia because of the less atmosphere, even though there was less gravitational pull. It wasn't that much less gravitational pull. You felt kind of spacey as you took your step, but because of the hypoxia from the lower oxygen. The point I was making there in that interview is it's just basically a passing observation that as they walked away, they were physically fit and muscular, but the muscular allocation was not what it would be on a modern human being, as if they were part of a subspecies of the human race that had a specific articulation to their skeletal muscular system. But they were the size of adult humans, and they were fit. And they also, I think the size of their torsos would indicate larger lung capacity, which would also be adaptive on a planet with less oxygen.
Sherpas, you know, who
Mhm.
they have broad chests.
These three gentlemen, especially the two that were taller, the one in the middle looked more like a member of their intellectual class. Maybe he was the scientist aboard. But the aviators aboard, who were larger than my father, taller and more muscular, had very large chests that you might even you might be able to notice if they had been walking down Madison Avenue in Armani suits. And they had these massive kind of barrel-shaped chests, which would be adaptive in an atmosphere with less oxygen. Okay. And then I figured, well, 2 + 2 equaling 5 is also the way to create a geometry-based mathematics in an underground civilization, because 2 + 2 posts keeps up the roof above your head, which keeps all that dirt from collapsing on your head. So maybe they derive their mathematics environmentally underground, with 4 posts equaling the roof, which equals 5 if you see things orthogonally like that, which they would as an underground civilization. And then in a desert planet devoid of most vegetation, it's also going to be adaptive to be very sensitive to your environment. Yes, 5 fingers. It's going to be adaptive to be very sensitive to your environment because your survival depends on it. So the analogy here would be the Australian Aborigines being exquisitely sensitive to their environment and hence able to survive in a forbidding environment. Mars is definitely an environment that takes a lot out of you and requires a lot of sensitivity and awareness to remain alive in, as we'll see during today's discussion. So those are some of my theories of the strange comments my father made about the Martians who are related to us and that we had just briefly met with. In 1971, something really even stranger happened, because it didn't just implicate visitors from another planet in real time. It involved this whole issue of interpolation of data from the future, again involving time travel. In fall of 1961, I had been permitted by my mother to go out trick-or-treating in late October when I already had a cold, and I developed a severe case of bronchitis later after I had done the November 5th, 1971 chronovisor jump from ITT Defense Communications to Washington, D.C. in 2013. I believe that that was the light field that damaged my skin, so who knows what the impact on my immune system is. But by mid-November of 71, I was convalescing with bronchitis in our guest bedroom at our house in Mars Plains, New Jersey. Several sets of relatives from New York City and Long Island were down. There was always a lot of festivity at the house when my aunts and uncles were by. And my dad took that general chaos down the living room to sneak up to the guest bedroom where I was convalescing, basically to give me a briefing from the CIA. And he entered the room again with another manila envelope with a broken red wax seal, the tie string. And he pulled an academic paper out of the envelope. It was my 2008 paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, in this form, in the form that you can download in PDF at projectmars.net. In other words, 10 or 12-point Arial type font in MS Word 2003. My dad said, take a look at this paper. Look who writes it. Again, speaking in that weird subjunctive tense where you have the evidence of a future event, but it hasn't happened yet. So you have to speak of it as something that you know is going to happen in the future. So he says, look who writes it. And I read it, and at the copyright line on the first page, I see copyright by Andrew D. Bashago, 2008. And then I said to my dad, I wonder why there's a D in it. Because in 1971, I was only 10, and I wouldn't be confirmed as a Roman Catholic and select the confirmation name Daniel until I was 13 and we'd moved to Los Angeles. So at this point, from the perspective of age 10 in New Jersey, there shouldn't have been a D in my copyright declaration or in my, I think there's a, yeah, in my byline up at the top of the paper. So he says, oh, you select Daniel as your confirmation name. And I said, oh, I see. And he says, look what year it's published. And I look at it and he says, what year? And I said, 2008. And he says, how old are you going to be in 2008, Andy? And I said, 47. And he kind of looked up at the ceiling and said, right, 47. And when you do write it, it's going to be an important work. And I said, why is that, Dad? And he said, because it's going to be recognized as the first written work to prove that Mars is an inhabited planet. And I said, it is? And he goes, yes. And then I looked at the paper, started studying the paper, and I said, wow. And he said, son, I'm going to leave for a few hours and give you some time to read this paper by yourself. I want you to read the text, study each of the photographs, read all of the captions, and try to relate the things said in the captions to the things shown in the images. And then he said, and this is a verbatim quote, he said, the purpose of this exercise is for you to read this paper and remember as much of it as possible, so then when you write it in 2008, it contains as much data about life on Mars as possible. Which is really kind of odd. I don't know whether to call this process quantum enfoldment or quantum enrichment, but the point that my dad was making is that if they let me read my paper in 1971, after they time traveled it back from 2008, it might optimize the chance that the event of the paper being published on this timeline would occur, because it would be burned into my unconscious, having read it as a 10-year-old in New Jersey. Or if it was destined to happen in this timeline without variance, so that I would write it in the optimal way, so that the event would be optimized on this timeline. But that does set up the conundrum of, if they had time traveled the actual text back, how could you improve it by reading it at age 10 so that it was improved at age 47 when you researched it, wrote it, and published it under the auspices of the distinguished Alfred Lambermont Weber? This bespeaks what they were doing with timelines. My dad was a Lehigh-educated, Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, a brilliant mathematician. He would have readily seen through the superficial conundrum of letting you read your future work verbatim to write it verbatim. So I think the answer to him even saying that had to do something with multiple timelines. It was kind of like, we'll let you tune in this version in this timeline we're in, so that we maximize the chance that this paper will be written, and that when it is written, it has as much data in it as possible. So I think the analogy there maybe is to the briefing of the presidents. They're going to a young George W. Bush, a young Bill Clinton, a young Barack Obama, and saying, sit down, we have something disturbing to tell you. You're going to be president in 27 years. And they're saying it as a fait accompli, and they're going to behave as president, or perform as president, as best as they're going to be able to when they arrive at the presidency, but they're still briefing them to optimize their performance. Again, the same paradox of future event or performance or condition being interpolated back into the present so that it is optimized or aggravated in its significance in some way, which is a paradox. But nonetheless, that's what he said, so presumably that's what they were doing. It was later in my experiences in Project Pegasus that I was in the La Hacienda restaurant in Albuquerque again. My father was at a project meeting that had gone long after lunch. It was about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Connie Chavez was babysitting me, so we didn't dispense with ordinary cultural protocols here. I was time traveling for the Nixon administration, but my dad's former girlfriend was still babysitting me when I had to have some adult looking after me when my father, one of the team leaders from the project, wasn't there. So Connie's babysitting. My dad comes back to the restaurant, and he looked like he had been literally punched in the stomach. Hopefully, I'll soon have pictures from my storage of my dad, but he was a solid guy and did not really cave in emotionally very easily. But he literally looked like he had just been punched hard in the stomach. And he takes Connie over to a corner of the restaurant, and they're talking sort of heatedly. And I walked over there, and the only thing I heard of the conversation was Connie Chavez ask my father, is this before or after he finds all of those creatures up on Mars? So my dad hears that and sees that I'm within earshot of Connie, and he scowls at her. And because the process of revealing aspects of an individual's destiny was supposed to be more deliberate and considered than that. It wasn't just supposed to be an offhand process where a person started finding out they were going to be president, they were going to publish a paper about life on Mars, or win the the Olympic rowing championship or something or whatever. The process was supposed to be one in which they figured out what they wanted the person to know so that it had the greatest chance of happening. So my dad scowls at her, and I think that this incident permits the inference that probably what my father was told was that I was destined to go to Mars, because at that point in the program, all of the time travel we were doing was time travel on Earth to the past or future. And the only discussion of celestial bodies besides Earth was the moon. I had one component of the curriculum was on Project Moondust, where they were showing us things that the human race was going to do on the moon, like shoot a rocket up there and then bury it in the moon dust and create a habitat out of it, for example. So there was some indication we might be teleported to the moon and inhabit the moon. There was also some reference to possibly living aboard ships with ETs, which again implicates the Gary McKinnon finding of the Navy fleet in near-Earth orbit. But I'm speculating here, but I think what he had just been told in that briefing was that, look, some of the kids are going to be going up to Mars via teleportation, and Andy is one of them, because my father looked deeply, personally disconcerted. And I'm sure of it because he hardly was ever flustered about anything. So that takes us to that happening. What happened was, as I described, I was just dismissed from Project Pegasus at the end of the first summer of 1972. I had an ordinary junior high and high school period after we had moved out to Southern California in November of 72. I did 1 year of college at UC San Diego. That was quite ordinary. But then in the summer of 1980, my father approached me at our residence in Chatsworth, California, and he explained to me, of course my dad being Parsons CIA, he explained to me that this summer I was just going to be going camping with my dad, namely him. And he was going to take me up to the campground at Lake Siskiyou near Mount Shasta in Northern California. On this very day in La Cañada, California, at the Stillings residence, Lockheed Skunk Works being the aerospace facility that Ben Rich and Kelly Johnson started for Lockheed, where many of the high-performance jet aircrafts were designed and built. On this very day, at least we know it was right before we left for Shasta, literally that Saturday morning, so to speak, or Friday before then, Brett describes how his father said the same exact thing. Brett, your mom's not going, your older sister Sandy's not going, you're going up to camp with me near Mount Shasta. We both were then driven to Mount Shasta region by our dads separately in our family's vehicles. And we both then had the same bizarre experience. And these are the kind of notes we were comparing last week in La Crescenta. Our fathers drove up to Shasta, and you can take the exit 745, which is the McLeod, California exit off of the I-5 corridor. And you can go about 9 miles, and the first building you run into is over on the left. It's called the McLeod Market. In those days, it was just fronted by a huge, irregular macadam blacktop. There was no driveway nor a street, but now there's a street that goes through where the blacktop was. Both of our fathers exited their respective vehicles and saying, son, stay in the car. Whatever happens, stay in the car. I'm going to be out in 15 minutes. Just stay here, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. Our fathers then walked, somewhat distractedly or busily, as we recounted it, into the McLeod Market, and they came out in 15 minutes, respectively. But both of them had about 5 days' growth of beard. So we think what that was that there was either a teleport disguised in that facility, because right behind the McLeod Market, there's a little medical center. It sounds like, Ken, do you know the area? Yeah.
I stayed in Weed, back and forth to Oregon.
Right, well, Weed is right, the next 2 exits are the Weed exits, 746 and 747.
Yeah.
So right here within a stone's throw of Mount Shasta, our fathers went in and either took a teleport on some kind of time loop for 5 days, or they probably went into some kind of underground stairwell and entered the huge U.S. Defense establishment beneath Mount Shasta, which you can get access to through the dam works at the Shasta Dam, built during the Great Depression. I have multiple informant confirmations that you can access the huge base under Mount Shasta, or near Mount Shasta, via the dam itself, Shasta Dam. So Brett and I, several weeks ago, I spoke in Los Angeles, and I said, Brett, why don't you hitchhike with me up through the Shasta area? We'll stop at all these places we remember, and then I can put you on a Greyhound bus in Portland, and you can drive home, but we'll have the benefit of reconnoitering all these points of interest in Shasta, where we had our Mars training in 1980. So we drive up to the McLeod Market, and we make a left there. The market is over on our left. There's now another establishment over on the right side of the street. And I said, Brett, see that camo jockey there? There was a kind of a fit young man in desert camouflage fatigues acting drunk. He had a little bottle of whiskey. And I said, he's not drunk. And Brett said, well, how do you know? And I said, drunks don't move like that. They don't act like they're drunk like this. Drunks just sort of get all relaxed and fluid in their drunkenness, especially when they're acting like the town drunk in front of a supermarket in downtown McLeod, California, with a little bottle of I don't know, wild turkey in it or something. And I said, that guy's not drunk. He's probably reconnoitering the McLeod Market, because we know in 1980 our fathers went in there and came out 5 days later, but only 15 minutes from our reckoning. So we drive up to this guy and we start telling our story, and he suddenly gets undrunk and he bends down near the car and he says, gentlemen, I can't confirm anything about Mars, but I can confirm that I'm CIA. You want to get the hell out of town. He was suddenly uncamo jockey and undrunk. And quite educated sounding. Definitely not drunk. Okay, so he apparently was guarding the corner where the McLeod Market is. So my advisement is, stay the hell out of McLeod, because it's under Homeland Security observation. These individuals, does anybody know what they're called? It hasn't been publicized. Do you know what Homeland Security calls these domestic spies? Inspectors. One of my former landlords in Vancouver, Washington, was working at a local post office, and he actually took me to the side of the counter and said, I'm working for the feds again. And I said, what are you? And he said, well, post 9/11, I'm just in this post office, like looking for trucks that are being backed up to the post office that might have explosives in them, to do in Oklahoma City or whatever. And I said, really? You're being paid for it? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what are you called? And he said, I'm an inspector. And this guy was former military, worked for the phone company. He was my landlord for 4 years. Complete, solid citizen, not an alcoholic, not a drug addict, happily married, father of two. So there you have it. We have domestic spies under the Patriot Act, and they're called inspectors. And this camouflage fatigue clad apparent U.S. military veteran was apparently guarding, or at least observing, that corner where the McLeod Market, who knows, maybe the McLeod Market was built around a natural portal site. But the facts certainly set up a rebuttable presumption that there was a portal there, and there's still something significant there to the government. So after our fathers, I said, Dad, how did you grow, the 5 o'clock shadow like this? He said, son, I always let my beard grow out when we're camping. My dad was charming enough to kind of get away with it, those kinds of explanations. But Brett's dad had shaved before he went in, and then still came out with 5 days growth of beard, which is a dead giveaway. You don't usually shave before going into a supermarket in a small rural town in Northern California. You keep your 5 o'clock shadow on to look like, the locals. But so his father said something like, Brett, I don't know what you're talking about. I shaved before going in there, and son, that's why I shaved, or something like that. I should still shave even though we're camping. So anyway, they came up with superficial excuses, but they didn't overwhelm our memory that, in fact, they were gone for more than 15 minutes, because they were literally, like when the astronauts used to come back after 3 or 5 days in space. My dad had black hair in his youth and then white hair at a very young age, and he had a black beard, so there was no hiding it. He had been gone literally for days, but by my reckoning, for only 15 minutes. Then we're taken up by our dads, respectively, in our cars to the campground on the northern shore of either Lake Siskiyou or Lake Shastina. We think it was Lake Siskiyou. I think it's Siskiyou, right there.
Were you north of Shasta?
Well, McLeod.
Weed is north. When you look at Shasta from Weed, you're looking from the northwest.
Yeah, and Shasta City, Mount Shasta, the city of Mount Shasta.
McLeod, you were at Lake
But I mean, the mountain
Siskiyou. Lake Shasta is further south by then.
yeah.
Well, Lake Shasta is farther south, but we don't know whether we were at Lake Shastina or Siskiyou. But Lake Siskiyou,
Shasta's north, but there's
yeah.
no campground.
There was no campground there, so it was Lake Siskiyou then, right? Right, okay, so thank you, because we were trying to clarify that. So they take us to the campground on the northern shore of Lake Siskiyou, where when you're looking
Right.
south towards the lake, Shasta's right over on your left, right there. And Tom Stillings, they came a couple hours later, an hour later, and I said, Brett, this is how we corroborate facts in the truth movement. I said, don't tell me the color of your van. It was like pumpkin orange, right? And he's providing me the pictures of their Vanagon from 1980. It was pumpkin orange. So Tom Stillings comes over to our campsite with my dad and I, and with his son Brett. I was 18, Brett was 13, and Tom Stillings, we both agree that Tom Stillings says something to the nature of, you may know me or you may not know me, but we work for the same company, which is, I guess, identifying himself as working for the company, which I don't think is the company of Jesus, the Jesuits, although maybe originally it was. It's the company, the Central Intelligence Agency. And as I described in my second appearance on Coast to Coast AM on November 11th of 2010, Tom Stillings had a piece of metal about larger than this pointer, about the size of a personal checkbook. And he said, look at this, Andy. He said, I'm not going to show it to you, Ray, because you work with this. And I didn't know my dad was still working on aerospace projects. I knew he had been on Pegasus, but I thought the plane stuff was all back in the 50s. So he says, watch this, Andy. This is called boundary layer material. And he takes that little piece of metal and drops it 3 inches off the ground, and it hovers. So the ability to levitate even large objects is dependent on the right metal. If it has a complete proton shell, you don't really get anti-gravity, you get what? Reverse gravity or negative gravity. It naturally repels. So for some reason, Tom Stillings showed that to both of us. I guess maybe just to whet our appetite for what was going to come, because around the campfire on Sunday night, right after, you know how you get in that dull, kind of spaced out feeling when you're camping, you're just totally relaxed and staring at the campfire. My dad started announcing to Brett and I that come Monday morning, we were going to be attending a 3-week training course up at the College of the Siskiyous about Mars. And when I said, why have you taken us to Shasta, Dad, for 3 weeks about Mars? He said, because some of you in the class are going to be going there. So it looks like what they decided to do was just acclimate Brett and I to Mount Shasta several summers beforehand, and then take us there again in that beautiful mountainous region with that beautiful mountain there. It's one of my favorite places on the earth. It's a phenomenal area. And just remind us how beautiful the earth is, but so that they would kind of smooth our transition in our realization that we were going to be going off planet. Because there was no need. They could have gone to a hotel, because ultimately we ended up staying in the dorms at the College of the Siskiyous and then at a local motel. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The instructor of our course, come Monday morning, was a young 30-year-old major in the U.S. Army who was then serving as a scientific and technical intelligence officer with the U.S. Army named Major Ed Dames. I had worked with Ed back in 1973. When I accessed 1973 from 1971, I did a lot of Montauk Chair stuff in one of the underground bases in New Mexico, the one that's under the Los Alamos Public High School. In fact, it's under the auxiliary or girls' gymnasium and basketball court at the Los Alamos High School. And in that very facility, I worked with an even younger Ed Dames. I want to dwell on Ed. I think I may have mentioned during my first lecture. If Ed Dames can rise to the occasion, he can end the time travel and the Mars cover-up, not from the perspective of a child participant and adolescent experiencer, but from the perspective of a young adult who was involved directly with Project Pegasus and also training our personnel to be placed on the surface of Mars via jump room. He is deeply implicated, not just in all the admirable work that he's done in remote viewing, but in far more sensitive activities, and he's a major potential truth teller and whistleblower. He needs to be confronted non-violently, but invited to come forward at risk of his life, because if I could come forward at 40, he can come forward at 60 or 65 and 70 and tell the American people the truth. he, of course, these dates are significant because we have Laura born in 1973. I'm working with Ed Dames, a future member of the aviary in 73, talking about my future and the people I'm going to be working with and meeting and seeing in the Montauk chair rides. And then 1980, I think you said that it was at age 7 that you felt something had been put on you, that you began to be manipulated by the permanent secret government, as it were.
That was two different things that I confronted one after the other, the two forces of control, one being the aviary and the other one being the other story. So.
And here we have Ed being a colleague of Puthoff and Pandolfi and C.B. Scott Jones and all the people who have been publicly identified as being part of the aviary. At least he was in that same league of military remote viewing pioneers who are still focusing on remote viewing to the exclusion of time travel and so forth, while secretly recruiting people to teleport to the Mars colony like yourself. So I think that 1973 and 1980 involvement of myself with Ed somehow may relate to the timing of Laura's story, and that didn't really occur to me until Laura's presentation yesterday. So anyway, what Ed was doing was simply giving us 3 weeks of information about Mars. The training class, as I mentioned, it was held at the College of the Siskiyous, right, literally on the volcanic apron there, beautiful Mount Shasta. Here's one of the buildings. College of the Siskiyous is in Weed, California. And we were told by Ed that as the program evolved, not the time-space program embodied in Project Pegasus a decade earlier, but the Mars exploration and habitation program that we were being trained for, would use the Mount Shasta region as essentially its local neighborhood, in the same way that Houston, Texas, or the suburbs around Cape Canaveral, you have a higher population of astronauts and so forth. The chrononauts going to Mars would be expected, for example, to either buy or be provided lodging, homes in the region, and they would use this beautiful Mount Shasta region for the home base of people regularly going back and forth to Mars. Now that makes good sense, because if you're periodically getting totally exhausted being on a stressful, arid desert planet where if you don't look around every 30 seconds you might be eaten by a predator on the surface, clearly Mount Shasta is going to be a restorative region to come home to, and also a psychological bulwark knowing I'm going to be back in my bed in Weed in a couple days, so or hours. So one of the interesting things we learned is they were really planning to use the Mount Shasta region as the base of operations for the personnel who would be attached to the Mars project. So, okay, Brett and I agree that in the class, listening to these 3 weeks of basically just storytelling facts from Ed, just basically acclimating us to what we could expect on the surface, what to look for, and so forth, how we would get up there and what we were expected to do. It was just basically just a 3-week factual lecture. We agree that there were 10 teenagers who were there in the training program, 4 of whom have now been identified through the corroboration of Brett and I, not through written documentation or other whistleblowers coming forward, but at least through the corroboration of 2 witnesses. Now, in other words, we have Brett Stillings, an adult judged legally sane, backing up my account about Mars. They were, in addition to myself, by the way, they all had Pasadena, California connections. I was 18, the son of an engineer at Parsons, which is headquartered in Pasadena. My father was serving as the chief technical liaison officer between Parsons and the CIA on the theory and practice of teleportation. And so now, in real time, I'm a crusading lawyer planning to run for president. The first person that we agree was in the class was an 18-year-old African-American man from Hawaii, not from Kenya. He told me he was from Hawaii, named Barry Satoru. I asked this individual his name the second time that we were talking when we were coming in and out of class. The first time we were walking out of class, and he came up alongside me on my left and said, I think about what we're doing here in this class, and I really can't believe it, man. I mean, we're participating in something that most human beings have never done before, which is going up to another planet. And I said, I know, it's hard to believe. Sometimes I have to pinch myself because I can't believe that we're even doing this. This guy was intelligent, affable, extremely likable. I've liked Barack Obama publicly. I'm a supporter. I have to confess my bias. I think he's the kind of person we should be electing to the presidency. But anyway, and the second time we were walking into class, and we chit-chatted again. I said, listen, man, what's your name? And he said, Barry Sotoro. And I remembered that because I said to him, oh, your name's kind of like mine, just the rhythm of it. And he said, what's your name? And I said, Andy Bashaga. So, Barry Sotoro, Andy Bashaga. Okay, so I think the Barack Obama name is probably a persona that he then adopted, because when when we crossed paths again in 1982 in West Los Angeles, he was taller, thinner, more confident, more intelligent sounding. He had matured a lot in those 2 years. Actually, he then did another year at Occidental College in Eagle Rock, California. There's the Pasadena connection to Barry Soetoro during those years. And then did a year at Columbia. So I met him when he was back in LA, as he put it, hanging out with his friends from Occidental. And he told me that his name was Barack Obama, and we had a discussion about his name. So that fills in a little bit of the mystery of Barack Obama. I believe that he was born in the United States. We know from the writings of Alfred Weber and who else? Webster Griffin Tarpley and Wayne Madsen, that President Obama descends from a multi-generational CIA family. His mother was a CIA operative in Kenya and Indonesia, while officially attached to the Agency for International Development. And his grandparents apparently also engaged in espionage on behalf of the US government. So the Pasadena connection, he was attending Occidental College in Eagle Rock, which is literally essentially a suburb of Pasadena. And today he's the 44th President of the United States, which is conspicuous. The next individual that we are certain was in the class, the only female student, she was always sitting up in the front. Ed would give us basically 3 lines of hellish information about what to expect and then make a joke. And Regina Dugan was always following up his jokes with another joke. She was very funny, very intelligent, and Brett and I were also very impressed with her. Regina was then, according to Courtney Hunt, who I later spoke about Regina with, Courtney introduced me to Regina the next summer of '81, right before I went up to Mars. And he told me that she was getting her PhD in nuclear physics at Caltech in Pasadena. There's the Pasadena connection. But in her official biography, it states that she earned a PhD in mechanical engineering from Caltech. It also states that she will soon be granted a US patent in a new space launch application. And I'm wondering whether they're going to gift her the jump room technology, because at some point somebody's going to have to be credited with inventing it. But she's now officially described, here I'm linking Regina to teleporting to Mars, and in her official Wikipedia entry, she's being given credit for inventing a space launch capability. That's pretty mighty work in science. She was absolutely brilliant, and I hope to someday consult with her about our experiences training for Mars. And we don't know whether Barack Obama and Regina Dugan went up there, but we do know that they were in our training course, the express purpose of which was to go up there, and that Brett and I went up there. So today she's the director of DARPA, the first female ever to serve in that post. What I find interesting about this photograph of Regina, also in front of the US flag, this is her official portrait when she became director of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency at age 48, which is also a phenomenal accomplishment. The colors in her scarf here are some of the distinctive colors of Mars. The rusty red surface of Mars, and then the white and turquoise stones that make up some of the iconography of the High Egyptian civilization, which I believe reached Egypt as a result of direct cultural diffusion from ancient Egypt's connection with ancient Mars. But these colors, the turquoise, before I even found this picture, I had already used in the iconography of our research organization, because turquoise is distinctively Martian. Here we find it in her scarf. This is the best picture we could find of Brett. We're going to have a more of a formal portrait taken, because he does plan to come forward as a whistleblower. I was kidding him here that he looked like the 6th or 7th Beatle, but we're going to have a formal picture taken. Brett had an accident as an infant and fractured his skull, and he has the scar there to prove it. Brett is an absolutely brilliant prodigy type of individual, not a savant. He's quite functional. But among his other accomplishments, which explain why they put him up on Mars, according to his mother, and Brett, his father died in 2007, Tom Stillings, but according to his mother, Gail, which I just spent 2 weeks staying with Brett and his mom, he was repairing television sets that were absolutely broken at age 7 without training. So he was, in other words, an intuitive mechanical genius, which is very rare. And that, I think, explains why they were training him and why he went up there at age 14 to 17. Brett's father was literally taking him after junior high over to the jump room I'm going to show you to go up to Mars, and he was up there on the surface with me. I'll share with you some of the facts that we've now corroborated regarding things we said to each other and experiences that we shared up on the surface. So William Brett Stillings is in the official class of whistleblowers, and he's committed to come forward in that interview with Jaime Maussan that will take place in Los Angeles in August or September. Ken?
You and Barry are both over 18 at the time.
Yes, Barack Obama was born on August 4th of 1961, and I was born on September 18th of 1961. He's 45 days older than I, in the same way that, there were 44 years between Clinton and George W. Bush. Now there's 45 days between Obama and Bashago, but if I wait a term to run, I'm going to blow that synchronicity. But yes, Barry Obama was one of my...
How old was Regina at the time?
I think she was our same age because she was at Caltech, but she was certainly already academically advanced enough to be pursuing a PhD. She'd already earned a BS and an MS from Virginia Tech in physics. So we're talking about the Jodie Foster character in the movie. Brilliant. And very, 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 very charming individual. And she's just a really talented human being. So Brett and I remember sort of not just the in-class time, but the social time with this group of peers. And I obviously have a great deal of fondness for them because after these utterly harrowing lectures by Ed Dames, we were treated first to the dorms and then halfway through the 3 weeks to a set of adjacent rooms at the Finlandia Motel off of exit 738 there in Mount Shasta. And Satoru, Obama, Bashago, Dugan, Stillings, and the other 6 teenagers, we would not really commiserate about what had just happened, but we would just sort of download to the day's lecture, and there was this, 2 or 3 hours of chatter as we were just unleashing the tension from that day's lesson plan. We'd be laughing about what Ed had said and just really trying to adjust to what he had told us that day in class. Oh, by the way, I should mention about Brett Stillings, born in 1966, so Brett's now 45. He is trying to independently develop a chronovisor. The chronovisor already existed, obviously, when I was on the project, but I do remember seeing the name William Stillings and a chronovisor drawing in the lesson plan that I had in Pegasus as a child. So one of our theories is that the ultimate provenance of the chronovisor may be partially attributed to Arnetti, Gemelli, and Fermi, or it may be taken back in time when Brett develops it, because one of his characteristics is, this is the kind of person, when you go to dinner with him, even to introduce him to somebody else, he looks at the person and says, oh, no, that you shouldn't be wearing that. And they'll say, why? Well, the metal in your pendant there, it's a rotor, not an oscillator. Okay, so he's basically still a prodigy, and he has this keen insight into chemistry and physics and metals and everything else. So if anybody on the planet can start tinkering with bismuth crystals and independently develop the hologram generating chronovisor, the looking glass technology, we think it's Brett, and he has the benefit of knowing me and the fact that I saw his name associated with chronovision in the data that I saw when I was on the project.
He's the William Stillings who's active on the Facebook.
Yes. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He's what?
Brett's
He's the William Stillings on Facebook.
yeah.
He's always writing constantly.
Prolific.
Yeah.
That's the same guy.
Same guy. All of us. So prodigies
Well,
maybe.
you're awesome yesterday to me.
He's prolific.
Yeah, he's been inspired by everybody who's come forward, including Michael Relf, myself, Arthur Neumann, yourself, and he wants to join the movement. So we've everybody was always saying 2 things about my investigation. One is there's stuff you haven't remembered, and what I hadn't remembered was the whole Mars connection. I remember the stuff from early childhood, but not the more recent stuff from late adolescence. And the other thing people are predicting is that whistleblowers are going to come forward and there, of course, was Laura and then Brett. So we now have 5 people as a result of going mainstream with the information.
Any reason the name Williams being used?
His name is William Brett Stillings, and he just goes by the nickname Brett. Yeah, so that's his given name. So one of the funny incidents that occurred in class that Brett and I also agree about is that we were sitting, usually I'd be sitting in front of my dad, Brett would be on my right, and Tom Stillings would be behind Brett. And often Barry Satora was sitting 1 or 2 desks in front of one of us, Brett or myself. On a particular day, he was sitting in front of Brett, and Ed Dames called an intermission in his lecture. And Regina went up to talk to him, and then Barry from Hawaii. And Tom Stillings, who was an incredible joker and entertaining us all the time, leaned forward in the kind of little tea party between the 4 of us, my dad and myself and Brett and his father, and said, within earshot of my father and I, "So Brett, how do you feel about being in a class like this about going to Mars and there being a future president in the class?" And before Brett could answer, my father said, "2 presidents," and then looked over at me. And Brett and I think he was referring to me, but then again, Regina has reached the most powerful sub-agency of the Defense Department. She may be the other president that my dad was talking about, but Brett we think that he was referring to me, but the problem here is I'm now in a quantum paradox. If people ask me, "Andy, do you have information that you're going to be president?" I have to say yes, or I lie and disserve the stated ideals of my truth campaign. But if I tell the truth, I undermine my presidential campaign by acting like I know I'm going to win or something like that. So my position is, if we take what my father said while looking at me as if he was talking about me, and then Courtney Hunt's statements when I asked him later in life, "Courtney, am I going to reach the White House?" The 3 answers he gave me. When I first asked him, he said, "Yes, but I don't know how you get there." A couple weeks later, he said, "No, but you're on the scene." And then the 3rd time I asked him a couple months later, he said, "Have you been briefed about 2015? Okay, so we can draw our own conclusions. That's the data. I have never been sat down and said, "Andy, get your act together," whatever, because you're going to be president someday. We just have these things that let slip from 2 people in my informing environment, namely my father and my principal contact to the CIA in my early 20s, Courtney Hunt, when I began going up to Mars, that there's some kind of implication between me and the presidency. But I have not yet even adjusted to that fact, quite frankly, but we think he was referring to me. So I'm going to run anyway, whether I win or not. But anyway, so.
Maybe you're going to get married to her and she's going to be president.
That could be, because if my destiny was to be first husband, I think my dad wouldn't have told me. He was kind of old school. But I'll have to consult Dennis Thatcher about that if that's what happened. I'm turning Mars red. Better get some turquoise on if I'm going to be first husband. So I just did the anecdote about 2 presidents. But then again, let me also follow that up. On the way home from that meeting, Brett says that his father said, "Brett, what are the chances 2 presidents in the same class of 10 kids? Do you realize what that means, son? You must really have some future, and they know it. Look at the girl in the front of the room. She's absolutely brilliant." And so, in fact, going into that class, Tom Stillings of Lockheed CIA knew there was a president in the class. But my father knew there were 2 presidents in the class. But somebody else, one of the other fathers, may have known that there were 3 presidents in the class. In other words, because of the compartmentalization of intelligence data, we don't know whether my father's statement of 2 presidents being among those 10 kids was dispositive of how many future presidents were in the room. Maybe they all were, or maybe there were 3 or 4 more. And that bespeaks why did they throw us together in a Mars training course? I think it wasn't to foment leadership on Mars. I think it was because they used forward intelligence to identify people who would have stressful but significant destinies, and they basically acclimated us to stress and to bearing up by sending us to another planet. In other words, it may have been a psychological training exercise, sending that cadre of young people to Mars as teenagers, not for what they would do on Mars, but for what they would do on Earth. So in fact, we don't know. My dad may have been less than fully informed of there only being 2 presidents in the room. However, the fact that there were, according to the CIA people, adult CIA people who were auditing the class, namely my dad and Brett's dad, there were stated purposes of the program that Ed Dames shared with us while never talking about the presidency on Earth or on Mars. In fact, after I became president of Mars, the Mars Anomaly Research Society, and Alfred became chairman, we've been getting letters from people saying, "Are you really the president of Mars? Why aren't you up there?" And we try to explain, it's an acronym, it's not the planet. I'm president of the group, not the planet. But Ed did tell us the 3 stated purposes of Project Mars, namely sending people up there via jumper. First was to help establish an extraterrestrial defense regime protecting Earth, presumably protecting Earth from potentially hostile visitors and from astronomical events that might jeopardize the structural integrity of our planet or our survival of the human race, human genome on Earth. The second was to create a basis for claiming U.S. territorial sovereignty over Mars, which Courtney Hunt told me of. Ed didn't really emphasize this. He made a passing reference to it. But Courtney Hunt later articulated to me that it meant they were keeping tabs on all of the American civilians they were sending up there so that they could later submit that list to the UN or whoever. Do you know who it would be, Alfred? Would it be the UN? I think it would probably violate the space treaties, right, for a particular country to claim a whole planet, like for us to claim Mars as the 51st state. But that's in fact what was discussed by Courtney.
Yeah, that's probably why there are only 9 signatories to the Moon Treaty, because the Moon Treaty is the Moon Treaty that the terms of the Moon Treaty actually apply to all of the other planets. And the U.S. has not signed the Moon Treaty yet, so I think that's why the Moon Treaty is kind of stalled out, because the U.S. has territorial intent toward Mars. That's kind of my guess.
Yeah, so we're not a signatory to the principal convention in which other planetary bodies would either, there would be no territorial claim, or they would be part of the common heritage of humankind.
Yeah.
And there wouldn't be a national territorial claim.
And no one has ever been able to figure out why there are 125 signatories to the UN Outer Space Treaty, which is sort of a generalized treaty. And then when they came to the Moon Treaty, which would be like a piece of cake, it stopped. And I think it has to do with the territorial claims that the U.S. has toward Mars, because the terms of the Mars Treaty extend to every celestial body in the solar system.
Right, so what Courtney Hunt was explaining to me is that they were trying to put as many U.S. civilians up there, not soldiers and not diplomats, because settlement is one of the conditions of an ultimate territorial claim. You know, our people have been in that location on that planet for so many years, at so many number of people. So what they were doing was literally sending as many people as possible through the jump rooms and keeping tabs. Ken?
And related to that, I've heard that China is using that precedent you just mentioned of the U.S. not signing the Moon Treaty as their own leverage and excuse for their own agendas on Mars too, the Chinese.
Right, and you know, we have this...
That if America's not going to do it, they don't have to do it.
Right, and we have this in public international law, which is, you know, disputes over claims of territorial sovereignty based on length of habitation. You know, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the conflict over North America between the Native American presence on the North American continent, and then claims of property ownership by later arrivals, namely the contemporary American civilization, and also here in Hawaii and so forth and other locations. It's an age-old conflict in public international law. And one of the reasons I'm speaking out is I think the United States is doing the wrong thing. Why should we or any other country assert a territorial claim to another celestial body? That seems the height of arrogance and folly. So here we are. Here we are with somebody from the Mars program in the early 80s saying that's what the CIA people were talking about. Let's get as many humans up there. This?
Yeah.
This is where I'm going in the lecture. So, actually, let me just still stay back here. That image will be explained soon, but let me I'm getting ahead of myself. Among the things that were covered by Ed Dames, let's go back to Ed just to look at him. Among the things that were covered by Ed Dames in his lectures for 3 weeks were subjects like the history of the U.S. presence on Mars. This is a direct quote, a verbatim quote, given early in his lectures, right before he started talking about predation on the surface. Brett Stillings and I are in absolute agreement that Ed said, of the 97,000 plus people that we have thus far sent to Mars, only 7,000 have survived there after 5 years, or 4 or 5 years. So that establishes that at the time we were being trained, almost 100,000 Americans had already been jump roomed to Mars. So imagine that you're at the next baseball game that you attend back on the mainland, you're at Dodger Stadium or something, and you look at that crowd of tens of thousands of people. If it's an average sample, some of those people in attendance have been on Mars via jump room. Again, David Wilcock, the individual that I'm supposedly am, but I'm not, I'm obviously a different person, our esteemed colleague, David has stated that he believes that it's 550,000. And I was discussing this with Alfred again. If there were 100,000 who had visited in 1980, now, 30 years later, the colony would have grown into at least several 100,000, but it would still be constrained by the carrying capacity of both Mars and the colony. So I think that David Wilcock's estimate is quite accurate. It's a good ballpark figure. Jan.
Real quick, why are you supposedly David Wilcock? Just explain that little.
Why am I what?
You just said something about David Wilcock.
Oh, it's long been alleged that we're the same person. That's just a pernicious urban legend. I thought I would address it again to knock it down.
Locating right now, right?
We're not alter egos of each other, although I think Chris Gaines is the alter ego of Garth Brooks. But David Wilcock, I'm pretty sure, but David Wilcock and I are not. I just wanted to address that so I could knock it down. Ken?
Okay, so you gave the impression during the meeting with the Martians as having a diplomatic status or presence and intelligence. And now it brings into question how they are tolerating us or receiving us or treating us, or even accepting that we have territorial.
Well, they're advanced. I mean, they're the vestige of the presence of the High Egyptian, that great maritime civilization that built the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. On Mars, under Mars, they had more advanced space planes by 1970. It has to be antagonistic to their interests. And that bespeaks the danger of asserting territorial hegemony over another planet is you may come into open conflict with the advanced humanoids with weaponry and spacecraft and so forth on that planet. Yes, Star.
What kinds of interactions did you have or people on the base have with the native population humanoids on Mars? Like,
Well, I'll describe that, but well, I'm going to have to get ahead in my lecture to address that. But we weren't going up there and consulting them. We were among ourselves, our other Earthling associates, when we were on the surface. We weren't received there in the way that cadre of Martian astronauts had been consulting with my dad. Yes, Michael.
That you met on Earth, were they indigenous?
To Mars?
The ones that you met in
At Curtis Wright in 1970? They were Martian astronauts, by which I mean human beings from the indigenous Martian population. They weren't American astronauts who were deployed on Mars. They were, hence the slightly different appearance.
there was some cooperation across the cultures.
Well, there was clearly actual technical consultation going on there. And let me just actually address another data point. I may have mentioned it in my first lecture on Monday, and that is that Rose McMillan, one of my law clients in Vancouver, Washington, now in her 80s, former private secretary to Howard Hughes, had that incident where Howard Hughes, at Hughes Aircraft, put those parts on her desk and said, Rose, several humans from outer space are going to be coming to your desk today. Give them these parts. So here you have literally the progenitor of Hughes Aircraft, the owner and operator of the jump room technology or building that I'm going to show you next, literally in liaison, Howard Hughes in technical liaison with an off-planet culture. I don't know if it was the Martian one, but it was an off-planet culture. Ken?
Or we could be having a quid pro quo. That means the
remote viewing exercises regarding Mars, and that team at Emory of remote viewers found that the Martians do want to relocate here, that they already have colonies in the mountains outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and in remote regions of South and Central America, and that how could we fault them because this is such more of a livable planet?
Yeah, give and take.
Right, so maybe ultimately my work in the Mars area here publicly will be to acclimate the people of Earth to the reintegration of our Martian relatives back into civilization here on Earth. Why should they be barred from our planet? They are our relatives, and it's a lot nicer to live here than on Mars, and I think we should permit that.
I was wondering how they convinced all those civilians to go to Mars.
Profound psychological manipulation, almost tantamount to mind control. Now, I'm hopeful that because by the time we were trained, almost 100,000 had gone, that many, many Mars whistleblowers will come forward, maybe even with paperwork, their credentials and paperwork. I don't have any paperwork. But Brett and I know this, and that is before we left the Shasta region after those 3 weeks, we were subjected to brainwashing in a local hospital. We went into that hospital with our fathers on our feet, and we came out on gurneys. So what they did was they gave us all this training. So for example, we just had it in our unconscious, and then they decided to brainwash us and erase it temporarily. What's amazing is that brainwashing remained locked for decades, so that it just surfaced after I had already done my Mars research findings in 2008. But Brett and I have literally been sitting around, and just commiserating about the fact that we can't believe that it was locked up there for so long. But as I'll show in my further lecture here, there's been very specific data that we've corroborated that can't be the result of mutual delusion or reinforcement of fantasy. And I'll describe some of those data points. And that's why Brett is such an important whistleblower and why I think he's going to play an important role. Jan?
Was that mind control with drugs?
I believe that it was, the classic CIA drugging and verbal reinforcement of memory to forget. Remembering to forget. I don't think it was trauma-based but I remember just being in a funk and kind of out of it the whole drive, 800 or whatever, 700 miles back to Chatsworth. Yes.
So, how did you feel about your father and being, did you enjoy all this? Were you going to do it because you were afraid, or?
Well, from earliest childhood, I had basically been asked to buck up and deal with experiences that were both awe-inspiring and terrifying as a result of my father being in the aerospace community and in the CIA. So, for example, when he told me around the campfire that some of us are going to Mars, my mind kind of spaced out. It's like, oh great, I'm going back into government service again. I really had no choice. I was born into it. And my dad he was a decent and responsible person. One principle I want to apply here is, again, I don't think I'm borrowing it from Donald Rumsfeld because I think he stole it from me as a result of quantum access. But, we know what we know what we don't know, but we don't know what we don't know. So what I apply is what I call the post-Vietnam principle, which is you can't presuppose that other kind, compassionate, intelligent Americans would make decisions that you wouldn't do until they start getting involved in intentional wrongdoing, like torture. So was my dad at that point complicit in brainwashing? Yeah. So I can blame him for that. But earlier as a kid on Pegasus, we know he was in denial about the fact that they were using brainwashing. But my point is, if you were sitting around a table in Washington with 12 people who were determining how we would respond to a cultural or an astronomical threat to our planet, let's say, and needed to place teenagers on Mars so that they would become the Mars leaders of tomorrow or whatever, would you go so far as to train kids and maybe even brainwash them if that was a necessary programmatic element? Most people would say no. They would give themselves the moral high ground and they would say, nope, I'd never do that. But what if it came up in a discussion among a group of, cabinet officials, military officers, and advanced aerospace scientists like my dad? In other words, we don't know ultimately what they were dealing with. So even though it sounds heinous for him to walk me into the Reading Community Hospital or wherever that happened, the Redwood Community Clinic behind the McLeod Market, it looks like he was morally compromised, but again, we don't know what we don't know. He may have been told by non-human elements to involve me. We ultimately don't know. So we don't know what degree of moral choice making was made. We can put ourselves in the morally superior position and say that's horrific, that your dad is to be faulted for that. But again, we don't know what was driving the experiences. It might have been totally out of his hand. My impression from both my Pegasus experiences and my Mars experiences is that decent people in these programs, like my father, like Tom Stillings, like Captain Ernest Garcia of the Army Security Agency, that they were trying to buffer the impact on us because they had no control over our involvement. And I certainly was never asked. It was heartening to hear from Laura that she, in a sense, was being both recruited in a manipulated way, but also, to some extent, being given the freedom to decide, to say no, about joining the Mars colony, which is obviously a much more substantial investment of time up there. But I had no opportunity to say no. And again, I'm getting ahead of myself in the lecture, but when Courtney Hunt of the CIA asked me about going up in '81, this is a year after the training program, I declined, as Laura did, and then I ultimately said, why should I, or why do I have to? And he said, because the survival of the human race depends on it. And then at that point, I made the same decision that people in combat make if they believe that their side has the greater moral cause. I decided that I would go even if I would end up dying going up there or on the surface. So it was semi-volitional at that point. But was it scary as hell, just the notion, the thought of going up? Yeah. So, I'm not going to put on any airs and say that I was, John Carter, Mars Explorer. Thanks, I want to go, get me up there as soon as possible. But as you'll see, I did say something clever in the jump room that I'm happy about on the first time up. But no, I didn't want to go. It was scary. And at the same time, I certainly didn't have an option to say no. Actually, Courtney said, well, you're going up, so get used to it. He was basically saying you can't say no, you have to go. And Courtney also was, like I said, was very idealistic ultimately in helping me integrate my experiences into reality. So, but no, this was an emergency program. If we didn't go, we might lose the planet. The U.S. was leading the effort, and the implication here, the agreement factually between Brett and I, is that right at the time we're being trained, 100,000 had already been sent, 31 years ago. Okay, so what else did Al James talk about except how many we had sent up there? Predators on the surface. He explained that we would be able to outrun most of them. And he showed us drawings and photographs, telephoto lens photographs of the predators, apparently taken by Mars explorers. But he told us that 2 or 3 we would not be able to outrun, and because they were faster than humans. And he said, at that point, you can decide to either fight or sacrifice yourselves. He said, I've often wondered what this would be like. I guess, you've got this little dinosaur in front of you and just kind of allow yourself to relax and be eaten. Ed has kind of a dark sense of humor. He is Dr. Gloom, or Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom, Mr. Doom? Dr. Doom. So now, what was I given during my trips up there to confront the unenviable prospect that I would confront one of the several species that humans could not outrun? I was given a suicide pill if captured. Brett reminded me of that. I had forgotten that. He said, yes, you said to me on the surface, do you have a suicide pill? Because I'd been issued one, and Brett said no. But I had been issued a suicide pill. And I remember being at a barbecue in a backyard in La Cañada near Caltech, NASA JPL. And I was shown this flash gun that we had up there, and it had 3 settings: kill, stun, and heat. It was a metal gun, like a flash gun, and the left position was kill, the right was basically shock. If you shot it at an animal, it would just be shocked. And the third was heat, so you could light a cigarette or start a campfire or something. And they showed me while they were demonstrating. So I don't smoke, and I didn't then. I said, but if you or somebody else does light a cigarette, remember to put it in the right position rather than the left one before you light it. We don't want to lose any personnel from friendly fire. So they had an animal, this poor unfortunate creature. I forget what it was because I repressed it. It was either a cow or a lamb or a goat or something. And I know who said it wasn't my dad, but I don't want to say who had the gun. But he said, watch this, Andy, let's have some barbecue. And they took the stun gun and they shot an animal, and it was killed. And they said, go over and see how well done it is, Andy. And I went over to where this animal's remains were, and it was just a pile of ashes. Actually, ashes that you can just blow away in the sun. It wasn't even charcoal, or you couldn't even see any bones or anything. It was just like feathery, diaphanous ashes, and I actually blew it over, like just went. Now, Ed did say, this is one of the extra-political dimensions of this, Ed stated that whenever possible, by whatever means possible, even if you choose to sacrifice yourself rather than use force on the surface against a Martian humanoid or animal, you are to avoid armed confrontation of any kind to the best of your ability with any life form on Mars. So we were equipped to either sacrifice ourselves via suicide or sacrifice ourselves via surrender to predation, becoming, the Albert Brooks character in Defending Your Life, lunch, or dinner. Or we were free to fire on a predator. But we were strongly admonished that the programmatic goal was to avoid any use of the weapon on the surface. So it was up to us. They were putting us up there. You can take the suicide pill, you can fire on a life form on another planet, but be aware, I think he made a joke then, he said something like, but be aware that if you do, you may lose or the fight or later be blamed for, prompting an interplanetary war. Okay, so we had the gun. I never used it on the surface, and obviously I'm still here, and I was never confronted. I mentioned, I think, the goals of the U.S. presence on Mars, of establishing extraterrestrial defense posture, of creating a basis for U.S. sovereignty, and then acclimating Martian humanoids and animals to our presence. So after explaining that the initial thrust that was causing them to put this 100,000 people up there, or more, was to acclimate the indigenous life forms to our presence on their planet, and after just explaining the predation that we might face, he said, again jokingly, in other words, your goal is to be seen and not eaten. And so at a CIA training facility in Burbank, California, I was put in a room with video screens on all four sides and given a gun, and I had to prepare to look around. They were trying to get us to look around every 30 seconds. And by look around, they meant, okay, here you're looking this way, and you've just pulled your gun, or you're just like mulling around like a sight up there. Every 30 seconds, you then want to go to your left, or to your right, or do a 180. So I did like several hours of training where this woman's voice was going, look around, look around. 30 seconds again, look around. And what they had was, they had usually blank screens, but then you might see this little dinosaur-like creature go running along the horizon. In other words, they were trying to put us in, they put us in this simulator where they showed you that if you just sat on a bench while you were talking to some other Mars visitors, and you were there for 3 minutes, you might turn around, there might be like this little baby dinosaur behind you trying to eat you. Okay, so we were trained to literally become sort of hyperkinetic in our behavior on the surface. And Brett remembers that he sat for 2 minutes without looking around, and I actually took him to task. One of the times when we were up there, we didn't go up together, but we rejoined on the, regrouped on the surface. And he said, you were yelling at me, going, Brett, didn't you get any kind of training? Weren't you trained to look around? And again, there was something remiss about his training, because he doesn't remember this training room. And he also doesn't remember being given a gun. So, in any case, he did say that he learned from me on the surface that he was supposed to look around every 30 seconds. Okay. So, and then also at a chemistry lab at Cal State University in Northridge, near Chatsworth, Courtney Hunt showed me the rudimentary respiration device that I would take up on the first trip to see whether I would cope with the lesser oxygen levels in the Martian atmosphere, 10% versus 17% on Earth. So I did have some training in weaponry and respiration and in vigilance from predation, which was very kind of me. Okay, so where was the jump room? This drawing is courtesy of William Brett Stillings. He's been very helpful and has really joined our effort in documenting things. This is, let me see if I can, this is the CIA building in El Segundo. Brett has established that it's actually exactly 2 kilometers from the Hughes building at 999 North Sepulveda, where the jump room was. This is a map that is upside down. This is the south. This is the north. So this area here is the southern reaches of the Los Angeles International Airport, LAX. This is Imperial Boulevard east and west, Imperial Avenue east and west. And then, let's see if I can see. Yeah, this is recent satellite footage. This is Sepulveda Boulevard, the longest boulevard in Los Angeles. It goes on for miles and miles and miles.
Where's Fry's?
Beg your pardon?
Where's Fry's?
Fry- Fry's is over on the left. Okay, so,
So
right,
the beach is to the left,
Exactly.
huh?
the beach is to the left.
Yeah, the Pacific Ocean is out here.
Right?
This is the southern periphery of the Los Angeles International Airport. The jump room, it's hard for me at this great distance to find it. The jump room was at 999 North Sepulveda in El Segundo, California, due west of that much more visible cluster of aerospace buildings here. You can see the sign for Grumman, for example, from the 405 freeway. Or no, not from the 405, but from Sepulveda when you go south past the eastern perimeter of the Los Angeles airport. And Brett has identified this as the CIA facility, exactly 2 kilometers from the jump room. That might be relevant, it might not be. In those years, the facility was owned and operated by Hughes Aircraft. There's the Howard Hughes connection again to the secret space program. I think somebody's going to write a book about that someday. This again is from the aerial view, but you can see some of the building. In those years, somebody here was mentioning to me, they remember what this building looked like. It was a simple, square building with tungsten steel stripes and blue windows. It was like your classic Bauhaus design intelligence community office building in suburban Virginia, right? Right? Ken, right? So, but then since then, they've actually stripped off the front, and you can see people walking through hallways, and there's this kind of meaningless attachment they put on it to make it more look like the Sherman Oaks Galleria, kind of. Okay, so the building was actually remodeled on the exterior, I think, to hide what had been going on there in the 80s, or California got a facelift or something. But that's the building, at 999 North Sepulveda. Yeah, with the helicopter pad on top. That's not the teleport. That's just the helicopter pad.
It's 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Would you take a break?
Yeah, we're just about ready to jump to Mars. That'd be a great time to jump into a break. Great. Okay, great, yes. Great. Under the tutelage of Ed Dames. Brett and I have both corroborated the fact that we underwent some form of suppression of our memory at the end of that summer of 80, so that when we were approached during the 81, actually, do I have a signal here? Is Ken here?
It's coming up.
Oh, it's coming up. So when when Brett and I were going up to Mars initially in 81, it's not as if we were in immediate possession of our memories of just having been through the seminar during the previous summer. In fact, in Chatsworth, California, in the summer of 1981, Courtney M. Hunt of the CIA, who really entered my life at this time, and we remained in communication until he had a stroke in which he lost the ability to speak in 2001, introduced me to Regina Dugan that summer, and I understood that meeting to be an introduction to somebody I had never met before, even though I tend to remember people and faces and names and personas. And we had not only been in this very profound experience of being trained for Mars for 3 weeks during the previous summer, but as I noted, we were essentially recreating in the evenings at, for example, the Finlandia Hotel during the last week and a half, and we had all become friends. And so I was introduced to her in summer of 81 and didn't know who she was. So we had been memory blocked about our training, which kind of suggests to me that they just wanted our training to be available almost at the level of the unconscious, like to be wary of predators on the surface, but not thinking about all the details. So here's El Segundo, south, as we go north up the image, where the jump room is at the corner of Sepulveda Boulevard and East Imperial Avenue, or East and West Imperial Avenue, right south of LAX. Hunt took me there in July of 1981. He picked me up in Chatsworth in his private automobile, drove me down there. He parked on a, he made a right and then went into the property and then made a right. And in those years there was I remember there being a road there rather than this parking lot and more grass. And we actually found the traffic stanchion still in place there as a remnant of how this site plan was in 1981. During my August 2010 visit to this facility to try to just reconnoiter the location and prompt my memories of the building. The Austrian filmmaker Frank Jacob went there this year and went into the building, was actually stopped by 4 security guards and told that he had to leave the building because quote-unquote sensitive activities were going on in the building. But I've not yet entered the building because I had my experience at the gates of the Sandia National Labs about having my car keys taken away and being told that I was not immediately free to leave because, you know, Homeland Security was being called. So I don't really want to go into that building. As I told Carrie Cassidy of Project Camelot, you know, I don't want to go into that building because the last time I did, I went to Mars. So as we walked in, as you can see today, there's a big 666 at the corner of Sepulveda and Imperial. And in those years, this was, as I said, more of a simple Bauhaus construction. They've renovated the exterior to make it more contemporary in its design. In those years, there was a small metallic 666 over the doorway into the center of the building. And as we approached it the first time, I said to Hunt, realizing I was going to Mars, I said, great, the building you're sending me to Mars in is located at 666 upside down. Actually, I misspoke. It's actually 999. So today, there's if you're down there in El Segundo, there's 3 big red 9s. And as I entered the building, when there were just 3 small 999s above the doorway, I said, great, you're sending me up to Mars in a building located at 666 upside down. I think I said that because for me, the principal mental block about going up to Mars was teleporting there in the jump room and then having my feet placed down on the surface of another planet, which would mean that at certain times the Earth was going to be above my head. And even though I was a child of the space age, that still seemed like somewhat of a bizarre situation to be in. We went into the building. He parked his car on that street that still existed there over here. We went in here, went into the elevator area that's sort of recessed into close to the center of the building. You go around, at least then you went around a wall and you found an elevator landing. We went up to the 5th floor. We went into the only office that was on the 5th floor, which was a large suite, not unlike those Fijian suites that lawyers use where you have a big marble counter and multiple offices around it. And there was just one man working there. I believe it was a Saturday morning. And he said, oh, you brought me another one, huh? And Courtney Hunt laughed, as only the cigarette-smoking guy from the CIA can laugh, kind of derisively or sarcastically, sort of. And Hunt then said, okay, Andy, you can get in the teleporter. And I said, and I realized he did say teleporter, so the jump room technology must be based on teleportation rather than a newer technology. But the difference was we could bring metal. For example, I didn't have to worry about my eyeglasses, and there was never any discussion about taking metal into the jump room. Obviously, I had been given a respiration device that contained metal components, and the the flash gun was metallic. So they had somehow eliminated that risk of electrostatic discharge. And I said, that's the jump room? And he said, yes. So just get back into the elevator. We're going to send you up to the 8th floor, and then from there to Mars. So I remember going up to the top floor, which was the 8th floor, and for several years, I think Alfred can corroborate this, I had stated that this was an 8-story building in El Segundo, immediately south of the Los Angeles International Airport. So we went up to the top floor of this building at 999 North Sepulveda, which is the 8th floor. The elevator seemed to translate southward when we reached the 8th floor, and Brett Stillings noted that there's actually 2 elevator shafts here. When we were filming over here with Bill Ryan and Carrie Cassidy in August of 2010, Carrie noticed that in the back of the building there's an extra pod that goes nowhere. We may have literally translated into that pod and from there to Mars. So I was standing in the elevator and I grew impatient. It was like 15 minutes past and then 20, and I was getting agitated because I'm the kind of person who likes to start things and not wait around. And I finally yelled into the intercom. Hunt kept on asking me, are you ready? Are you all right? Are you ready to go? And I finally grew impatient and yelled, "Light this candle," quoting, of course, Alan Shepard in Freedom 7 during the first, immediately prior to being sent into space for the first time under the Mercury program. The jump room was simply the elevator. I could see, imagine this mass here is a box-like elevator. I could see lights flashing in panels on the top and the bottom of the elevator, and then about 20 minutes into the teleporting, the box-like structure of the elevator began morphing into a cylinder where the ceiling translated into the direction I was looking at in the cylinder, and I had to kind of like, as Hunt had explained to me, I was going to have to kind of adjust as the jump room morphed into a cylinder, and the ceiling was now swirling like in a big spiral or wormhole effect. When that happened, there was pressure on the ear. I consulted Dr. Brooks Agnew. It was about the pressure at 40 feet underwater when I was getting my scuba training. And he said that that's 2 atmospheres, so it wasn't really that intense of a pressure against the eardrum. But there was a mentally deranging and nauseating sensation of sort of having your perception kind of twisted too for those 5 minutes or so when the jump room was in a cylindrical shape. And then that physical pressure and that mental sense of stress and of being scrunched mentally and sort of feeling a little sickish abated after about 5 minutes as the jump room began to morph back into its original shape. And as Hunt had described, the jump room opened in a cavern on the planet Mars. There was a jump room infrastructure had been built sort of into an ancient Martian cavern. There was a stone staircase up on the right, and I walked up that into the area behind a skull on the surface. All these years, 35 years after the face on Mars at Cydonia has been debated, we have to understand that Mars, there's not one face on Mars, there are 1,000 faces on Mars. Constructing artificial heads and faces and skulls of humanoids and animals is essentially the leading form of public art among the indigenous Martian population. The objects on the surface that would be recognizable to an intelligent humanoid mark the areas of passage into the underground civilization. So in our training with Ed Dames, it had been explained to us, and then Courtney Hunt reinforced this with me, that if you're on the surface and you're fleeing from a predator, find anything that looks like a public artwork of a skull, a face, a statue of an animal, or whatever, because those mark the points that you can access to get down into the underground cavern, underground civilization, and evade a predator. So I walked through the dugout-like area, baseball dugout-like area behind the skull, through the eye of the skull, and onto the surface. The surface of Mars is predominantly rust red, although there are patches of soil that are tan, kind of yellow ochre colored, and even brown. The air was thin. It was somewhat, well, I still had my mask on initially. The sky was blue. There is oxygen in the Martian atmosphere. Oxygen is a clear gas, and hence it refracts a blue sky. So as my colleagues and I in the Mars Anomaly Research Community, most especially I'd like to thank Paul Goodwin for corroborating the fact that my statement that the Martian sky was blue, because we've now published images of the blue sky of Mars in NASA's own images. I stood there still wearing my respiration device, and I heard footfall behind me, and I thought, oh great, I'm going to be eaten here on my first trip out of the underground location. And it was in fact an Earthling. It was a young man about 25 years of age, wearing ordinary street clothes, just right off the streets of El Segundo, as it were, or anywhere in the US, whatever. And he was short, and then 2 other individuals quickly joined my location in front of the skull. And I was yelling at him, can I take my mask off? And I think he was laughing because he knew that I could, and also I had forgotten there was a communication device inside the helmet. So I was just yelling, probably it was really loud. The female, it may have been Regina Dugan, she was thin, although I don't know if Regina smokes, but so I don't want to necessarily say it was her. But the female, who also was 24, 25 years old, actually took out a cigarette and began smoking. Hence, I guess, She had really adapted to the lesser oxygen. And so I stood there, and he said, yes, you can take your mask off. I took my mask off, and the best way I can describe what it was like to breathe on Mars is that it's kind of asthmatic, like that temporary asthma you get in a smoggy city like Los Angeles or Sao Paulo, Brazil, after a day of exercise, like swimming all day in a smoggy climb, and then you have kind of this temporary asthma where you have difficulty getting a full breath. It was sort of like that. I could breathe, I didn't get faint or anything. And in all my subsequent trips to Mars, I never brought any respiration equipment. In that location in particular, there was a pungent sulfuric smell, which I believe is the sulfur content of the Martian atmosphere or ground. And I pretty much just stood there for about 9 minutes, and I said, can I go home now? And they said yes, because I knew that it was just going to be an initial trip and that I had to go by myself. That was sort of the protocol, so you didn't always feel you had to. We had to get used to going up there by ourselves, so they sort of, it was sort of a trial by fire where we had to go up the first time by ourselves. So I went back down the staircase into the jump room, the door was open, and sat there for 45 minutes. And in that location, the door closed automatically. You didn't go through this protocol to make it close. And I sat in the corner for 45 minutes, pretty much hoping and praying that the door would close and I would be sent back to El Segundo, and ultimately I was. And the same process repeated itself. The morphing of the box-like structure, the pressure on my ears and on my mind as the wormholing or what have you was effectuated by the jump room. I do not know how the jump rooms are working because obviously they challenge our notions of ordinary time-space physics and of just the basic laws of physics. I mean, how can you punch a physical object through a paraphysical or non-physical hole in space and have it go there and land from one spherical domain like Earth and land on another spherical domain like Mars? It shouldn't be possible. I think what they had done, and they were working on this towards the time that I was in Pegasus, is they had found some form of material that they could use basically to wrap around you while teleporting, maybe to make it less fearsome, jumping through a vortal tunnel, not enshrouded in a protecting environment. But again, Hunt did call it the teleport is the jump room. So I think there was continuity between Tesla teleportation and whatever Howard Hughes and his colleagues developed at Hughes Aircraft or wherever the jump rooms came from. But the jump rooms exist, and they have been confirmed now by Michael Ralph, myself, Arthur Neumann, who of course is the Henry Deacon informant, and Brett Stillings, and certainly they're implied by Laura's account because she wasn't going to be getting to the Mars colony to stay there for many years with her sons via conventional rocketry. I mean, we have no evidence of rockets leaving the Earth taking people to the Mars colony. So a growing number of people are confirming the existence of the jump rooms, including researchers who have been on the case, like David Wilcock. Okay, now we go into the third part of my presentation, the findings. My findings begin in, let me go back just a step, one tick back. On the second trip, I go up there with Courtney Hunt in August of 1981, and we walk out of the same skull on the surface. I don't have any respiration equipment, nor does Courtney. He was a smoker, chain smoker, but he could breathe on the surface. And we walked over about a half mile to a stone cottage, kind of like one of those cottages, not an adobe, but a stone cottage that you will cobble together like in rural Arizona. We walked onto the curtilage of the property, in other words, just the earthen area around this stone cottage. And I saw what I thought was a man sitting over in the left part of the property. But then as we neared the front door of this structure, it bounded towards us, and I could see that it was a bald man with the upper torso and arms of a Homo sapien male, but the lower body of what we would consider a grub on Earth, like a pupal stage of a butterfly. He had almost like somebody in like one of those sleep sacks. But the lower part of his body, the lower half, actually right below the chest, was just like this ribbed, grub-like, or pupal, or larval-like body. But he was clearly an adult organism. And I interpreted his noise as being lethal, because we had been, clearly the fear of predators was still informing my behavior. even if it was suppressed by brainwashing from the previous year, the previous summer. And he bounded towards us, making a noise. The best I can describe it is to say that it sounded like a dog barking and a man snarling simultaneously. It was like, and so just instinctively I stepped behind Hunt, figuring he was older and that he could take the first bite, or give the first bite. And Courtney was exceptionally distilled in his sense of humor, and without even looking back at me, he said, "He's harmless." And that, in fact, was the case. Courtney then grabbed the rusty screen door. It was actually a screen with a metal frame that had thoroughly rusted, and he opened up the door, and it fell away in his hands, and he stacked it against to the side. We went inside. It was a one-room cottage, and we encountered a man named Howard, who was so paranoid and so hebephonetic in his verbal delivery, talking about everything that had happened, that he was sort of scrambling backwards and fearful that we were there to kill him, and just out of his mind in a kind of an exposure crisis on the surface there, probably for many months or even years. And he was stammering away about how he had lost several team members on the surface. Yeah, they got Bob Stevens and that kind of thing. And he was begging with Courtney to allow him to come home, but he said he just was really almost pretty gentle with Howard and said, I'd like to, Howard, but we can't. I've got to bring Andy home. So we then left his cottage, and I don't know why somebody would have been left in situ like that. We never know what agreements people signed. Perhaps he was a lifer in a federal penitentiary who had volunteered to go up and be one of these early colonists on Mars in exchange for sitting in a 4x5 or 8x10 prison cell and rotting away. But he simply was being treated as a second-class citizen up there in the way that we know that Michael Relf has consulted Alfred, how that some people are up there for long periods of time and some people are just visitors. I was somewhat in the class of both visitors and then later an errand who was going up there frequently, but I was never staying there. I was always coming home. I never slept on Mars. Okay, so what did I see as we walked out of the cottage, Courtney and I? Well, the first thing you see is that there's very minimal vegetation on Mars, but in some places, in a lot of the earth, or a lot of the ground, you'll see tiny grasses and sedges and ferns and stuff, but it's very small and very fragile, kind of like when you plant a lawn. But in other places, you'll encounter a clump of plants or trees. It's almost like the environment that starts to spring up after a volcanic eruption, where you start finding small grasses and sedges and worts and stuff popping up through the pyroclastic soil that is left after the eruption, like on Mount St. Helens, for example, in Washington. We walked somewhat of a distance and we encountered this life form, I don't know whether it was animal or vegetable, that looked sort of like lotus flowers with human faces in them. And there were about 20 or 30 of them in this clump, and they were kind of waving, and the human heads inside of the flowers were sort of talking but not making any noise. Kind of like those films where they have fish in a fish tank and they've been given human faces. And they were just sort of floating there and saying something, but I couldn't hear anything. But they were sort of floating there like an anemone colony under the sea. We walked down, and then we walked past these sort of plesiosaur-like creatures that were up on a ridge, but they looked much more like walruses. And I asked Courtney, what are those? And he said something like land walruses. And then when we turned around after about a mile or so, or a half mile from the skull that we had used to get access to the surface, when we went past them, they started barking, again like they were talking like humans, but also sort of barking like seals or sea lions. So they were up on the ridge kind of going, and he said to me, I don't know if this was true or not, maybe he was just trying to acclimate me to the surface. He said, they're saying goodbye to you. So maybe they were. We don't know what the spiritual development of these creatures were, but it certainly sounded like a chorus in which they were intending to communicate to me as a colony of like creatures. Then as we got within, I would say, about 40 paces of the skull, I saw over on my right what I thought, at 60 paces, I thought, well, that's a boulder, because we're always kind of like scanning the environment every 30 seconds. But then I saw a neck and a head pop up. And I said, Courtney, over on the right. He said, yeah, I see it. And I said, is it a predator? And he said, I'm afraid so. And he said, listen, when we get within like 10 steps of the skull, just run like hell and jump through the eyes like you're jumping into home base in a baseball, or home plate in a baseball game. So when we got about 10 feet away, it could have been 20 feet, I'm not exactly sure about the distance, he said, 1, 2, 3, run. And we both started running at top speed, and we dove through the aperture there, the eyes of the skull, as it were, the eye sockets. And when we did, I heard this plesiosaur-like creature smack itself against the skull and go and kind of scream out in pain, like, kind of like a dog when it's been injured. And then we scampered down the steps, and as we're running down the steps to the jump room, because we really wanted to get in the jump room, not just in the underground location there, I said, is that a carnivore? And this is a direct quote. He said, hell yes, that thing has teeth running all the way back down its throat. So that was my first attempt to evade a predator on Mars. And it was successful because, as Ed Dames had explained, the predators on Mars, almost all of them can be outrun by humans. That would make sense in a biome with limited nutrient cycling, right? Because as we found in our Mars data, Mars seems to have a greater number of creatures that are sessile rather than mobile, that just sort of loaf around every once in a while, which is adaptive in an environment of high predation because you're not seen by a predator, and low nutrient cycling. You don't have that much energy from your diet. So I think a lot, and certainly Ed Dames shared with us the fact that a lot of the predators will eat you, but fortunately we can outrun them, or at least are established to a factual certainty, has been secretly given at UCLA since during World War II. I found some truth adherents who had long-time tenured positions, non-professors, but they had staff positions at UCLA who said, yeah, we've taken all kinds of accounts of people sitting in this Naval Postgraduate School lecture program at night while earning their public degree. So in 1984, I earned my BA in history, but when I had my degree check in the College of Letter and Science advisor's office in Murphy Hall there at UCLA, she said, Andy, I've got a bit of a problem. I've got this set of transcripts for you. We've checked your social security number, your student ID number, and you're ready to earn a BA in history from the day division. She said, when do you sleep? And I said, why? And she said, because I also have this set of transcripts, how you were like studying from like 7 to 2 o'clock in the morning, and you earned 36 semester hours, or quarter units rather, 36 quarter units of advanced math. Are you some kind of prodigy? And as we had been instructed in that class, I said, no, it's just a technical glitch, you can shred it. So I actually shred the evidence of that math degree. And again, I bring that up to show that even in our public universities like UCLA, young people are being decanted into secret educational programs. I mean, is that consistent with the ideals of a free people, of a self-governing people? I mean, I was placed in that by the CIA, and it was really being used as a context, I think, to control me during this 1981-83 time period. Because those were not only the years or the times that bracket that second secret baccalaureate program at UCLA, they are also literally the times that I was regularly going into Santa Monica, California, visiting an affiliate of the RAND Corporation, getting a little data diskette, the size of the ones that would emerge commercially 10 years later, you know, the little 3 1/4 inch hard floppies with the 1.44 megabytes of storage. Then getting back into my car, driving to El Segundo, and parking where Courtney had first parked there on the street that used to be there, and walking into this building, checking in on the 5th floor, and then taking that jump room to the surface with the data disk. I was an errand. I think I went up and back about 20 times or so. I would, during those trips, after the first 2 initial ones in the summer of '81, from fall of '81 to the end of the spring '83 school year, the 3rd quarter there at UCLA, I was taking those data disks up there. The jump room wasn't in the cavern. It was like this mine shaft where there were 7 or 8 stories underground. And we would walk up a catwalk and onto the surface. I would walk about maybe about half a mile to 3/4 of a mile And just to give you an idea of how rudimentary our presence was before the colony was built, per se, there was just like this devastated brick building. It looked like the ruins of, let's say, a German city after, the bombing during World War II. There was just this decrepit brick building, and I would go through this opening in the front of the building, and there was one of our team members in kind of this computer console type room they had cobbled together on the ground floor of this gutted brick building. And I would just pass the data disk over to him across the table, and he'd say, "Thanks a lot, catch you later." And I'd walk back to the jump room and jump room home. Brett remembers one time on the surface, of course, that I scolded him for not looking around. But one thing that Brett Stillings and I were able to corroborate, and this shows you how there's a proof in the law that the counterintuitive factual assertion is often right. It's kind of a counterintuitive or counterlogical kind of argument. Brett and I have corroborated the fact that we remember that when we were in the jump room on Mars, we were trained to push a master key and then the number of the floor we were on. Well, what would happen on Earth if you did that? The elevator door would open and we wouldn't have gotten home. But we corroborated the fact that both of us remembered our training and doing it, where we would push the master key, and then if we were on floor 2 of this 7 or 8 story mine shaft like elevator infrastructure, with a human being standing behind a glass pane looking in at us, kind of protecting us, so to speak, we would push the number of the floor we were on, and that would cause the door of the jump room to close, unlike an elevator on Earth. We would hear on the intercom, "Are you ready to return?" And we were then supposed to say in a pretty loud, clear voice, "Ready to return." And then we would return via jump room to El Segundo. I think Brett is going to be a key whistleblower because he was being driven over there to jump room to Mars by his father when he was in the last year of junior high school, and is now going to come forward publicly. Okay, so that was basically my experience on Mars. The 2 trips, one by myself, one with Courtney Hunt, and then maybe 20 or 25 trips where I was just bringing data up there from Santa Monica to El Segundo to Mars and then back to El Segundo. Brett and I have been conversing and sharing memories of specific times when we were with Courtney Hunt on the surface. One time I told him, "Oh, Courtney's kind of gruff, but he's a good guy, you don't have to worry about him." I remember one time we were kind of like in this shack and there was wind howling outside. I know we were with Courtney Hunt of the CIA. Courtney was then about 50. He was born around 1930, so he was about 51 in 1981. Early 50s by 83. And Brett has remembered that when he was in the presence of Courtney and I was the one who asked him why he wasn't looking around all the time to look for predators. So that was essentially my experience on Mars. Sometimes when I was walking down to that gutted brick building to give the data disk to one of our personnel, I would see one of the more sort of, I don't want to use stigmatizing terminology here. Some of the Martians are hail fellows well met, like an astronaut on Earth, and some have a kind of more recondite personality and sensibilities, like where you'll see them walk past a doorway and they're like hyper wary. Of course, you have to be on a planetary surface with predators ready to eat you, but they just looked a little stranger. As Paul Goodwin has said, Mars is the Halloween planet. So these Martians were a little spookier, a little scarier in their personality, but I was always concerned about possibly being a victim of foul play on the surface because their personalities were so recondite, so frightened and secretive that it was strange to see them pass a doorway in their black caftans and look out and sort of, get a fix on who was walking by. This human, 20-year-old from Los Angeles. So I did have contact with Martians in that sense on the surface, but we were not liaising at that point to Martian humans or Martian semi-humans or the other typology of Martians, which is kind of a hybrid of a human being from Earth and a gray extraterrestrial, because we were there implementing the goals of the program, which was pretty much just to acclimate the Martians to the presence of Earthlings, but also to carry out some of these support functions. And in my case, it was to do what I had done in Pegasus as a boy, which was to take information to a location where I could be counted on to remember where I was, who I interacted with, and able to get home in an alien place. So that was essentially my experience on Mars. There was really nothing more elaborate than that. I don't know if I have any long-standing effects from the jump rooms, but certainly if we standardize teleportation, I've been saying things like, imagine the day when you'll jump through a Tesla device at Grand Central Teleport in New York City and pop into view go through a Vortal tunnel in time-space and pop into view at Union Teleport in Los Angeles. Well, since we've had the jump room technology here from 1980 or before, late 70s, we can do mass transportation probably just by jump rooms, so that even the elderly and the disabled could sit on the floor, be located on the floor of the jump room and make that journey via jump room from New York to Los Angeles or between any major world city or lesser place. So, in fact, we probably don't have to put the mass public through the trauma of feeling vulnerable in the Vortal tunnel. They'll have the advantage of being encapsulated in a room, and then the door will open and they'll be elsewhere at their destination. Okay, so part 3, findings. Please hold your questions because I got a little bit behind in time when I was answering a lot. I'm now about halfway through my presentation. My findings begin in 2008 when I become fascinated by the public controversy over this image, the little lady in the blue dress, which is located on the far southern edge of the western periphery of the home plate plateau. As we look toward a westward view of the West Valley of the Columbia Basin of the Gusev crater of Mars. I had taken some art history at Cambridge, just auditing it just for general interest in art and stuff. And I saw clearly that this is a statue. We have the head apparently of a female, an arm, a flowing body that has been depicted to possess a human form. And unlike all the naysayers who really astounded me with the idiocy, just with the simplicity and oversimplification of their argument, there's a male figure here lying prone as if this was a statue and he broke off and fell down. So this was from NASA image PIA 10214. So in fact, this controversy, which began after this picture was taken by the rover Spirit in November of 2007, this image was featured widely on the internet as a possible anomaly on Mars, beginning when it was released to the public by NASA JPL in January of 2008. So I was interested right away because I knew it was a statue. Okay, this form, particularly the female form, which is most evident, has been called everything, including Little Bigfoot on Mars. But I don't think our naming on Mars should be silly or referential. I think it should be as utilitarian and descriptive as the face on Mars at Cydonia. So I invented the terminology, the beings on the edge, because they're on the edge of the vast expanse of the home plate plateau. Now, why was I convinced beginning in January of 2008 that this was a statue? Well, first of all, it's made of stone because it's contiguous with the stone substrates of the home plate plateau, which is a large bedrock that, in fact, Richard C. Hogan has stated was actually the bedrock upon which a major structure or city was even located. So the little lady in the blue dress here is literally carved out of the edge of the stone, like there was a burl of stone that then got crafted into a semi-prone female and then attached male form. Artists have told me, Andy, there's something weird about this statue because she's either kneeling or sitting. She's not running. This is a semi-prone posture of sculpture, of statuary. The second reason, as an amateur art historian, a couple classes in it that I was convinced it was an ancient statue, is that it possesses highly articulated human form. In nature, we have things that we look at a Camel Rock in New Mexico, and we say, well, that kind of looks like a camel. Or the Old Man in the Mountain in New Hampshire, you kind of see a man's face. But you don't get a classical human form carved by the forces of nature, wind and water and time and fragmentation and so forth. You get something that we then have to apply the pareidolia effect to see a human form or some animal form in. You don't get literally the articulation of an intentional statue, and that's what we see in both of these forms. I noted also, number 3, of course, the trait that convinces me it's a statue is duality. Nature has never, to my knowledge, accidentally carved two intact human forms that have a dualistic relationship. That exceeds the laws of probability. 4th, there's correspondence. I clipped this out and I found that I could migrate this up here, and the right side of the male was dovetailed right into the left edge of the female figure, like South America and Africa were before those continents separated. Of course, there's also gender, and there's gender actually represented by clothing, in the sense that the apparently female form with the more dominant breasts and a wider hip displacement, as we find in female humanoids who carry live babies in their womb, also corresponds to the fact that the male seems to be wearing more male-like garb in the nature of a shirt and pants, and he's also bald, where she seems to be possess either long hair or some kind of hood or scarf around her head. So I found gender assignment just in the differentiation between their apparent clothing.
The male, I don't see at all.
You don't see him at all? He's broken off, and his head is here. His arms, like he had his right arm around her, his arms are here. His torso is here, his tummy's there, and what we can see of his pants and leg are here. And there's kind of like an insert. You know, when porcelain artists make a composite statue, they create a tab on one piece, and they use like a tongue and groove method, and they put a little aperture in the receiving piece, and they then put the two pieces together, and they fire it, so you get two forms that are attached. He's literally the male figure that was on her left with his arm behind her or around her, and he's now broken off and tumbled down to the side, so that the male piece of the statue is lying prone with his head here, his right arm here, his left arm here, his midsection, and then what we can see of his legs. And I actually cut this out, and this edge, when rotated and enlarged, fits perfectly into the left side of the female form. Do you see the female form? Yeah. Okay, so I found gender and clothing. I mean, nature had never put pants on the old man in the mountain in New Hampshire, nor a saddle on Camel Rock in New Mexico. I saw movement, as I said, from a layperson's perspective. I thought she was running, but artists have told me she's sitting down or beginning to kneel, or gingerly walking down with the right leg cocked this way, as somebody does when they kneel or genuflect or gingerly walk down an incline, but not running. Then artistic styling, in the sense that, okay, this isn't just a dress, this is a dress with some kind of texture to the way that it's formed. That is to say, there's some elegance to the folds of the dress. It's not accidental, it's not a tube skirt, but a more classically flowing gown of some kind. There's fragmentation, and that's one of the traits of ancient statuary. Over time, statues break because they're made of stone or terracotta or something else. In fact, the Venus de Milo once had arms. So here we have a female statue with the male figure broken off, and indeed, her left arm may have broken off, but her right arm, with flesh tones evident at the end of it, and then some kind of blouse, the right arm of a blouse indicated there. So fragmentation actually establishes the intentionality of statuary. And then I think the coup de grace is, as many of the sculptors that I called, well, that's a pedestal. I said pediment in my paper, so I asked the forgiveness of the artistic community. I said pediment in my research paper. I meant pedestal. She's on a pedestal. So a sculpture implies the existence of a sculptor. This constituted, I realized in January 2008, not even thinking about my Mars experiences earlier in life. In fact, beginning 28 years earlier in life, and back in 1980, just focusing on the phenomenology of what we were now seeing on Mars, I realized this constituted prima facie evidence of life on Mars, because statues are made by statue makers, and the statue makers have to be advanced intelligent life forms. Not necessarily Homo sapiens, but at least life forms evolved enough to think about making representations of life forms on their planet or another planet, and possessing opposing digits, opposing thumb, or at least opposing hands to craft sculpture or statues. Now, what was even more disturbing, and that Alfred I have to commend again for being right in there as a leading exopolitical theoretician and practitioner, he was right in there with humanity, listening to me and helping me publicize my findings, because the rest of this statuary complex there at the edge of the home plate plateau is fraught with frightening implications, and that is these two forms, at least the female form that's still there, is mounted on the head of a rock carving, which is a plumed serpent that bears some residual pigmentation, but it's basically a horse-like or reptilian-like head or alligator-like head that is biting the neck of a bearded white male human, and that blood is ushering from the bite wound right here. So what we have is a Jesus-like figure here with hair and a beard and an eye and an eyebrow and a nose, and this hirsute reptile, this hairy snake, is lunging over and is shown representationally to be biting his neck, and then red pigment was used to show him being sacrificed. Now, Alfred noted that this would be consistent with the plumed serpent iconography of the Aztecan and Mayan cultures. Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent god, being the mythological creature present at human sacrifices. Well, humans sacrificed by whom? Other humans in the Aztec and Mayan experience? Reptilian ETs on Mars who may once have been on Earth? We don't know. All we have here, what I did know is we had a very macabre statue featuring potentially these two Homo sapiens supplicants at the top of the statue, beneath which we could see a sort of a human avatar literally being bitten to death on the neck. Now that could be a work of art in and of itself with no ultimate consequence. That could be some kind of funereal statue in a Martian cemetery that showed the ultimate experience of death that all living creatures undergo. Or it could literally be a ritual sacrifice area of humans, or something else. But as I began to contemplate the fact that this first statue we were finding on Mars involved the death of a human being, I became quite alarmed, and Alfred and I were actually trying to get the paper out in December of 2008 because we realized we had found disturbing data on Mars. You know, you find the first evidence of life in this sense, in an indirect sense, on Mars, and you find this kind of statue, it's cause for concern. Then branching out beyond the expanse of the home plate plateau, I thought, well, if there's a statue, there's statue makers. And that led me to find in this rock enclosure on Tsiolkovsky Ridge what I contend is a flesh-toned humanoid with a bulbous head here, the V-shaped torso and the pants and legs. And then in this picture you can see a little better, it's a wider shot. So you can see sort of the gray ET face on this beveled rock here, and you can see sort of the solar face on this more scallop-shelled kind of rock. This is an intentional enclosure, like we would put slabs of boulders together like at a rest area on a state highway. And then beyond there's this circular enclosure with other bulbous forms that seem to be the heads of juveniles of this species. This would be consistent with what Virginia Olds, a career CIA officer, told me 4 days after I published The Discovery of Life on Mars, that there are several humanoids, including one that more closely resembles the gray extraterrestrials of the UFO contact literature. What do we have? We have the bald head, the neck, his torso. On some images, I can even see the scalpuli on his upper back, pants cinched around the waist, which demonstrates the intelligence of clothing or cultural advancement involving being garbed, and his belt and his legs. He may be standing or even just kneeling in the dirt back there, but this was, you know, a close-up of this is, of course, the image that my father showed me when he was cutting my hair back in 1969, back in Mars Plains. I concluded that, at a minimum, we now had a bipedal life form that may be from the species that had carved the macabre statue up on the cliff top. This is actually in a hill that's down in the valley that NASA claims is 100 feet across from left to the right, or right to left, right where it joins the valley bottom. If that's the case, the width of the shoulders of this creature is about 1/200th the width of that 100 feet, and hence 6 inches, and so he would be about 20 inches tall. But again, NASA's been fudging its data so much that I don't know whether Tsiolkovsky Ridge on Mars is 100 feet across or 1,000 feet across. I know they've been taking pictures of very large areas, just like if we parked a car and a camera in Mulholland Pass in Los Angeles and filmed the San Fernando Valley. This is the guy walking across the street in Van Nuys. Okay, that, I believe. Ma'am?
Okay, so is it possible, well, my first part of this question is, this image that was taken, is there another image of this same section that was taken simultaneously on a different angle?
Yes, and not this one, but the sculpture. But you're actually asking the scientific question, which is, if NASA is going to uphold its mission that it was given under the NASA enabling legislation of 1958 to promote the advancement of human understanding of space and the near-Earth environment, it needs to return to all these locations where independent researchers like myself have found probable life forms and rephotograph the same location.
So in relation to that, so this frame and the previous one, where you, I mean, I can kind of, when you pointed out the face on the left rock, I mean, to me that's incredibly vivid, and I almost
Right
see
here?
like
No.
a feminine,
Yeah.
a feminine energy. Right
Definitely
in
the bisymmetry of a humanoid face.
So, okay, so let's see if I can wrap my head around trying to express this. So this picture and the previous one that you can see those other 2 images, I'm wondering if possibly that's not actually physically there, but if it, you know, if you take a picture and you see an orb in that picture.
Right.
Perhaps that's an alternate dimension or another reality that's been captured.
Right. Well, let me address that.
Okay.
The images that NASA's publishing on the internet are evidence that NASA states in its official policy are its dispositive findings from the surface of Mars. So if something's in it, using Occam's razor, we have to say, well, this is NASA's photograph. If it's not, if it's been intentionally placed there by NASA, NASA is being caught in a scandal where it's making life forms and artifacts look like they're on the surface. And that obviously would create a huge political scandal, because it is stating that it is the space agency of the United States, and it is photographing what's there. Now, at the level of optics, you identify other possible interpretations that are germane to photography in general, including photography on Earth. It could be what's there in our time-space location. It could be a paraphysical form that's there in our time-space location. Or the optical photography they're using could be cutting through to some other dimension on Mars or some other period of Martian history, in the same way that you could take a photograph of your mother and see a Civil War soldier standing next to him, right? So that's the nature of digital photography. So our premise here is that we think these are there now, but they're just photographs with evidence of life on Mars. He may have been there with his family in the back here 100,000 years ago, and because of the resonant signature of their presence in time-space, the digital camera may have cut through and captured him. The problem, though, with a non-ordinary explanation like that versus the first explanation we would reach, applying Occam's razor, which is the ordinary explanation, is once the separate photographs begin to accumulate. I mean, most photographs are ordinary in nature. They capture what was exposed right in front of the lens in real time. Some kind of non-ordinary effect of a ghost or a time slip doesn't usually occur. So as we begin to accumulate hundreds and now thousands of images of life forms and ancient artifacts on Mars, that becomes a brief for ordinary causation rather than non-ordinary causation, just numerically speaking. For example, every digital photograph that's taken on Earth, most of them are the people in the photograph, not the ghosts, right? It's the ghost photograph is the rare non-ordinary one. So now, after 3.5 years after doing this research, I'm convinced that this guy was really there on the hill on the day that the rover Spirit perambulated out to the edge of the home plate plateau and shooting across to Tsiolkovsky Ridge found his rock enclosure there on Tsiolkovsky Ridge. Another thing in the photograph that would support physical rather than paraphysical and real time rather than non-ordinary or time slip is the synergy between an advanced intelligent life form and intentionality to the rocks. You know, ghosts don't usually do any heavy lifting. Okay, you follow me? So there's a causal connection here between terraforming his local environment and his presence in that rock enclosure. That's technology, right? That's an artifact. Okay, so but that's a good question because we're dealing in some cases with transparent beings that I think result when NASA is using a visual recognition system to import background data into a really apparent form, like a humanoid form. We start getting these transparent things that I call the glass beings in the paper, into the discovery of life on Mars, until I grokked the fact that they apparently had this standardized visual recognition system where they were turning opaque life forms like this into apparent glass beings because they were importing background data. And all that was left was the discrepant outline between the edge of the being and the background, their immediate background. But here that didn't occur. Why wouldn't that have occurred? Because his humanoid form is broken up by the rock. So probably what the visual recognition system saw before it tried to edit this out of the picture was his head and shoulders, and then the edge of the rock, and then the bottom of his legs, and then this side of the rock. Most of our findings of human and animal life forms on Mars involve this kind of local superimposition that would defeat, that would be a technical glitch that would occur, that would defeat the visual recognition system that we believe is being used to identify forms of humans and animals and blot them out of existence by importing random data into the periphery of the form. Another form of corroboration of these two discoveries is that to the right of this rock enclosure with the humanoid being there on Tsiolkovsky Ridge, named for the Russian rocket pioneer who first suggested the use of space platforms for reaching the Mars and Moon. I hope it's not Mr. Tsiolkovsky calling me from his grave. But so here, over on the far right side of PIA 10214, we call a very peculiar anomaly that I call the grotesque humanoid skull, which is this cone head-like skull here. It's hard to see in this shot. With the eye sockets, it may be one of those egress points from the underground civilization. We've got a hand here. There's a little creature right there sitting in the hand. And I thought, wait a minute. I blew this up and wait a minute. Why is this guy sitting here, right here? Like we would be sitting on the grass playing a guitar. And why is this female sitting here? Why does she have multiple appendages and she's leaning forward like a woman might on the grass, where she has her legs under her in a demure way here and is leaning forward like, let's say, a musician would sitting on the grass, playing a saxophone or strumming a lyre or something like that, maybe singing into a microphone. So I then began to blow up these details, and I found that there was this bizarre thing that I've named the grotesque humanoid skull. And again, it's one of these artificial skulls with the eye sockets. Here's the nose, kind of a George Washington kind of nose, a little elephantine perhaps, and deep, deep eye sockets. And then where his hand is coming, here's his thumb and index finger, middle finger here. He's actually holding a little Martian right here. Here's his head, his gray tunic, and he's sitting operating some kind of keyboard with apparently something up to his mouth, sitting in this little seat that was fashioned from this grotesque humanoid skull. It looked like some kind of Martian campground, sort of, where I actually could see that, and you can see this in this image. The area where they've been recreating or walking around is actually darker soil here. See this area here? Like on a beach on Earth, where people have established a campfire or campground, and it's darker because it's trammeled more and maybe some moisture has come up from underneath. But this soil is all darker right around the periphery of this apparent male, what I think is clearly a female, multiple appendages, and the male there, and there's some over here. There's actually a pregnant female right here behind a patch that got superimposed over the image. We can see her head, her arms that she's holding behind herself to steady herself on the ground, and then her belly is distended, and one of my anomalous friends noted that she's looking right across at a group of like objects that are on the ground that might be larvae or babies in swaddling clothes here. Now, why would they have put this extra data over the pregnant female? Well, what does a pregnant female form show? Something that you really don't see elsewhere in nature. You know, the distinctive distended belly of a pregnant mammal or humanoid is identically a life image, you know, a life design. So I think they superimposed data to block her out, because it could be a sunscreen or something, but it doesn't seem to, the shadow pattern doesn't indicate any kind of shadow effects. Well, there's shadowing here, right? So if the sunscreen had been in play, she would have placed it in front of herself here, not to her left. I think this is the visual recognition system that NASA's been used in this case to obscure a pregnant female humanoid in an immediate location near another female with multiple appendages, an apparent male who seems to be larger than both females, and a very kind of tubby, larger creature right here with irregular features, a head and a torso. He seems to be throwing something. When I think, when I look at the fact that this one seems to be holding a keyboard, and this one has his arms like we have when we're playing a guitar, and she's holding something right up to her mouth like you'd hold an alto saxophone, I wouldn't be surprised if these are Martians recreating and actually playing musical instruments, not at the beach, but at the park where the grotesque humanoid skull is. So we can't, one of the ways of seeing the life forms on Mars is to not see or imagine Mars as we would wish it to be, but just try to see it as it is, because it is, after all, another planet with a distinctive ecology and civilization. We have to be respectful of that fact and not superimpose our judgments over this image, for example. Maybe this grotesque humanoid skull wasn't built because these types of Martians have a sick artistic sensibility, but just because this is some kind of amusement park where there are fanciful sculptures like this. I mean, we don't know. So we want to withhold our judgment until we find out more and more about the U.S. presence on Mars and what we've learned about the indigenous ecology and civilization. So I can see it very clearly on my laptop, so if anybody has any questions later, I'd be happy to stay and show you better images that are here. There's a little bit of over-illumination, of course, whenever you do PowerPoint publicly like this. But here's a blow-up of the skull. Here's a blow-up of the male figure sitting on the grass. Now somebody said, Andy, those must be sculptures because you've got this blending like you get, when you make a porcelain Madonna, it looks like a painted piece of porcelain. But that could be obliteration from the multiple iterations of the photograph. That doesn't necessarily have to be as flat and curvilinear a form as it is, as with the female here with multiple appendages. She's got literally 3 appendages coming out of her right side, like a crustacean would, or a helgermite or something like that on Earth. Ridge, a horse-like creature. Louis Reinhardt has found another small horse that could be more like, maybe like a hyena-like creature with horse-like anatomy or legs. This is a cow. After I appeared on Coast in 2009, I received a call from a self-described Montauk researcher in Kansas who told me that Illuminati cattle barons were raising cows already on the Martian surface. Well, that would make sense because it would provide beef for the colony and fertilizer for the soil. But my question there is, well, what would a ruminant like a cow be eating on such a barren planet? But this does look like a black kind of heifer cow to me. It's way in the back and hence is very degraded. This is a frog-like or toad-like sculpture, I believe. A turtle-like sculpture. These, I believe, are living creatures. They're these serpentine-like creatures coming over the right side of Tsiolkovsky Ridge, and they have human-like faces, as many of the serpents do on Mars. Brett and I have confirmed that we were shown that by Ed Dames in 1980. And here's another slug or leech-like creature with a very Dr. Seuss-like head and face. One of the things that is astonishing in the Mars anomaly research community, particularly findings made by Louis Michael Reinhardt, is that many of the indigenous creatures on Mars look Seuss-like, almost as if Theodore Geisel had been inspired by secret government files of what's on Mars or past life on Mars. Of course, we have the case of Boriska, the Russian boy who seems to be a Mars reincarnation-y. I was having flashbacks of a life on Mars. Maybe my experience is up there during these 3.5 years when I've been doing the research. But this is an example of the fact that some of the faces and heads of these creatures look disturbingly Seuss-like. We have then the second category, which are creatures that are hybrids of known Earth species, including living Earth species. Alfred introduced us here to what we're calling the land octopus, which is this terrestrial octopus-like structured creature with a very large face or head of like a Labrador retriever or even a lion in the center here. And again, he's moving towards the rover. So here you have, if it's a menagerie shot, that NASA, if this image is a menagerie that NASA put up there, they really did superficial work because they had many life forms that are actually walking towards and facing the camera. But I don't think it's that, because I think these creatures are independently moving towards the camera, either to see what the rover is. By the way, I found out from Emily Craig. Emily Craig is a controversial figure in the Mars anomaly research field. But she told me that NASA put blinking lights and sound generators on the rovers to startle life forms and make them look up at the rover so they could be photographed. And throughout 10.2.14, I see evidence of that, where they seem to have been alerted by the presence of the rover spirit, and are actually moving across the West Valley of the Columbia Basin to see what this robot is that's moving and then across the surface of their home environment.
Are these things mostly carnivores?
Well, the general rule represented in Ed Dame's lecture with us, my experience up there, and the evidence from the data, is that reptile life predominates on the surface of Mars. But not all are reptiles. For example, I think that would be more like a mammal with the traits of a dog or lion and an octopus. I don't believe that's a reptile, and I think that's probably so slow that, a child could easily outrun it. Each other. And I'm kind of getting ahead of my lecture here, but in biomes where there's a very horizontal nutrient recycling cycle, what you have is rapacious consumption of predators by predators. For example, when Captain Jacques-Yves Cousteau took the crew of the Calypso to Clipperton Island, which is a desert atoll 1,300 miles west of Baja, California, he found that the whole island had been denuded of life except for one crab species that was cannibalizing itself. So what you have in a very arid and lifeless desert environment is rapacious predation of predators by predators. And hence humanoids like us become delicate prey. So this, I believe, is pretty slow moving. And he's actually with other creatures that are coming forward in this image. But that's too degraded here. Okay. Now, as I said, reptile species predominate. On Earth, the plesiosaur, this reptile with a turtle-like body, a long neck, and the head of sort of a horse or reptile or snake, and a little kind of turtle-like tail, did not survive the KT extinction. It has cropped up in the lake monster mysteries associated with Loch Ness, that is Nessie, Lake Champlain, or Champ. And we have the famous Susan Mancy shot of Champ and Lake Champlain, resembling this photo very much. And then we have also Lake Okanagan in British Columbia. But here on Mars, this creature seems to have survived whatever cataclysm caused the KT extinction on Earth. Here we have Plessy the plesiosaur that we've used as our logo for our organization. At greater detail, one like the one that chased me on Mars with Courtney, and one leaping out of an earthen embankment.
Wow. That's so far.
If that's a statue, how come they didn't build any supporting struts to support it? excuse me. You know, statuary is usually not built in a perilous way. So I believe this is a life form. Here's the turtle-like body and the neck and the head, literally lunging out of the soft earth on Tsiolkovsky Ridge. So the third category would be extinct Earth species. These don't exist anymore on Earth. They exist on Mars, however, as indicated by the data coming back from the rover Spirit and Opportunity. The fourth category includes non-Earth species, including the hybrids. Throughout the image are these prone creatures that seem to possess the humanoid form of a Homo sapien, and yet the ground-dwelling traits of lizards. I don't know what they are. Excuse me. They could be, for example, proto-human lizard hybrids, but they're throughout the whole image. They seem to be life forms, and they even seem to be dressed in kind of gray tunics. So maybe they're embryonic forms of the gray ET-like humanoids. I don't know. But they're clearly kind of a hybrid of a lizard and a human being. In this category, we can also place creatures that we don't believe have ever existed on Earth, and hence, whilst much of the data from Mars indicates that the Martian biosphere shares a genetic heritage with Earth, because we find creatures that either exist on Earth or once existed on Earth, we also find several images every once in a while, clearly several in PIA 10214, we find several creatures that don't really resemble anything that has appeared on Earth. For example, a filamentous sponge-like creature with the head or face of a dog. And here, we see a puppy dog face inside this kind of soft, filamentous, land-based creature. It comes close to a sea sponge in its makeup, but a dog's face in its appearance. It could be a shaggy dog, but I was inventing fanciful names to interest school children in what's on Mars, so I called this the Woofie. And I took a whooping from Ray Villard and many others. So anyway, there's no way on Earth, in terms of the Earth, the descent of species on Earth, that you could have a sea sponge with that level of simplicity somehow hybridized without genetic engineering with a canine. So again, these are some of the exciting questions in biology, in this case exobiology, that we're going to see in the 21st century. This is one of my favorite shots because it shows both a life form and a statue. Here at the far right edge of the home plate plateau, you see this jagged sort of Doberman Pinscher, or demonic humanoid head. Can I see a show of hands of who can see a kind of like a Doberman Pinscher, kind of savage canine or demonic face? The eyes, the nose socket, the mouth, and just kind of peering up towards the cliff. Clearly a statue that's been carved here in the, again, the available rock, just as the little lady in the blue dress on the far left side of the western edge of the home plate plateau is. Behind the statue, behind the cliff, however, seemingly standing, is this dromedary or giraffe-like face that we call the spying giraffe. Here's a close-up. The spying giraffe features bulbous eyes, blue shading around beneath its eyes on its face, and then almost reddish lips, and a kind of a giraffe-like coloration, a kind of a caramel and off-white coloration, and then some kind of sac on the top of its head, such as was possessed by dinosaurs to make sound. So I believe this is a small dinosaur-like creature and probably would be within the category of the kinds of predators that we were told we were not going to be able to evade. That is to say, something that would possess the intelligence of a human being, the instinct of a predator, and the speed of a small dinosaur. That's not something you're going to be able to even get your gun up at pretty quickly. But I just sense that this is a creature that clearly is agile in its environment. And it too is looking up at the rover Spirit. Here's a close-up. It's kind of stretched out, but it does give you the bulbous eyes, the blue coloration, the almost clownish red lips, and then this kind of sort of dromedary, camel-like or giraffe-like head, some evidence of a neck, and then this sac-like protuberance on its forehead, which we know from our study of dinosaurs, as I said, was an air bladder that it used to make sounds, to mate, and to scare off predators and that sort of thing. Okay, now we also have corroboration of what I found in PIA 10214 in PIA 11049, another image altogether. So we've got another data set that we can use to corroborate the initial findings. PIA 11049, in the same way that 10214 is a westward view of the West Valley of the Columbia Basin, PIA 11049 is a southward view. It's just another sector on that side of the home plate plateau, the southern reaches beyond the plateau. Here I found three distinctive Martian creatures. This we're calling the Martian bear cat. It's like a big, shiny, furry cat or bear or beaver-like creature that seems to have the head and flesh-toned upper torso of a human in its mouth. And again, we can't throw our biases or belief systems on the data. This could be this creature's pet or animal companion, literally animal companion, like Wookiee in Star Wars, literally carrying it across the surface, or this could be a predator with either living or dead prey in its mouth there. But my point here is all this is a brown, furry creature that doesn't look like anything on Earth, but clearly shares characteristics of, I would say, just off the top of my head, a fish, a walrus, a bear, a cat, a mink, something brown, mammalian, and furry, with its fur shining in the sun. This is actually walking toward the distance, so basically southwest across the far southern reaches beyond the home plate plateau. This creature I'm calling the Martian rock hopper because it seems to be sort of a combination of a monkey and a grasshopper. We'll see a better image of that next. And then as Emily Craig confirmed very early in the game after I published my paper, she said, Andrew, you haven't found enough Sasquatch up there, son. So there were other people actually finding stuff up there. She said, I found these little Sasquatches all over their data. We're calling this the Sendak in honor of Maurice Sendak, the author of the children's classic Where the Wild Things Are, certainly a children's classic that prepared this generation, that is my generation, for life on Mars. But just here's a close-up of what I'm calling the Martian bear cat, it seems to be grasping this human figure with his brown hair and flesh-toned upper torso in its mouth, but again, eating it, carrying it, rescuing it, playing with it, ejecting it, who knows? Here's the Martian rock hopper with this sort of strange monkey-like anatomy with lighter colored fur on its front or underbelly. And then these guys here, these two little sort of Martian humanoids actually tucking themselves under the rock to hide apparently from this creature on top of the rock or beyond it. And here we have a close-up here of the potentially predatory, I would say, just from my training from Ed, rock hopper. The predators we were shown looked more agile, like, small dinosaurs or predators on Earth that have the anatomy and the agility to chase other prey, like a cheetah is a very agile and aquiline animal. So I see a lot more predatory potential in this creature than others. The Sasquatch, we primarily see them just sort of sitting around. In fact, this one's sitting here like you'd see a Sasquatch sitting on a log in Oregon or Washington, looking either this way or towards the camera. I've never really resolved whether that's his ear, those are his eyes here and here, or that's simply his ear and his right eye is here and he's looking to the right like a bear would into a river, in search of salmon. But this is very brown, very out of place, very shiny, very furry, and very bipedal and hominid in the original image. This is a little blurry, but you can even see the contrast of the sun on its fur, as we saw in the famous Roger Patterson, Stephen Gimlet photograph from Bluff Creek, California, that famous Bigfoot footage. Bob Gimlet. Now, near this rock garden where I found the grotesque humanoid skull, I noticed that up here, near it, there was something in the ground that was eating something. So the general pattern of life on Mars is that if you're humanoid, you can be eaten. I mean, that's what Ed was training us in, and that's clearly what the data now shows. Here we have a reptilian-like animal, a reptoid animal, with snake-like appendages. They seem to be almost arms that are like half buried in the soil. And he is feeding. Okay, here this snake-like head or dinosaur-like head is biting on something. What he's biting on are the insides of a little humanoid. You can see the humanoid's head here, and the rest of its body is lying over here. Here you see the red, bloody viscera of this tiny little humanoid and its legs. And so what we see here is a kind of a snake-like reptile that's sitting half submerged in the soil and feeding on one or two little humanoids. Curiously, and this is just, I can't believe how long there's been data from Mars that establishes this pattern of reptoid predation of little humanoids. When I was a child in Project Pegasus, I was shown kind of like an X-ray astronomically derived image of little humanoids jumping off a rock on Mars and being consumed by this serpent. So here we literally find more evidence of that with him tearing something from the upper torso, here's the head, of a poor little humanoid, and then the humanoid's midsection cut off here with the red blood and his feet, his legs and feet right here. So I think what's disturbing as primates who have reached the top of our food chain on Earth, except for occasional predation, let's say, like for example, in North America, the only two species that still stalk humans over ground are the grizzly bear and the puma, also called mountain lion. We have subdued every other species on the North American continent, including all the bear species, which primarily evade us, unless we get between them and their young. Well, the disturbing thing is that on Mars, humanoids do not necessarily occupy the top of the food chain as they do on Earth, at least not all the time. And that begs the question of, as we interact with the humanoid population on Mars, do we exercise the precautionary principle and rescue humanoids from reptoid predation when we have the opportunity? And not intervene in their food chain or their ecosystem? And if we see a poor little Martian humanoid being chased by this little dinosaur-like creature and eaten, or potentially eaten, do we keep hands off and exercise the precautionary principles so as not to disturb the balance of their ecosystem? Or do we apply, for example, the jus cogens norms that we have in public international law, outlawing, for example, genocide, and intervene to save another humanoid life? As we travel more and more to Mars and have a greater presence there, it's going to set up these inevitable conflicts of laws, precautionary principle versus anti-genocide, for example, and we're going to have to decide what to do. I think what we should probably do is not intervene in the ecosystem of Mars because we don't know enough about what the consequences would be. It seems to me almost like a classic case for the application of the precautionary principle rather than more idealistic notions and nostrums from public international law. Here's another example of a reptoid. We have this green head of this dinosaur-like little, or lizard-like creature standing behind its prey, which is, here's the blue costume of a humanoid, here's his head lying on the ground, and sadly you can see that his legs have been bitten off right about where our knees would be. And you can see that, in fact, the reptoid's about the size of this humanoid and still apparently has killed it and is guarding his prey on the surface, as a reptile predator would in a biome where there's very little available nutrition for any creature. Here's a close-up where we can see this sort of bug-eyed green head of a reptoid here, and here's a close-up of the humanoid's head and his pale blue garb and what's left of his legs. I have a kind of a blocked memory, I think, of somebody actually, a human from Earth actually undergoing, being killed by a predator on the surface, and I think I pretty much have it blocked it, because he just fought it, and then his gun ran out, or he lost his gun or something. He just kind of surrendered, made a joke, and got eaten. But, so I'll have to have some hypnotherapy to pull that up to conscious recollection. Clearer recollection, I should say. Okay, so if human beings from Earth have died in visiting Mars, doesn't the rest of the human race have a right to know it? Wouldn't we be honoring the memory of those who sacrificed their lives visiting this other planet, the planet that every 2 years comes closest to our planet, by telling everybody else, hey, just as the Europeans said, well, there's not sea dragons in the edge of the Earth out there. There's this continent. There's this place called America that we're calling America. There are people living there on the other side of the ocean. But instead, our government, the very government that our Congress, the very space agency, for example, that our Congress ordered to tell us the truth about space and the near-Earth environment, is holding back the truth about life on Mars from the people of this planet. And I think that's wrong and needs to be corrected immediately. So here are some of my favorite findings. This is a sculpture that is down the home plate plateau in the center of the image. There's like a little sculpture garden. This one is not an actual bee. It's the statue of the bottom of a bee, and these diaphanous bee-like wings that stretch out are actually carved into the wall of the cliff. Many people have said, Andy, that's probably one of your hybrids, with here the head of a man looking back towards the back of the bee. But in fact, we've got a kind of a blurring here of the color contrast. The diaphanous wings are literally a sculpture effect that was abraded from the edge of the cliff, making it look like wings. To me, this is really high concept art. I'd like to see what a fine artist like Jean-Luc would say. But I mean, here we have a natural life form, a bee, a bumblebee, on its back. You can even see the stinger here. And its wings, and it's beating its wings. But it's a hybrid. It's got the gold head of a man. Brett said, hey, Andy, maybe this was you. Maybe, Andrew means man or manly. Here's the head of an android, a man, with the body of a bee. And not only does your last name start with B, but you told me that Bashago means beehivesman in Polish. Because Basha is the medieval Latin word for a beehive, one of those circular beehives. So in a sense, we get Ander B, we get Andy B. I don't think so. I don't think they know who I am. But we are going to start an awards program at Mars, and we're going to have this struck in gold. Instead of being called the Oscar, it's going to be called the Andy B. So it'll be a rendering of a bee in a kind of a painted glazed porcelain with the gold head of a man. Oh, and by the way, the man has antennae, Martian antennae, like Ray Walston in My Favorite Martian. So closer examination shows it's not just gold, but has little antennae. Now, the body and wings are sculpted, but maybe this is a cyborg. Maybe this is a 500-year-old Martian humanoid who's got his head locked into some kind of cybernetic system or whatever, a cryogenic system to survive. I don't know, but if it is artwork, which I think it is, I think it shows the high intelligence and creativity of the sculptor. One of the most dramatic findings, a finding that literally made one of our anomalists fall off his chair, was Ross Curley's epic finding of the face of a pharaoh on a slab of rock or metal that the rover Spirit was just driving by and took a picture. On this rock, there's a set of sort of like Martian graffiti or drawings. But what's really astonishing is that the drawing in the upper right where the edge here forms a kind of a pyramidal background in the way that the Sphinx sits in front of the Great Pyramid, is the face of a pharaoh, an Egyptian pharaoh. And we know that the High Egyptian civilization reached the other planets in the solar system during the reign of King Akhenaten, for whom Nefertiti was the royal consort. And of course, I should have included a picture of Nefertiti, but the classic bust of Nefertiti, found by the German archaeologist Ludwig Borchardt at Amarna, Egypt in 1912, shows the coloration of Mars. You know, the blood red, the drab green, the turquoise, the black, the white, etc. The rust red. Well, here we have not a female figure such as the bust of Nefertiti, but a male Egyptian leader with the classic conical headdress, the cobra ready to strike motif, which was called a wadjet, which was the protector of Lower Egypt, which became sort of the national icon under the reigns of the pharaohs, in the way that the bald eagle represents the United States. So here's wadjet, the cobra ready to strike that they had above their pineal gland, you know, their third eye. Then we have a face that seems to possess both European and African features. We know that during the reign of the pharaohs, the Egyptians, who were, you know, Near Easterners and hence Caucasian, began to adopt the children of the Nubians or the Ethiopians, take them into the Egyptian leadership class, sometimes intermarry with them, but also often creating pharaohs of them. There was a whole line of black pharaohs. This individual may be one of them. It's an individual that possesses sort of a biracial phenotype, like Barack Obama, for example, possesses, with a white mom and a black dad. I don't think it's Obama. I think it's maybe Akhenaten. Our friend Freeman Fly has found the connections between the Obama family and Akhenaten's family. In fact, he was symbolized by the radiance of the sun and the rosebud, and those are the two Secret Service handles for his two daughters, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, here we have a pharaoh with both Caucasoid and Negroid features. We can see his eyes, his nose, his mouth, and like all of the Egyptian pharaohs on Earth and on Mars, not just a beard, but a beard growing directly from the bottom of his chin. So if anybody wants to see this closer, if it's a little blurry there, come up and I can show you online here because it's crystal clear right here. And Ross, who's a retired individual living in McHenry, Illinois, he told me, Andy, you're not going to believe what I found, and I just literally fell off my chair.
Andy, there's
Yes.
another picture of a pharaoh, the one before that, at
Uh-huh.
the very edge of the rock, if you go back.
Yeah.
At the very edge of the rock.
Right here?
Left, no, go to the left, keep going, the other way, left. Left, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there.
Right there?
Right, you see it? Just at the edge right there. There's his eye, you see a profile. There's the nose, the mouth, the chin.
Yeah. See, these are the discoveries. I mean, we focus on one thing we found to the exclusion of, you know, spending another 10 hours. And because this is like basically the funnest game you will ever play when you get into it. Because here we're basically looking at either an intaglio, like a sculptured statue-like work of art, or maybe a stamp that was placed in a slab of metal. This may be degraded iron or something, right? Or who knows, tin or silver or what have you. But this is literally the evidence of the high Egyptian civilization on Mars. Okay? And, you know, that's a game changer. End of story. We've now established the connection between ancient Egypt and ancient Mars. We're calling this the Rosetta Stone of Mars because it allows us to conclude that the high Egyptian civilization reached Mars because they put the iconography of their leadership class on Martian rocks. Here's a blow-up. Here's another creature that Ross found. And a lot of my favorite finds are Ross's, some of my own, but Ross has really had a streak of good luck, and because he spends a lot of time doing this, I've been a little bit more challenged, but I'm still doing research. But Ross has just discovered some incredible things. We're calling this the face of the speckled gremlin. It's a gremlin-like face that appeared right in front of the rover Spirit. It has a kind of an illuminated bodhisattva-like creature kneeling on its forehead. And in fact, its distinctively humanoid face is made up by a series of smaller humanoids stretching itself around another object. So we don't know, it's almost like a colony of little humanoids that make up a major humanoid that in turn has some artificial light device on its head.
It's almost like he's praying, the one on the right. His hands are up and he has the two legs.
Yeah.
His hands behind again.
Yeah, so when you look at this, and it's clear here on my screen, I've got other versions of it, you have this frog-like or toad-like face But the differentiation that creates that appearance is being made by little humanoids who are stretching around some kind of superstructure. And then there's the Bodhisattva figure on top. Well, I found similar things in other locations on Mars. There are colonies of sentient life forms that exist on Mars, like we would make if we made a barrel of sticky monkeys and then just compacted them and just rolled them out on the tabletop. In other words, smaller humanoid life forms occluding to create a super being. We don't have that on Earth, but it exists on Mars. I don't think that NASA JPL was creative enough to have faked that. Now that was Ross's discovery. I did further analysis on his image. I searched forward and back to do what we were talking about. Is it still there in that same location? And I found that it actually faded out. On my paper I said, going, gone. What we found is that animal became degraded into kind of like a scarecrow-like face, a kind of a thin old man kind of face with an eyes here and a nose and a kind of a bewildered kind of expression, like, oh, I better morph into another state of being. And then it actually fades out altogether. So the speckled gremlin, as we called it, that Ross found, ended up presenting the first evidence of a trans-dimensional being morphing into non-existence on another planet. So it goes from a speckled gremlin face to this thinner, more sort of elderly human-looking, sort of startled old man kind of face, into literally nothing in the adjacent photographs, which is not a photo effect, but literally a time series of its movement from a physical to a paraphysical to an invisible state. So that was a breakthrough that I'm very happy that Mars accomplished. Now, of course, the glass tubes on Mars have been a major part of the Mars mystery. They were the focus of the last science piece that Miles O'Brien did for the CNN Science Desk after 17 distinguished years, a lot of it doing stories about the space program and the moon and Mars and so forth. In December of 2008 and January 2009, right after my paper was researched and written and published by Alfred at exopolitics.com, around January 4th of 2009, Miles did his last piece for CNN before CNN fired its entire science desk. He was walking through the home of a Mars anomalist somewhere in the United States, I think in Arizona, commenting on everything he was seeing in this person's images from Mars. And he ended with a statement about, I wonder what those glass tubes are. Is that volcanic glassine ejecta from the surface? Is that some kind of silicate deposit in a rift on Mars? And so I said, Ross, I think we better go in and see if, in fact, that's more of a hallway or an artificial structure that has been kind of oozed into creation by the indigenous civilization on Mars. And what Ross found is that looking out from the ribs of the glass tube were humanoids. Here you can see him looking out like somebody would look out a window. Here's his head, his eyes, mouth, his body, and his arms. It's sort of like people look out of a burning building, for example, the poor people who were trapped in the Twin Towers. People lean out of windows and look up or out. So here we have, there's different versions of this, but basically inside the ribs, beyond the glass, there are either humanoids intentionally staring out or some kind of bizarre sculpture field, some kind of art gallery where they made glass tubes on the surface and then stuck a bunch of statues in them. I don't think an advanced intelligent civilization would do that. What's the point? I think that these glass tubes that we see on the surface are more like the causeways that we make at airports, where you walk down a hallway and because the planes are arriving and taking off, you can look outside the windows and see the airport. A lot of these are on ridges that are high up above valleys, and they may be safe areas where humanoids can walk down this glassine hallway and look out at vista points on the surface of Mars. The area beneath this shot is very scenic. I can't put it, include it here. But what I think these are, and actually you can see a human bleeding through there. What I think these is architecture. I think these are they use some kind of glass blowing technique, or they're working with polymers or plastics or something to create a viewing area for humanoids that's safe from predation on the surface. Okay, now this last piece is actually my favorite find, not because it produces what is, in my view, the most exquisite animal or humanoid that we've found on the surface, but because this photograph of possible trees on Mars made the world press in January of 2010. For example, it was published in every British newspaper except The Independent. But all the tabloids and all the papers that are considered legitimate in England published it. It's like a sand dune-like area on a hillside where there was speculation as to whether or not these objects, which look sort of like cacti or bristlecone pines, were trees or not. Clearly they look like trees in a vegetated desert planet. They look like the kinds of bristly kinds of plants that you find, for example, in sand dunes. Published throughout the world, there was no discussion about the fact that many of the images in the different sand dune areas are actually rock carvings, but I won't even discuss that. What I did is I went to each of the stands of putative trees and blew them up and tried to find out what they were. They could be trees, they could be deciduous, cactus, some kind of bristlecone thing. They're basically these pipe cleaner-like objects sticking out of the sand. So I blew up every major stand. And what I found to my astonishment in one of the stands was a creature that we're calling the striding gremlin. You can see the protuberances on top of his head, his eyes, his tiny little mouth, his ET or sort of amphibian-like head. He's walking and looking to the left. We can actually see his gaze as his intelligent eyes and the intelligent posture of his mouth are open as he looks to his left as he moves this way across the image. Very thin body type, like many of the extraterrestrials that have been reported in the UFO contact literature. And in his hands, he's carrying a humanoid in his arms, right here. And the humanoid is actually wearing a white shirt and pants, and we can see the flesh tones of his legs and his shoes. Again, this could be lunch for the striding gremlin, or it could be an amusement park where humans on the surface are playing some ride called the striding gremlin. I mean, we don't know. But you can come up and look at it here if you can't see it here. Here's another blow-up of it. I widened it to show the articulation in the head a little bit more clearly. Who sees a sentient life form in this image? A little bit fewer people. I think the principle here, I certainly do, I think the principle here is it's a strange creature by our reckoning. So let me try to do the outline here. Here we have these protuberances on the top, and then we have a head that tapers into a very long neck. Here's the back of the head. His skin is mottled in complexion like the speckled gremlin that we just looked at. He's got white and green patches on his face and neck. Here's his right eye, his left eye, the area where his nose should be. A lot of ETs haven't had noses, have they? And then his mouth. And his head is kind of recessed into a kind of gently flowing neck. He doesn't really have a chin. And then he goes down into the stick-like body. And in his arms, right here, he's holding a small human form with feet or sneakers, you know, socks or shoes or sneakers or something on this humanoid's feet.
One or two. I mean, because it looks like he's edging your mom.
Could be two. I think it's more like when you carry a baby, so the baby's kind of sitting in your midsection, kind of like that. But I'm not sure. Is there a question there? Okay. Ken.
My first glance at it, of course now I see what you described, but my first take on it, the whole form that's jutting above the horizontal plane or that crosses across the middle looks like a woman in a pantsuit carrying a bag of groceries.
Right. Well, this is, you know, the principle of tolerance that we have to apply to, you know, independent judgments of what's in them. But let me just.
I still see a humanoid though. I don't see an artificial. A natural form.
Yeah. You don't see an optical illusion.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so
it's interesting.
basically, you have a creature that is half head, and it has a gently tapering head like an extraterrestrial.
Okay.
And then right at about the shoulders here, we see the left leg and then the right leg here behind him. He's striding forward like this, holding something. And when we blew up what he was holding, it was a human form in the same way that somebody would sit in a seat in like one of those whirly-bird amusement park rides. In other words, like if you have a swinging basket-like device. And then here's the head of the humanoid, his shirt, his legs, and the white indicated where his feet should be. So if this is a Mars colonist, this could be anything. This could be, again, a Martian life form that interacts in a symbiotic way with humans and plays with them, carries them across the vast distance of the Martian surface. It could be a predator that has just killed this human or is going to kill it, to eat it. It could be some artificial or genetically engineered construction that's carrying this. But if you want to come up and look at my laptop, you can see that we have high articulation in this model face of this creature, which, like the spine giraffe that we just looked at, has some kind of protuberance or air bladder-like extension on its head. So I think this picture, ultimately, when it's fully analyzed, is a game changer because it allows us to say, well, wait a minute, there's a life form there, but this picture went all the way around the world. We're not even looking at what's in the data. I mean, we're supposed to be an intelligent civilization here on Earth. Okay, so some final thoughts. And then I'll take as many questions as you'd like to ask. Let's see here. So, final thoughts are that Mars is inhabited. If you don't believe all of the data, I would urge you to consider some of the data, which I think, as we say in the law, creates a rebuttable presumption that something is true, which means that it establishes the premise that that thing is true until it's successfully refuted. It's sort of like a preliminary yes. I think it's even more. It's like a supra-rebuttable presumption at this point. And all those who are providing information about the U.S. presence there, let's just say you want to tackle what the Mars anomalists are saying. Well, then you're going to have to refute the data because the data is becoming overwhelming. I don't believe that NASA is hiring dozens of artists to paint fake life forms into its images, especially when NASA seems devoted to adhering to the Robertson panel to literally debunk and ridicule claims of extraterrestrial life, which is what the Durant report of the Robertson panel was about in 1953. So I believe the data convincingly shows to a clear, convincing, and compelling standard of evidence that Mars is inhabited. Because that's the case, we must craft law and policy pertaining to our activities on Mars, or future activities if you don't believe we've reached Mars, with a view to the fact that Mars is not only another planet, but an inhabited planet. We must therefore protect Mars under international treaty from the externalities of visitation, exploration, habitation, and colonization by human beings from Earth. In visiting and exploring Mars, we must proceed cautiously and diplomatically in consideration of the fact that Mars has an indigenous ecology and an indigenous civilization, and that indigenous civilization has been built over many thousands of years by advanced, intelligent humanoids, much like ourselves. The habitation and colonization of Mars has already begun. That's my position. It was the reason I was sent to Mars in 1981 to 83, and the reason that Laura Eisenhower was asked to go to Mars and join the secret Mars colony in the 2006-2007 timeframe. Why would the CIA or any U.S. agency over a 25-year time frame bamboozle the son of an engineer consulting the CIA and the great-granddaughter of an American president to believe that there was a U.S. presence on Mars? Why would that have been done? And why, for example, would they have selected Brett, somebody 5 years younger than me, to support my notions of being on Mars if it would have been much more credible to say that I was up there with a bunch of same-aged chrononauts, right? In other words, a lot of those sharply focused, highly articulated facts of our claims basically establish the truth of what we're saying, because the truth, as Mark Twain said, is stranger than fiction. So we're at an epochal time in human history where the fact that we have undertaken activities secretly on Mars has been hidden from the awareness of the human population on Earth, and therefore humanity at large has not given its consent to the range of human activities that are underway on Mars. Because Mars has an indigenous ecology and civilization, this development is fraught with peril for the human race on Earth. It has implications and complications of a profound political, historical, and philosophical nature that must be publicly debated if we are to interact with Mars in such a way that we pass the first major test of our cosmic citizenship, which is how we treat another planet as we encounter it. We must also extend the protections provided human life forms and animal life forms and entire ecosystems that we find today on Earth in public international law, environmental law, endangered species protection, and international environmental law, respectively, to Mars, for in the final analysis, Mars does not belong to us, it belongs to the Martians. So what I'm saying is that if I'm elected president in 2016 or whenever, when I'm elected, I'm going to do the bold and independent thing. I'm going to tell the American people the truth. The truth is constantly being held back from us. We should be angry about this. We should take direct action regarding this. I'm going to tell the American people and the people of the world that Mars, the planet that every 2 years comes closest to Earth, indeed our celestial neighbor, is many things. It's clearly a repository of ancient artifacts of great historical value. In fact, precious artifacts that show the history of our solar system, even the catastrophic history of our solar system. And hence the great work that Richard C. Hoagland and George Haas and William Sanders and others have done over the last 30 years. It's also a planet inhabited with its own indigenous ecology and civilization, which is presently being demonstrated by the research, the anomaly researchers that I cited and others. And it also has a U.S. presence that was begun in the late 70s as revealed by the whistleblowers that are now courageously coming forward. I'm going to tell the people the truth that Mars has a past, a present, and a future, and that if we're to do the right thing, the U.S. government must tell the truth about life on Mars and the American presence there so that every human being on Earth can participate in the future of Mars. Thank you. So I'd be happy to open up the floor to any questions that you might have.
I have some.
Yes, Star.
With respect to, what do you do if you see one of the creatures eating a little humanoid? What do you do? Well, what are the Martian people who came to Earth that you met?
Yeah.
How do they interact with them? What do they do? What's their protocol, for example?
We don't know. It seems that some of the humanoids being consumed by reptoids seem to be a smaller, stubbier species. They may be just animals that look like humans, but I guess the conflict is that the precautionary principle states that you take no action if you can do irreparable harm to a natural system. But what we see being consumed are bipedal hominids that we identify with as such.
Right.
And our own legal mores require us to intervene to save human life from genocide. The reason I bring up the word genocide is not to exaggerate, but because in the gully beyond the home plate plateau, there are thousands of humanoid bodies. I just didn't want to share that kind of macabre fact in Kona, Hawaii, such a beautiful natural area, such beautiful people. But that's where the data goes when we analyze PI 10214, is it doesn't look like a big cemetery. It looks like a big humanoid killing field where reptoids are making this big sticky goo of humanoids. So we're talking about basically two diametrically opposed legal nostrums coming into direct conflict, and that's going to require the participation of our greatest minds like Alfred Lemmermont Weber. Ken?
In fact, when you mentioned that part that you just referenced, I just go back to 150 years when we were conquering the Great Plains and going by in trains and cowboys just decimating the buffalo herds.
Shooting buffalo with Winchester rifles from the trains.
You know, exactly. So at least we have some kind of terms of engagement policy in place now that hopefully will not repeat the extremes of the past.
Well, yeah. Well, let me address where we are in the historical moment. Where we are in the historical moment is the human civilization on Earth, at least in a hortatory sense, following World War II, is committed to upholding the Nuremberg principles outlawing aggressive warfare, genocide, and crimes against humanity. So that was the evolution of the 40s and 50s. And then the evolution in the 60s, 70s, and 80s were the environmental and international environmental protections to protect endangered species and ecosystems, where you have a whole another set of principles. So there are really two areas of law that are coming into direct conflict. Since it's not our planet, and I guess since I'm an environmentalist, I would urge the precautionary principle rather than the application of use cogens norms outlawing genocide, because although they are humanoids being consumed, they're being consumed on another planet in an entirely different ecosystem context. So who are we to presume that we have to save them?
Or you're going to just go willy-nilly shooting guns or weapons out there because, you know, you see something to shoot or defend yourself or, you know, what else?
I mean, it's heartrending to see another humanoid being devoured like a rodent, but that's what we're finding in the images. Could that be disinformation from NASA? Again, they're not going to refute extraterrestrial life by establishing it. That's completely illogical. They're not in that game. Star.
So, could any of these creatures be successfully brought back to Earth?
Probably already.
Question, or have any of them? And then also, like, when you go up there, or when others are living up there, how do they feed themselves? Like, do they send a big Suisan truck full of food up through a jump?
Well, you know,
Or how does the practical aspect of living in, like, do they have internet? Can they call on walkie-talkies? I mean, how do they communicate?
well, I said that, you know, taking the jump room to Mars from El Segundo to Mars was easier than taking the red eye from Los Angeles to New York.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yes.
the jump rooms are getting up there in 20 minutes or so, 25. At least they were in 1981 to 83, so they're maybe even going up faster. So servicing the human colony, or the large superstructures that are up there now for the U.S. colony, is a piece of cake. It's easier than putting, you know, Florida oranges on a 16-wheeler and pointing it at Seattle.
Yeah.
Okay, and then how about the creatures? Could
They could come here. I asked Courtney Hunt, I said to him, you know, being aware of what was going on in the space program and having a dad in that area, of, you know, that era, and having, you know, astronaut posters on my wall, and then being involved in Pegasus, I was very keenly interested in the space program as a child and so forth. And I remembered the fact that the Apollo astronauts, for example, were in seclusion for 72 hours to prevent contamination of our human civilization on Earth with bacteria and virus that might be on the moon. And I said, how come we're not being screened each time we come back or quarantined? And he said, we've determined that the germ profile on Mars is identical to Earth's. Now, maybe that's the case because of the interaction, the commerce, and the movement of Earthlings and Martians during the first civilization on Earth, that all the basic bacteria and virus were spread to each respective planet. But then after 11,500 years of isolation, you would figure that some of those protozoa would start swimming in the opposite direction and so forth. So I think it was just basically CIA negligence that he even said that we weren't being screened. Yes?
An anomaly I see is, you know, why would they spend time making all these sculptures? That's time consuming if your chance of being eaten in 30 seconds is so great.
Well, we were doing things that took hours of duration up there too. The situation you're in is one in which you simply have to remain wary for what might be coming over the horizon. It's not a feeding frenzy because it's a desert planet where most life forms are immediately evident the minute they're anywhere near your environment. So if you think of, let's say, the Anza Borrega Desert down in San Diego, you know, you can be hiking and you can see a turtle flop over a ridge, you know, half a mile away. You know, so it's easy to not be eaten there. The problem is that some of them were faster than us, but most of them were slower than us. And hence we would assume for the humanoids that are doing the sculpting, they can look around and protect themselves. But they also are very furtive and tend to stay underground or in buildings. They're not foolhardy. They're not like all traipsing all over the countryside. I mentioned how when I walked down that road on the way to the dilapidated brick building to deliver the data disk, that I'd see Martians sort of furtively looking out of doors, you know, in their black or dark blue caftans. So it's just not it's not an environment where any humanoid can presume to feel as safe as we would, simply having to avoid stepping on a rattlesnake in the Anza-Borrega Desert, right? But so they can enjoy the surface. They just have to be more watchful of potential predators. Right here, ma'am. Right there. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Could it be possible, you were saying that there was sulfuric,
There was a sulfur odor when I took off my mask. Yes.
To me, all these statues, many of the statues, dead or alive, seem so arbitrarily spread over the area. Could some of them be remnants of a change in air or eruption, and as in Pompeii, some of them
Yes.
suddenly covered?
I didn't show it here because I wanted to show life on Mars rather than death on Mars, but we do have details of fossilized or calcified human remains that are very similar to the human remnants at Pompeii following that volcanic eruption, where humans are covered by volcanic ash or the pyroclastic flow, and they become mummified, so to speak. And then when you have erosion, those natural mummies are sort of exfoliated from hillsides and that type of thing. We have literally several that look like modern human beings, the remains of modern human beings, but they seem quite ancient, literally strewn on a hillside after apparently being. There are a lot of dried mud flows and other evidence of the catastrophe of 9500 BC affected them as well. So there are many remnants of living humanoids that were killed during the catastrophe that are neither current life forms nor statues, but are in fact the sort of the fossilized natural remains of humanoids on the surface. Hold on, Candy, right here.
Why do you think they stopped working with you after 83?
Have-
And did they pay you at all during 81 through 83 to be a courier?
These special access programs just work in peculiar ways. They don't share complete information with anybody. Hence my point about my dad, that he may have been told there were 2 future presidents in the classroom of 10, and it may have been 7, They don't share information. Even doing something simple as have Courtney Hunt train me in the respiration device over at Cal State Northridge, and then go into Burbank to do the thing to watch, every 30 seconds. They're always compartmentalizing functions like that too. That's why they confuse logical people so much. They also have a habit of involving people in these special access programs and then just summarily kicking them out of the projects, just so that if the person's obsessed with it or troubled by it or being challenged by it for a couple of years, then they kick them out of it and they can get back in their ordinary life. And if they talk about what they were in, they can be urged, like my brother urged me to see a psychiatrist. They regularly terminate people and recycle them out of these special access programs so that no person does everything, sees everything, knows everything, or talks about everything. So after those 3 years of going up there, it was sort of like, okay, Andy, you're going to be getting your college degree in a year. Bye-bye. I just wasn't called anymore to go into Santa Monica, to go over to El Segundo and bring the disc up to Mars. So it's just basically the arbitrary way that the intelligence community works all the time, in a kind of an intentional arbitrary approach. Ken?
You mentioned the peripheral social life, during Project Pegasus, eating in the restaurants and, the human contact.
Oh, it was...
Do you have a recollection of spending enough time on Mars where you had to have a drink or a refreshment or nourishment?
No, there was never...
or anything?
No, I was going and returning quickly,
Wow.
sometimes spending hours up there, but I was never drinking. I was getting chronically dehydrated. I still am. Brett doesn't remember any food either. And another thing about the Obama-Dugan connection is we never met them up there. We don't know whether they audited that class for a Mars enrichment seminar for a future president and DARPA director, or whether there's this rebuttable presumption that the President of the United States was brainwashed as we were, and then sent up there.
Or in the corridors or, say, at the base stations where you arrived, looking down hallways or anything, did you see any logical forms of, logistics like?
Well, there was one strange thing. It was actually an illogical form. Well, actually, let me use your question as a segue to an illogical element. Brett and I both remember being sent to a hallway that was kind of built under an arbitrary freeway overpass-like structure. And we were told, you'll come out of the jump room in the middle of the hallway and try to walk as far as you can in either direction, but make sure that you don't get eaten at the end, because there's sometimes predators will come out and stand there and see if they can run in and go grab a human and have lunch.
Sounds like a Greek tragedy or something.
And one did when I was there, but I ran back. But anyway, we were basically put under the keen psychological tension, the almost overwhelming tension, of being asked to arrive in this stupid superstructure and then go out to the end where we might be eaten. And even though we had a weapon, you're still thinking, I don't want to take on some little dinosaur-like creature in this thing that looks like, the hallway in a junior high school bungalow. This is a weird place to be. I don't want to be here. In other words, there were some very dehumanizing things and we figured that what they must have been doing is putting humans not just in their list of everybody they had sent up there, but literally creating the case for territorial sovereignty and acquisition of Mars by putting teleportees all over the planet, even if they had to create this structure like this in a place where there were a lot of predators.
You mentioned that CIA guy or somebody that was like a prospector living out, on running your radio interviews, you were walked out to the guy that had lived in some bungalow out on the fringe?
Well, no, I was talking about Howard, about living in like a stone cottage.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a segue to the fact that in one of those hallways, some kind of predator had shot something at several humans, and they were sort of sticking up in the corner of the hallway, like in a clear glassine, like ejecta from an animal. And the joke was, it was Newman. Oh, that's Newman. Nobody liked him anyway. And there was like this, human from our civilization who had been, yeah. So there were some very macabre elements, and it was a constant assault to your psyche. And I'm happy to say that neither Brett nor I or the others who've been up there have committed suicide, but it was really, Laura used a wonderful metaphor. I almost actually started crying, which was, sort of like being placed in a season of hell. I think you used Hades as the metaphor. My mind was often racing with the sensation that like I was in a low-grade nightmare. And maybe that's what the settlers found when they came and found in the New World, just, 99% acreage covered with trees, and thought, we're going to have to hack our way and create a village in this dense forest. But that's what it was like. It was like we had been subjected this urgent drive to put a human presence on Mars and conquer it had led to the constant dehumanizing tension and inner turmoil of a kind of a low-grade nightmare type of psychological state. And fortunately, I adjusted. And fortunately, now the information is coming back so that we can share it with others. But it was an unfun place to be for the most part. I wouldn't wish it on somebody. Ma'am?
Did you ever see any evidence of other ET civilization visits? Like any, when you looked up, did you ever see any craft moving? Did you ever hear from the human colony about other ET civilization visits?
Well, I was up there when colony was truly a colony, not a modern colony with beautiful functional buildings. The colonial presence there was cobbled together arbitrarily, even in some sort of defunct Martian villages that you might find, like when you go hiking in the hinterlands of Mongolia and you find some 10,000-year-old town and you kind of walk through the remnants of a city. It was more like that than a real modern hotel-like colony. But apropos of your question about evidence of ET life on the surface, we have the Martian human typology that is like the great ETs. Also, in the kind of sculpture garden that we find there along Tsiolkovsky Ridge, there's a sculpture of a lenticular craft with a little beam poking out of it. There's a kind of a memorialization of different themes of spaceflight on different parts of Tsiolkovsky Ridge, including this kind of exquisite jade green boulder with a highly articulated Asiatic face and several rocket sculptures lying on top of it, as if memorializing, let's say, an ancient Chinese rocket probe that successfully landed on the red planet. So I would say that the consciousness that informed the sculpture was aware of the phenomenon of visitation by extraterrestrials to our solar system. Right here?
2 questions.
Sure.
Did you ever get to see into the future of Mars? And never, okay. How many Martians, guessing, are living underground, I guess, and humans?
Great question. Let me kind of pull apart the elements of this because I think it may still be unexplained or contradictory. When I published my paper, I received a telephone call from Virginia Olds of the CIA. And she kind of infiltrated my life in 2005 and 6. Laura knows the pattern, you know. And she was just overt CIA, but she was being extremely meddlesome in my life. And but after I published the paper in December of 2008, she said, you're spot on with all your conclusions. And regarding the humanoid population there, it numbers about 1 million. It does live primarily underground, and it consists of several typologies, one very much like us, and one very much like the gray ETs of the contact literature. We're also talking about the U.S. presence there, which David Wilcock now estimates at 550,000. So that would make sense that it would be around there by now because of the carrying capacity. But the Martian humanoid population is not believed to be very, very big. Of course, in one recent find, I saw the tracks of opportunity in the Meridiana planum of Mars, and out of the tracks, these 1 foot width tracks, pop several little humanoids about the size, presumably, of prairie dogs. So I think there are more than 2 typologies of humanoids, and some actually burrow in the dirt like prairie dogs do. So we can't, when we say humanoid, we really mean an animal with a cranium, bisymmetrical eyes, nostrils, mouth.
Simian.
Yeah, simian might be a better primate.
Primate.
Yeah, because, well, is a prairie dog's not a primate, but it shares a face, a torso, 4 appendages, and so forth. So some of this is definitional. But we found small creatures popping out of the dirt that look surprisingly human-looking. Star.
So, the people who visited again that you met down in the States, I'm wondering, how did they manufacture their spacecraft, for example?
Right, well.
And how do they support underground 1 million human types?
Well.
How do they do food? How do they do water?
What I saw of them,
Practical part of it.
what I saw of them was their close similarity to us, physically speaking,
Right.
their high intelligence, their advanced spacecraft, the fact that we know that they're the vestige of a high civilization that sought refuge underground in a solar system catastrophe that affected both Earth and Mars. And when I arrived via jump room the first time and the second time with Courtney, our jump room infrastructure had been kind of placed in an ancient cavern that apparently they had architected. So the answer is in exquisitely architected Tolkien-esque caverns underground. Now, there's corroboration of their advancement provided by the remote viewing team of Courtney Brown, in which he concluded they were 150 years ahead of us technically. That may be a bit of an overstatement. They were clearly ahead of us in the early 70s, because we didn't reach anything approaching supersonic with that type of craft until the Aurora in the 1980s and 90s. So I don't know. I mean, I can only talk about what I know. I have had only minimal contact with that faction of Martian that has been aligned with us. And we don't know whether they're still aligned with us because, of course, the 2 Russian probes to Phobos were shot down by the indigenous Martians, presumably on Phobos. So there may have already been hostilities in which the Martians that we were aligned with in 1970 said, no, we don't like what your goals are here. You Americans and you Russians, don't even come here anymore. Okay, so we have the additional element of Phobos 1 and 2 being shot down, presumably by the indigenous human civilization on Mars. And that would be, it's another major topic in exopolitics.
Is there
Jan.
evidence to presume that the Martians did that, or that could the Americans have done that?
We could have done it. An extraterrestrial civilization then on the surface could have done it. But again, applying Occam's razor, since there was no evidence of other forces being near the 2 Russian probes, presumably, and because they were photographed, I believe that the missiles were photographed before the Phobos television feed stopped, the likeliest explanation is that Phobos 1 and 2 were shot down by the Martians because the Martians were hostile to the notion of those two probes landing on Phobos. Now, Hoagland and others are claiming that Phobos 1, or is it, well, Phobos is Phobos. I was confusing with the probes. That Phobos is an artificial satellite, and I just have no opinion on that because I haven't taken any interest on that. But we do have the notion of incipient conflict between two Russian Mars probes and apparently the indigenous Martian space program. And again, that's another reason why we want to normalize relations with the Martians, inform the human population on Earth that we have a presence there, and allow them to migrate here because they're really our long-lost cousins, and there's really no reason for our two populations to be in conflict and every reason for them to be in productive dealings or harmonious relations. Yes, sir?
With them not paying you back in your youth because they said you would be a whistleblower,
Yeah.
did they bother paying you this when you serviced
No.
Mars?
No.
So it's all, was it, they made it clear to be volunteer service, and they promised you money and they didn't?
They kind of, I mean, they use brainwashing, but they also select individuals who, they're not really super patriots, they pick the super responsible. As Courtney Hunt once described it, we pick people who, if they're expected to do a job, and let's say they may think they're on camera doing it, or anything, they not only do what's right, but they try to maintain the appearance of propriety. They're the kind of people who go back and change the evidence of something to show that they didn't do something wrong, even when they didn't. So they tend to select super responsible personalities. I bet if you did a personality profile of Barack Obama, Regina Dugan, myself, and Brett Stillings, you would find that, you know, we were the kid who walked 2 miles to deliver the overdue library book. Right here.
Did you see water and how water was or wasn't integrated in the environment?
I saw minimal vegetation, so presumably there was water in those locations. I didn't see any standing bodies of water on the surface, but we did find the lake beneath Husband Hill in PIA 10214.
Underground then?
Yeah, and in fact, in PIA 11049, we have that viaduct with apparently water falling into kind of a catch basin, which means that some intelligent humanoids, whether it's us or the indigenous Martians, are actually using that as a viaduct from an aquifer and depositing in something like a public bath. Laura?
What's the, I mean, you said blue sky. What about clouds? What about weather, temperature?
I saw no clouds, presumably because of the relative lack of moisture on the surface. But Mars has a beautiful baby blue sky, like you find.
Like wind and temperature?
The temperature I encountered most of the time was very much like this temperature right now, basically like you're 70, 75, much drier than this, but more like Arizona at 75 degrees, kind of the kind of weather where you only begin perspiring if you exert yourself, not just put your clothes on in the morning. And in terms of the blue sky, I stated it from the very beginning of my interviews, and I'd like to actually dedicate this talk to Paul Goodwin at Mars Uncensored, who's a researcher in Britain, because Paul really stood by. He basically followed my claims, and then he's begun the process of validating them with the data. And he and I have now both published images of the blue sky on Mars. It's a very beautiful blue, kind of like when you're in Arizona and there's extremely diffuse cloud cover. So you get that kind of pale, baby blue blanket kind of blue. That's the color of the sky there, against a very rusty red terrain. Right here?
Were you ever told to bring something back and didn't, or had you ever desired?
No, both in Pegasus and the Mars project, we were practicing basically the prime directive. In fact, the phrase the prime directive from Star Trek was even used in the lectures. And relative to life forms there, not just artifacts, we were instructed never to return with anything. Although one time I came back with the red dust of Mars on my hiking boots, and my mother asked, well, what's that red stuff on your boots? And I said, well, I was down behind the gas station, I was just talking to somebody, I was kicking at this dirt pile where there was rusting spark plugs. And again, I was training to lie to my mom, I don't feel good about that, but so no, artifacts were not supposed to come back because this was a deep black project where a Martian artifact we would have been responsible for for ending ending operational security. So we were under orders not to return with any animal life form or artifact or even basic natural evidence like a rock or intentional soil in our pocket or anything like that. And no life form, certainly. But also, I just want to emphasize the point again that, the post-Vietnam take on my information, if my information was presumed to be valid, which it is, would be, oh, look at how bellicose the United States was being in establishing its hegemony on planet Mars. But in fact, we were under express instructions that it was our option to sacrifice ourselves and not fire our weapon if we were going to be eaten. So in other words, the onus was on us to begin hostile dealings, and we were instructed not to if we could tolerate it. So we were given weaponry, but we were basically instructed to try to not to use it. And Ed even said, I've often imagined what I would do if I was in front of one of those things. I guess I would say something like, oh, it's been a good life, bite my head off. He said something like that. So bite my head off first. So really, the point I'm making there is, while we were a hegemonistic presence, we were not a militaristic presence. We were applying the prime directive and literally instructed to try to be willing to sacrifice ourselves rather than use the weapon to kill a predator that was going to eat us. Michael.
There's a long-standing debate about where everything evolves. I was just wondering if you had an overview. And your thing about the microbial life being the same on Earth and Mars triggers that. I mean, like, do we have coevolution? Does the life come from one place to the other?
I'm not an adherent to this view, but I suspect that the notion of panspermia, that there's been intentional seeding of life on inhabitable planets, explains the commonality of life forms that we find on Earth and Mars. And, we see these common substrates, present Earth species on Mars, extinct Earth species, hybrids, and life forms that have never appeared on Earth, but that still follow the patterns of form and structure that we associate with biological life forms.
Do you think the indigenous ones evolved on Mars?
Yes, I think that there's a strata of indigenous life forms on Mars, and that the human presence that's like us is the result of a Mars colony established by the high Egyptian civilization. I think it makes much more sense that this beautiful, sustainable, abundant biosphere that we live in built that first civilization on Earth, to include the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, the great platform of Baalbek in Lebanon and so forth, and other phenomenal artifacts. And that it then went to Mars and created a colony that then introduced those humans into Mars, who then got separated from us and have been breeding in isolation from us since then. And in support of that, I would marshal the fact that the Great Pyramid, the same day every year, the passageway of the King's Chamber focuses a red orb on the wall above the head of the sarcophagus of the pharaoh, to mark as a kind of a marking stone to the linkage between Egypt and Mars. So I think we got there with human life, and then those humans got cut off from us by the catastrophe and have been breeding in isolation ever since. But if you think about the relative genetic isolation, let's say between Europeans and, let's say indigenous people in Central America, that isolation may have been as much as 11,500 years. And reproduction can occur between individual human beings of such diverse backgrounds. So I think we may even be able to intermarry and breed with the surviving human remnant on Mars if they were to come here. Yes, ma'am.
Could you say a bit more about the connection between Akhenaten and Obama?
Well, it's been noted that he and Michelle Obama and their two daughters, Sasha and Malia, closely resemble basically several figures from the highest Egyptian civilization. The point I was making is that when you examine the Secret Service names that Barack, Michelle, Malia, and Sasha Obama were given, they seem to refer to Pharaoh Akhenaten. Barack Obama's Secret Service handle was renegade, and Akhenaten was a renegade in Egyptian history because he broke away from pantheism and was the first pharaoh to embrace monotheism. Michelle Obama apparently was assigned the name Renaissance, and the reign of Akhenaten and Nefertiti worked a renaissance of the high Egyptian civilization. We know probably that Akhenaten was sort of the John F. Kennedy of the Egyptian space era and got the high Egyptian civilization out into the solar system. In the famous, I forget what they're called, they're not amulets, but what are they called? The Egyptian identity symbols? Cartouches, thank you, I always forget that word, such a strange word. In the cartouche for Akhenaten, there's two symbols that are prominent, the radiance of the sun and the rosebud, and that's what Malia and Sasha's Secret Service names are radiance and rosebud. But of course, Malia's radiantly pretty and, Sasha's a little rosebud, so that may have just been accidental, but it seems quite coincidental to me. I don't know.
Because that connection came to me in meditation during the Obama election. It's the first time I hear that actually might be a connection.
Well, we'd like to credit our friend Freeman Fly, who has identified some of these connections and introduced them to us to them in April in Philadelphia. So, but it's certainly coincidental that 4 Secret Service names of the president, his wife, and their 2 daughters would seem to resonate with the history and significance of Pharaoh Akhenaten. That seems very strange, especially since Barack Obama so closely resembles one of the pharaohs as seen in statuary.
Yeah, I was going to say they showed all the whole family resembles the whole Pharaoh's family. Why?
Well, Freeman is speculating as to whether or not they're clones that were taken from mummies and created. Certainly the Barry Soetoro that I interacted with in 1980 and the Barack Obama, as he was calling himself by 1982, was quite a normal chap, and he was a very likable and admirable guy. I didn't find anything strange about him at all. And of course we know that he was born of a mother that descends from the British oligarchy, that is his mother Stanley Ann Dunham. The Dunham family is part of the British landed gentry, and that is the pharaohic bloodline. So he may have just possessed a similar phenotype or appearance to one of the pharaohs because he was born of a British, or ultimately, originally British bloodline on his matrilineal DNA side with an admixture of African blood in the nature of the black pharaohs. It just could be just an outcome from the genetic lottery that we all play at birth. But also, there's only something like 10,000 phenotypes, so he just may have the black pharaoh one. And if that's the case, I think that speaks well of the American people in electing him. But I don't want to sound too elitist there, but I mean, he doesn't have to be cloned from a mummy to look like one of the black pharaohs because he's a biracial ancestry, and it's British and African ancestry, which is right there, with the pharaohic bloodlines on 2 sides, potentially.
I had part 2 of the question. When you proposed that we might invite the indigenous Martian race here, would that include all the Greys and the hybrid Greys?
Well, those are questions we'd have to ask in terms of the suitability of all the humanoid life forms. What I mean is apparently our relatives there who are clamoring to be reunited with Earth, they're basically the vestigial civilization, or the vestigial population of a group of us who were trapped up there 11,500 years ago. They're the descendants of those colonists. And so I think they would have actually a right under abiding nostrums of public international law, a right of return to their home planet. I think that would be an emanation from existing immigration law and policy in the way that Israel upholds the right of return for Jews and that type of thing. They are us, and so I don't know of any law of exclusion except maybe public safety in terms of a viral contamination type scenario a la the moon that would allow us not to let them return just because they've been part of the human population that's been evolving and breeding within isolation up there for 11,500 years. And they weren't that different than from modern humans. They just looked a little bit more rugged, a little bit more genetically isolated from the perspective of a 8-year-old, I was at that time. But I would certainly support them being integrated back in our society, and it appears that they may already have been.
But we don't know if they all live together underground, how integrated this society is with all the different species or the different cultures.
We don't.
And if they're very integrated and possibly intermarried and hybridized together, then how would you separate them?
I would, if they're nonviolent and humanoid and sentient, I think that we should try to integrate them. I think I was mentioning how the evolution of the Nuremberg principles and the whole emergence of human rights under, for example, Eleanor Roosevelt, the the Universal Convention on Human Rights, the Nuremberg principles, and sort of the evolution of public international law after World War II, and then environmental law can now be applied to the Martian context. And then the third area would be the evolution of civil rights laws in the 1960s, and just the evolution of the public understanding that people, let's say with different skin tones, are human beings just like each other, is also something that comes right at the time in Earth history where we would have to exercise not just toleration or tolerance, but respect and say, well, these people, the men of their culture may look a little bit more rugged than our men, because they've been breeding in isolation for almost 12,000 years. I guess what I'm saying is we've laid the foundation also in civil rights law and the new understanding that people have that, all of us human beings share 87% of the same genes, that we can recognize that other people aren't, another species just because they possess different indelible characteristics. We now have the opportunity to apply that to our genetic relatives on another planet. So I would think that it might be complicated if they're in fact intermeshed with other life forms from the cosmos, but then again, if they're nonviolent, sentient neighbors of ours, why wouldn't we integrate them into our civilization if they asked? I would think we should explore that. I think it would be good, especially for us. Star?
How readily do you think they could adapt to Earth life on the surface? And currently with things like radiation all over the place and economic situation going crazy, maybe they, have trouble coming here and living like an Earth human.
Right.
With everything in the social structures and the economic structures and the way things have been controlled for so long. I mean, they might be better off where they are in a way, except
Or
for
if
the
they,
beauty of
well,
Earth. And
yeah, because they've evolved underground and hence may have less melanin to produce pigment to block solar radiation even on a planet like ours with an adequate ionosphere, they might have to choose between living underground on Mars and, as Courtney Brown found, living under a mountain in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I think if I had that choice, I would pick the underground location in New Mexico. In other words, there's not a need to integrate them into every aspect of civilization and the environment as we live it. But the fundamental question of whether we should permit them to come here and settle here if they ask, I think we're under not just a moral duty, but an ongoing legal and political duty to say yes, because they are the remnant of stranded humans.
There. So presumably with the disclosure and exopolitics, post 2015, opening us up to the prospect of now, Mars is the reality, thus civilizations beyond Mars are also the reality, and if they are essentially humanoid too and civilized, by that extension, we're opening up a whole new panorama of, relations.
Well, and apropos of that,
and hospitality, so to speak, or diplomacy, or,
Apropos of that is a dimension of PIA 10214 that I didn't mention, which is a speculative notion that Alfred and I were maintaining, that perhaps PIA 10214 is a Martian psyop directed at us. In other words, we land there and they stick all these examples of their creatures, their humanoids, and their artwork in their Yosemite or their Westminster Abbey or whatever. And I had a discussion with Bill Ryan of Project Camelot about that, and he said, Andy, if they dropped a probe on this planet, you couldn't expect that they would land in Times Square or the Mall in Washington. How is it that PIA 10214 did so? I think it's a suspect photograph. In other words, Bill's point was how is it that this particular image is chock full of life? Maybe that was a Martian psyop, that at one point they would pick a particular day when the rover Spirit was photographing and just swarm the place with life forms. And that may explain why, for example, some of the animals are marching towards the camera. And if that's the case, they may be literally saying, hey, we're here, and this is what you're going to have to cope with as you interact with our planet. Yeah, so it may not be PIA 10214 may not be a NASA psyop, it may just be a Martian op. So,
Well, anyway,
Bill makes a good point.
If we can welcome Martians in, then we could welcome
Mexicans.
Pleiadians or whatever, as long as everybody's civilized.
Well, my point about the evolution, of
Yeah.
human rights law, environmental, and those in their civil rights, is also in immigration now. Immigration has become a global phenomenon where people of diverse backgrounds are integrating in all of the countries of the world, and then the natural extension of that would be to integrate sentient humanoids from other planets in our population, as long as they can be screened for things like epidemic diseases that we don't want introduced on Earth. Oh, I don't want to end on the phrase epidemic diseases. Come on. Anybody else? Yes?
How about the oxygen? As you said, you used certain masks for oxygen. How did the other people live?
I used a mask as a precautionary measure during the first trip up there by myself in July of '81, and I was urged to take it off there, and I could breathe. So that was the only time I took a mask up there. The other people in our program were regularly not using masks, and in fact, the female in that first group of 3 who greeted me after my first journey up there, and then Courtney Hunt Courtney Hunt was a chain smoker, like 3-4 pack a day. So chain smokers were able to breathe up there despite the fact that the oxygen is only 10%. So, and then I also observed how at Curtiss-Wright in 1970, the 2 larger males seemed to be pretty barrel-chested, as if they had evolved, in their lineage, they had evolved large lungs to gather up more oxygen. But it's 10% by volume, and it wasn't that hard to breathe at all. It was really no stuffier than a room that needs to have the window opened. Yeah.
When you were running from those creatures, did you kind of get into cardio?
Well, yes. I got cardio challenged as we were scampering down the staircase, in the sense that my heart was beating out of my chest from fear and immediate exertion in an atmosphere, 10% oxygen by volume. But where I really felt the 10% air making a difference was when I was walking with Courtney, my thigh muscles began screaming with pain, and my calves. And I said, God, I got this huge, I never have cramps. I've never had a cramp swimming or doing anything on Earth under normal conditions. And I said, my leg muscles are absolutely cramping up. They feel like they're being crushed. And he said, yes, we'll just deal with it because it's from hypoxia, from the lower oxygen. So in exerting myself less than I would on Earth against gravity, it still resulted in a fatiguing of the leg muscles that was literally sharply painful. So that hypoxia is an issue when you exert yourself up there. And that's why we weren't like running around looking around every 30 seconds. We were just sort of doing, kind of like what Secret Service people do. Like we'd be talking to somebody going, oh yeah, I know what you mean. We were looking around. We weren't running around. We were actually urged to remain as sedate as possible unless we were running from a predator and had to save our lives. Yes. Yes.
Okay. In your discussion with Barry about his name change, what was that thought process?
I didn't have a discussion with him about his name change. I asked him his name in Weed, at the college grounds, and he said Barry Sotoro. When I met him close to summer, or 2 years later, he introduced himself as Barack Obama, and we actually had a discussion not about his name change, but just about his unusual name. And he said, oh, my dad was from Africa. And that's another reason why I support the president against these insinuations that he's not a legitimate American, because when I met him, he said, my dad's from Africa. He didn't say, I was born in Africa, like somebody would.
But he remembered you from the thing 2 years back.
No, he may have, but I didn't remember him, because I'm dealing with somebody who's 2 years older, taller, thinner, with a different name. You know? Yeah. And in fact, if you look at the Barack Obama's pictures, he looked like his high school graduation photograph, where he looked heavier, he had an afro, and he was calling himself Barry Soetoro. So when I met, God, I thought I turned this off, sorry. When I met Barack Obama, after he had spent a year at Columbia also, in a more sophisticated environment than Eagle Rock, California, or even, let's say, Honolulu growing up or whatever, he was a different person. He had evolved. And as somebody who reached the presidency, especially as a member of a minority group, must be a pretty quick study. So it was almost like I was meeting a different person. I didn't say, and besides that, I was blocked as a result of the brainwashing from remembering the training course 2 years earlier. That's another paradox of the case. Even a year later, in the summer of '81, when Courtney pulled this kind of Harry meets Sally thing between me and Regina in Chatsworth, I didn't remember her from the previous summer. In fact, she joked as she was leaving about that. She said, "Oh, Courtney, you got this guy brainwashed or something." It was just, I didn't recognize either of them. Now, they may have recognized me. One theory that Brett and I have is that they were part of like a Team A that wasn't brainwashed, and they were circling back to see who, among those who had been brainwashed, who were going up, but Team A didn't go up and wasn't brainwashed. That would be very CIA-ish if that was the case. Jan.
I have a question, and for all of you three, maybe it's more for Laura, and it has to do with, Laura, as they were, wanting to invite you and entice you and the boys to go to Mars. Did they speak culturally about what was set up, what you would find? Was it set up as a democracy? Was it set up kind of like as a mini America, like someplace in Chatsworth or Venice Beach, or was it going to be set up because this whole aviary thing sounds pretty creepy and everything? What was it? How would you actually be enticed to go up there, and how would it be laid out so that you guys could function?
Right. It was more about protection and survival and things. The target date 2012, and the transporting stuff through what they called arcs. There's arcs, but there's also, as far as what was going on there, I didn't get a lot of info about that. I only could overhear conversations. It was like he'd be on the phone, just kind of strategizing everything, and particularly about terraforming. And it was, a lot about it was in preparation, but not so much about what was already there. It was just preparation and creating upgrades and doing things to make it more hospitable and more advanced. So, but the lure and the enticement part was more about, I'm doing this to protect you, or I'm trying to protect you, or, and that, we really had to go because of the looking glass technologies. We're not able to detect anything past 2012. And there was some level of communication, though, that certain events would happen that would cause us to need to go, even though there was no direct proof or direct information. And that's why I made the choice that I did, because it just, what I felt really drawn to doing here on Earth was going to fill in that blank of what they couldn't tell me. And there's so much not being told to me that, and so much that creeped me out, that the enticement turned pretty sour pretty quick. And the prophetic dreams that I was having as well. So it was more the panic of survival that was used as enticement, more than, telling me what I was going to expect and how great life would be, and that, not great, I don't think, but, like a preparation as far as, it'll be fine for you and your boys, it'll be comfortable. It was not a polite thing, it was manipulated. I wasn't even supposed to know about the characters in the aviary, really. Until I was going to be given a handler and really a part of it. The rest of it was kept secret to me until I was kind of caught in the net. And then if they had caught me, then I probably would have found out all that. And so I wanted to get a little bit closer to get more information, but not at the risk of getting ensnarled. So there had to be a stopping point, and all I could do was listen to conversations and investigate the names.
And I think if I might follow up on Laura's comments, I think it's interesting. And I can't tell you how much, what a gift Laura is as a friend and colleague. For me personally, specifically in the sense that she's corroborated the very psychology that was used to manipulate me. in a very direct way. For example, the use of this, like, catastrophism. You know, if you take a highly ethical human being and you say, you have to serve, you have to make this major change in your life. You know, you're going to UCLA and you're going to have to start going to El Segundo and jump rooming to Mars as an errand. Or you know, 25 years later, you're going to have to go up as a mom with your 2 kids and stay there. They were clearly targeting highly ethical people with notions of catastrophism. You know, the ark, that would be Noah saving life forms during the deluge. That's a kind of a catastrophic scenario. 2012 as a catastrophic trigger year date, and so forth. Because look what Hunt said when I said, no, you know, some people might want to be astronauts, but I want to pretty much just become, you know, a maverick journalist or whatever. You know, I was writing for the Bruin and starting to freelance around that time for the first time in my life, you know, just as a writer. And I said, no, I don't really want to get involved with Mars. I mean, it's never really been my bailiwick, you know. And I finally said to him, well, what, you know, why do I have to go? Why are you being so urgent about this? And he said, because the survival of life on Earth depends on it. And that's the same catastrophe script that Laura was given, or prompting. And that might, you know, what we have to remember is that, I mean, I don't know, this would be something for future articles by Alfred, but that would be, well, what if it was just the CIA line just to establish the U.S. presence there, vis-a-vis the potential Russian or Chinese presence, for example?
Right, and these are the same people associated with the weaponry that's damaging our planet, our health, and everything. So it doesn't make much sense to be lured into a, you know, to the catastrophe when they're the ones with the buttons and the gadgets of destruction here on Earth.
And we know now from Brett's testimony that he wasn't given a suicide pill and he wasn't given a gun. Well, he was 13, but I mean, he was up there. So what was that about? That means they were willing to use a young person without giving the security precautions that protections that we were given. So I was just struck by the analogies and the way that, you know, my psychology as an ethical young person was clearly manipulated in a highly similar way. And, you know, what are the chances? So that, for me, that's pretty profound. I'm very grateful to Laura for that.
And what we were talking about too with the fact that they have the capability of creating these type of disasters. To me, it was about them protecting me from the disasters that they were going to create, and then come back and create some kind of new world order. And I just refused to be like used in that way, obviously. But I felt like these characters were very much affiliated with the catastrophes and the disasters because they had those kind of technologies. And that's the same kind of manipulation they did to my ex, which is acting like his abductions and how they set him up to have those experiences were part of their artificial telepathy in my lab programs and the alien technology that they had. So anyway.
Yeah. Ken?
It's just, again, I go flashback 150 or some years, I see a corollary is slightly different though, but how propaganda was used. You remember like Horace Greeley in St. Louis, go west, young man, the Oregon Trail. You know, people being told that, you know, there's something out there, you know, take your risk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've used propaganda before, you know, of
Right.
course, in different ways.
When vested commercial interests
Yeah.
have had a vested interest in
Right.
creating a frontier movement like the California Gold Rush, most of the miners just found destitution in California. A lot of the money was made selling blue jeans and shovels, you know, and most of the miners failed. There may be an analogy here to inducing young people to go up and establish basically the U.S. presence on Mars, not because it will help us protect Earth from astronomical cataclysm or from extraterrestrial incursion, but simply so that the U.S. of A. has the high road by occupying the planet that every 2 years comes closest to Earth. That's very much what, if you look at the history of the CIA, I think that on a coin toss basis, or maybe using Occam's razor, that's probably what was going on, was just catastrophism in the service of naked imperialism. So that will be how I'll spin it when I'm on with Amy Goodman. But no, I mean, seriously, I think that may have been what was going on. Courtney Hunt, after all, was a cousin of E. Howard Hunt of Watergate fame, and a more distant cousin of the Hunt brothers of Texas, including Haroldson Lafayette Hunt, who we now know was one of those individuals present at Clint Murchison's house the night before President John Fitzgerald Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, and hence, and it had actually funded the newspaper ad that accused John F. Kennedy of treason. So I include Courtney in my story as a hero only in the sense that he was a Mars explorer, and he was a provider of critical information to me long after we worked together. He was an information hero in that sense, but he really was part of that corrupt apparatus that the CIA is. I think my father was more of a pure patriot type. You know, he was from rural Pennsylvania. He had been in the war. He had seen the need for a defense establishment in the U.S. that could prevent war. So I think he was more of an idealist than your average CIA operative of that era. But it could have just been blind, naked deception by the CIA simply to assert U.S. hegemony over Mars in competition with other nations. So, start?
Why would it be the CIA that would have hegemony over that? Like, why is it their job?
Capitalism's invisible army,
Oh,
as Buckminster Fuller called the CIA. No, the CIA takes its orders, what, from the Council on Foreign Relations. So it would have been the marching orders of the Rockefeller faction. But I would defer to Professor Weber.
Speaking of CFR.
Laura.
Did they ever do any time travel, like going into the past of Mars or the future of Mars?
I was not privy to that, and I think it would have been because of the segregation of the two sets of information in the projects. The same way that I can take my experiences and then spin them into prongs of my truth campaign. I mean, organically and authentically, but just, you know, basically evolve them into a public advocacy effort is possible because they completely segregated my time travel and Mars experiences except for the jump rooms. So for example, I was never in any chronovisor lab in West LA where I was shown what Mars was like 10,000 years ago and what it would look like 1,000 years after the colony was established. So,
were you aware of any reptilian presence or Anunnaki presence somewhere?
Well, reptilian in the sense that they were predatory reptiles, but in terms of the schema implied by Anunnaki or reptilian, no. And so if part of it was to create an extraterrestrial defense posture, like Hunt said, how come I didn't see any cosmic Waffen-SS anywhere on the surface of Mars? You know, it kind of begs the question of what he was really talking about by an extraterrestrial defense posture. That may have literally been cosmic Cold War propaganda or cosmic Cold War paranoia, because I never saw any evidence of a battle between U.S. forces and Martians or anything off-planet besides that sculpture of a UFO, you know, in this image. In other words, there didn't seem to be anything going on except the creation of a U.S. presence there. So, Jan.
If we have that kind of technology to get to Mars, are there, we could have that technology to get to, if you can do it once, in one place, we could do it anywhere.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, one of the constraints on teleportation, presuming that the jump rooms are Tesla teleportation based, as Hunt's comments seem to suggest they were, but I don't know. They may have been even a more advanced technology. One of the constraints is you have to be in a habitable zone when you arrive. So, for example, if you jump room to Venus as a protoplasmic organism 60% made of water, you would quickly be burned alive in its 600-degree Fahrenheit surface temperatures. So you have to, if you're going to jump room anywhere else in the cosmos, it has to be to a habitable zone.
Well, there's so many other close solar systems.
Yeah, some of the moon, you know, in other words, those planets that are within the Goldilocks range presumably can be jump room to, and many or all probably have been in the intervening 30 years, which I guess is an implication of my presentation. But I don't have any information about that because I was, you know, dismissed from that part of my activities for the government in 83. Yeah.
One of the reasons for the Mars base was because of human survival of some kind, and a global cataclysmic event that would, Mars base would be that that place where they could survive, why would not the global cataclysmic event also affect Mars? Why would that be isolated only to the Earth and not?
Well, he didn't say a global cataclysmic event. You're kind of conflating two parts of my presentation. I was talking about the solar system catastrophe that severely damaged Mars and Earth. And then I was talking about how Courtney Hunt stated in trying to induce me to go up there because human life on Earth depends on it.
Yes.
But even if it was a catastrophic scenario, one ready explanation is the fact that Mars is on an irregular orbit from Earth, and hence it could be a survival base in the event of something coming directly at us that was known to be hitting us and quite possibly would not hit Mars because they just don't go around the sun. Mars traces an irregular orbit relative to Earth. So there's times when we could essentially put enough people on Mars for the whole Earth to be knocked out of the heavens by a huge comet or something, and we could still protect the human genome on Mars. So in the statement that I issued with Laura after Alfred interviewed us, we stated that, it is really a very good thing to think about protecting the human genome on Mars and other planets, but not if it involves basically slavery, genocide, and mind control. Slavery of the participants, mind control of the participants. And what?
And like the human race and what they're doing here to just...
Yeah, and doing it to this population, the whole postmodern dystopia that we're in, because we have a negative space program and a negative technical infrastructure that has to be changed into a positive one. But so we commented on the fact that it really is a good thing to try to protect the human genome in this way, because we know, for example, if you read a book like, let's say, Graham Hancock's book, The Mars Mystery, we were hit by something that may return. And that's indeed why we should protect the ruins on Mars, so we can figure out where it's coming from and when it's going to arrive. So it makes perfect sense to protect the human genome on other planets, but not if you have to impose a fascistic, mind-controlling technocracy to achieve it. That we don't; those elements are not necessary to have a space program. There was no need to brainwash Brett and I to forget our summer in Shasta. What was the point? I was a tough kid. I had time traveled as a little 7 or 8 year old. I was now 19 years old. It was just their exercise of their own sick view of human nature and of government.
And if there's total honesty and disclosure and the human race was privy to everything, then people could make the choice to go, and nobody would have to be mind controlled. It would just be an idea that people could say, yeah, we understand that with cataclysms and these kind of threats that this is a smart idea, and people could make a choice. And it would be all done in an open way, and we could actually trust our leaders, and we would actually feel cared about and taken care of, and that's just not the case. So something is being hidden deeper than all of these scenarios.
Yeah, and we know we get optimum performance from people who want to do things. I mean, if you want to pitch for the New York Yankees, you get your shot at high school and college and AAA baseball. You don't find somebody who wants to be an archaeologist and say, well, you're going to be a pitcher for the New York Yankee if we have to mind control you to achieve it. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. Jan.
So they've had this time travel technology for 40 years, right? And
More than 40 years.
More than 40 years, and they've got this jump room to Mars.
For at least 34 years.
It seems
To
to
go to
me
1977.
that they used the time travel technology then to look at the past and future of Mars, to understand a cataclysmic event, and the fact that they didn't stop 9/11 and they haven't stopped Haiti, and in fact maybe encouraged a lot of these things or stayed out of the way and let these things happen. It seems to me that there are then people in the know about, certain, cataclysmic timelines. And,
We'll never know as long as we won't know as long as what is perpetuated is what Jim Marrs has called rule by secrecy.
Yeah.
At the heart of my truth campaign is not a dual focus on time travel and life on Mars. I am advancing the cause of those two issues, but it's really focused on the fact that we have to move beyond the model of rule by secrecy that oppresses us. I mean, we haven't even been getting valid data about how industrial forces are mutating the human genome. Look at the pathfinding work that Loren Murray and Alfred have been doing in terms of depleted uranium and what the genetic impact of our own weapons systems has been. I mean, so as long as we have rule by secrecy, we may very well lose our civilization on Earth because we weren't told what the choices were or what the impacts of our activities were. So my truth campaign is in a broader sense, and I'm just using my own experiences in the time travel project and the Mars project almost as metaphors for the fact that we need a new era of openness in government because our group survival will probably depend on it. Because when small elite groups make these kind of decisions, they don't necessarily reach the right decisions. But for example, how about permitting us to go up there with weapons? Maybe the policy should have been, if you draw the Joker card and there's a predator that you can't outrace in front of you, start saying your prayers. You're not going to have a gun because we don't want to start an interplanetary war. That seems to be a more exopolitically sufficient approach that I would have advised if I had been an Undersecretary of Defense asked to, comment on that white paper about what we were going to furnish, the Mars teleportees. I mean, think of the implications of that. They gave me a weapon at 19 where I could go and potentially turn a Martian life form into a pile of ashes.
Brett at 13.
Yeah. Or Brett. Well, no, Brett wasn't furnished a gun.
Oh, I see.
But I'm saying that they did furnish some of the Mars visitors with guns, and that could have prompted an interplanetary war. Yes, sir.
Are you sure that the gun even worked? They were fired to see if it worked?
Well, I didn't fire mine, but the one they showed me in La Cañada worked extremely
I
effectively.
was wondering if all the people who went to Mars, who were given weapons, it was a dud.
That may explain why I got one and Brett didn't. Maybe they were just bolstering my courage, I don't know. But I think it worked because, that animal, whatever it was, a cow or I think it was a goat, it was just reduced to a stack of ashes. It wasn't even charcoal. It just could have, it was just a pile of diaphanous black ash. Start.
I guess the good news is, should you be the candidate for president in 2016, that will mean that we have come out into the open, that these things will be brought out to the public, because it would be part of your history, your public record. We know where you were born, there's not going to be any birthers around or anything like that.
I think that the solution to the paradox that now that I've brokered myself into the position where I've revealed that I was told that I win at some point, the presidency, and that I can either lie about it and violate the tenets of my truth campaign, or if I talk about it and be truthful, I can harm my campaign by making it sound like a fait accompli. I think I evolved the solution to that tonight where I said not if I'm president, but when I'm president, and then turn that into a joke. And not just a joke, but also say basically say, I know I'm going to win, but the difference is the last ones who knew they were going to win didn't tell you. Right? In other words, use a double truth approach. Yeah, I'm going to win, and it's not because I'm descended from whoever David Icke says, Charles I or something, or William of Orange. I don't have any British ancestry that I know about, so I can't be in that lineage of 44 men who have all been Charlemagne descendants and descendants of Charles I and William of Orange or whatever it is, and I'm certainly not a Freemason. So I'm just saying that my approach is going to be, yes, I win, but none of them told you, which is the situation. And that may garner enough laughter to win in such a country.
You'll have my vote and our vote.
This is the civilization that brought us South Park and it's The Simpsons out. That's the next line, right? Hugh, by the way, did you have a question?
For the Andy character in South Park to come along in another year or two.
No, I thought that Charlie Sheen's thing for a while there was possibly shading some of my own shtick because he said I'm a rock star on Mars or something at one point. And he started talking about his truth campaign. I thought, oh my God, he's watching my YouTubes or something before losing his mind.
Or Denny Crane on Mars.
Yeah. So I'm just going to have to tell the truth and see if people get it. But I think it's going to be something that at least George F. Will is going to get stuck on for a while, or Patrick Buchanan.
Oh, boy, yeah, that'll be good. That'll be really
You know,
good.
in the George Stephanopoulos interview, I don't let slip that I'm a Muslim. I let slip that I'm a time traveler.
Or I see you on the View also.
Yeah. So just play it by ear. And it could be much, much later. I might run and make a fool out of myself in 2016, and then everything will be proved over 30 years, and I'll be called into commission, you know, as the Ronald Reagan of the time-space age or something at 70. I don't have the time, you know. So I could be the Harold Stassen of time travel on Mars for the next 36 years or something. So that's a good line to end on, I guess, right? The Harold Stassen of time travel.